he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, one, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-suck at Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Half from blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Welcome back, really, here to the road to EWC for Call of Duty Black Ops 7. It's time for day number 2 of the Last Chance qualifiers. And today, we whittle our teams down even further on the hunt for the last team that will make it to that all-important Esports World Cup. My name is Infinity, and I'll be casting today's action alongside two fine gentlemen, one of which I have sitting on my right. Proper, how you doing, bud?
Doing fantastic. Bright and early over here on the East Coast, but if you wake up, the early bird absolutely gets the worm. We're getting a lot of good content coming through from the pit over there at EWC in Porte. So, I'm absolutely eating good this morning, man. It feels good to be here again alongside both you and Bryce. Just ready for a good day.
Now, it is going to be a great day of action ahead of us, folks. If you missed yesterday's action, you missed actually a fair bit of fun and games, albeit we'll get to that in a little bit later on. Most of the teams that we expected to make it to day number 2 in the winners bracket did so. It was still fun to see some debuts of some of the rosters off the back of Rostermania that we've been waiting for, namely Bush. It was kind of fun to see at the end of the day. Before we get into any of that, though, let's talk about what the hell this entire thing is. If you missed out on the memo, this is the last chance qualifiers, and we should probably break down the format for you at home. Talk about kind of what the hell we're actually doing here.
Yeah, it's 16 teams all invited. Some didn't show up, but regardless, we've got a double elimination bracket. All these qualification and non-qualification matches will be best of 5. This is spanning all across 3 tournament days. We will crown a champion for this prize pool that we do have to offer them at the end of the Sunday. Only one can stand above everything else at the end of best of 7 finals. The winner will advance to the main event next weekend to play against the big dogs at EWC.
Yeah, this is exactly what we were talking about. This is the absolute winner takes all scenario. The only one can walk away with a spot in the Esports World Cup. And so it is all to play for. For once, proper getting to the grand finals isn't going to be good enough. The rest of the Black Ops 7 season, however short-lived it's going to be, is on the line here at this weekend. So it's all the fun and games to play for. Now let's talk a little bit about what happened yesterday, because as I already said, spoiler alert, if you weren't here yesterday, yes, you missed some great games, but the status quo remains intact. We were waiting for some kind of twist in the tail yesterday in Winners Round 1. We didn't get it.
No, we didn't get it at all. We got some pretty good pushback coming through on the matches that we did have on stream. Barring the first one was an absolute slacking. But you got the 6-5 BTD versus Annex Raid Search and Destroy. We'll talk a little bit more about that later on. But everything's coming up exactly how you would expect it to yesterday when you're looking at it in the bracket. You're looking at the rosters. Yep. This is the day that we all expected to have.
Yeah, let's show that bracket for everybody at home so you can see exactly what happened yesterday. So to run through some of those games, it was pretty much 3-0s across the board with the exception of one all-French affair between Eros Esports and Rousen Esport. Rousen, who were challengers elite regulars, unsurprisingly did manage to win that matchup. So they are through today to play Aerotech Edge in that round of 8 matchup. Elsewhere, as I said, 3-0s across the board, including fan favorites Telluride Bush Gaming beating Team Ultra 3-0. The aforementioned Aerotech Edge taking down the 2-Unks roster that has Steve Vortex and Kez on it 3-0. And then the likes of European powerhouse rosters, the Pit and BTD Esports also winning their matches 3-0 as well. This is where things get tasty though, because from this point onwards, every single match is going to be a banger. The remaining teams here in the upper bracket proper, they're all brilliant.
Oh, they absolutely are. And we're going to have a lot of good showcasings for a lot of these teams that did show up here for the LCQ, specifically looking at the NA showcase down there, penultimate match. Torn Esports versus Bittersweet. That's going to be a really good one, of course. You got Dak as well as TK representation over on Torn Esports playing up against what Fellow has to offer. And then, of course, the ever so wanted across the pond. Woke up, saw all the posts, and I saw Bryce trying his damnest to make sure that it was happening. BTD versus the Pit EU. How could you not have eyes on that, given all the roster, who and what has happened over the past several weeks?
Yeah, absolutely. We always talk about these kind of situations when we look at brackets, like what game do we want to cast as we get into every day of action? And I feel like there's kind of one clear answer. Now, again, I'll just kind of address this. I know everyone at home will want to watch the Bush. We will try and be covering the Bush as much as humanly possible. We got to see them yesterday in their first matchup, and they did manage to win that one 3-0. So we'll be checking in with them and, of course, other fan favorites throughout the day. But I do think it is a good idea to start off with that European powerhouse matchup in the Pit EU versus BTD Esports, because it is an important matchup, not just, of course, for progression in the tournament, making it all the way towards the next stage of the upper bracket and top 6 guaranteed, but also because there's some history between these two rosters.
Yes, there really is, right? The Pit EU, obviously, if you missed yesterday, we're going to continue to talk about it. Why is there a representation for the Pit? It's because Project 7 can only field one roster going into Esports World Cup, so the Pit stood up, and they are now the representation for what was P7 Esports during the EMEA regular season. you go back from what Project 7 was. They were playing with Harry instead of Linz at Challengers Finals, top 8 at said event, top 8 at Paris, second in Elite Season 4, top 16 in Atlanta with Alpha. Like, these guys have gotten close, but almost no cigar. And I mean, when you're looking at it from the opposite perspective from BTD Esports, Linz is now playing up against Cobra. And I had to go back really far back as far as COD history is concerned to find out that it doesn't take a second extremity to count the amount of times that Cobra plays up against Linz.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, actually, because obviously they were, former teammates, right? Cobra and Linz. One of, I think, the most infamous rosters in Call of Duty Challengers history. Maybe that's because you and I have a kind of a close proximity to that team, but for those of you guys who don't remember the Wobbobobs roster back in 2023, is it 2023? 2024? Around that period of time. It was too long ago, Andy. I've grown a lot of grey hairs since then. But it was that long ago that we got to see Cobra and Linz play together, and now they will be on opposite sides of the stage, with Cobra playing on BTD and Linz playing on the pit, respectively. So we'll be seeing those guys go head-to-head. And then, of course, Henry, which is the big storyline, I think, talking point coming into this matchup very soon, is that Henry will be playing for BTD after being dropped for Linz on the pit. So there's a lot of cross-pollination between these boys. Obviously, there's a lot of times these guys have played each other in EMEA challenges over the course of the season as well. Most of the time when that's happened, the former Project 7 roster were the ones to take away the victory, unsurprisingly, given how good that they are. Of course, it is worth saying, as is the case here with the pit, the Passion Pit, there are a multitude of matches going on at once. We will be having all 4 upper bracket matches going on concurrently. What you're seeing on camera right now is another roster that we haven't even talked about, I don't think, once so far. Torn Esports, they are going head-to-head with Bittersweet GG. This is another matchup that I think would actually be pretty good.
Yeah, and again, the NA matchup across the pond, everybody's always going to be expecting to watch that one. I saw some chirping even happening early on in the timeline as well. I mean, Torn Esports have been on an absolute head turner and a burner of that as well. I mean, turning heads back in the elite stage when they were able to make it to the playoffs. TK's transition from Fortnite has been absolutely electric. Round that out, which is now a Lions main veteran, which is still crazy for me to say that Dak is a veteran on this team, but he's there giving them the guidance. And when you think about veteran, you think about all the tenacity when it comes down to fundamentals. That's exactly what you have across the stage with that BTD roster. These guys are funnies incarnate. Ready?
The thing I think is yesterday about Bittersweet is that, it wouldn't be challenges without Fellow, right? It's like, it doesn't feel right. It feels like if you have a challenges event without Fellow, it would not be right whatsoever. And so to see him here on Bittersweet is always fun. Obviously, you have Mirage coming back with Proda. That's another thing. It kind of feels like Mirage and Proda had been a duo for the longest time. So it's nice to see Bittersweet, back together with this roster. And I do think they have some real potential here to pull off what I would describe as an upset. You mentioned Torn as well. And I think this Torn roster is so damn good to look at. Just, what they're capable of as a team. Again, they've been really, really good to watch this season. I think Mince and TK, particularly on in the early season, were absolutely shocking in a positive way. TK in particular, as you said, coming over from another esport. It's a phenomenal performance for him. So I think for Torn, looking towards these guys, this should be a good match to keep an eye on, as we are looking at Torn versus Bittersweet first. And I guess we're looking forward to this matchup.
Yeah. Torn versus Bittersweet, here we go. I mean, the NA matchup happening right now as we wait to see what happens with the Pit and BTD Esports, of course. Let's talk a little bit more about Torn. I mean, talk about the guy that's like absolutely closest to the screen on the left-hand side, Millie the Gunny. Now, that guy, when he was playing on the Stallions, was probably the statistical leader more often than not. This guy gets lost on the map. And if you don't keep track of where Millie's located at, chances are he's behind you. He's already got the flank through and through. It's the upper quarterfinals ready to go at the LCQ. Let's get it on.
Alrighty, let's see how these two teams get on. Of course, this is going to be one of our closer North American-based matchups that we have in the tournament. So it should be an absolute banger here on Sake Hardpoint. And I'm looking to see some of these guys that we mentioned on Touring Esports be a real nuisance through the middle of the map early on in this game. Right now, it is going to be Torn in early control over a P1. And those roaming subs, they're already starting to be a nuisance here, proper.
Yeah, they really are. And that's what you're going to have to really rely on. I mean, from a little we got to see, Bittersweet did play up against the Atlas Lions yesterday. That was Dylan, COD, and Co, of course. Very notable names, but the one thing we got to see out of Bittersweet is that they are just as comfortable getting lost on the map. But you got to wake up very, very quickly. 26 seconds already accrued here for Torn, looking for a little bit more. They already hold the spawns to new as well, Brody. A fantastic start.
Now, this has been a really good start on the whole from Torte Esports. You get this much time off of P1. TK on a 7 spree to kick things off. He means business at the beginning of day number 2. Want to be careful about him being a nuisance roaming sub on this map. His position known here, gets stunned up, looking for more kills here. He's already got the Hellstorm missiles. This isn't necessarily the end of the world, but would be nice if he can get some of those transitionary kills towards the front of P2. So now they're vulnerable around the front. Millie can only take down one before collapsing, but the back spawns mean that Torn should get continued presence towards his hard point over and over again, and that presence at the moment is a bit overwhelming for Bittersweet.
Yeah, it really is. Bittersweet, they're kind of forced just to still try to break this right through the front. I mean, 58 unanswered seconds to the 2 that you accrued here just on P2. Now you got to try to force them into a little bit of a spawn trap situation. Porte doesn't pick up the information, but Vale's nade will. Takes down Dak. Porte's going to start getting lost, try to keep these guys trapped in towards the back, especially now that Mirage gets the confirmation that, well, they have the rotation secured. 10 seconds there on old. I mean, you need an immediate response if you're Bittersweet. It almost feels like you got to get about 35 plus. Otherwise, this rotation is not worth it.
You have to lock this one down, and it should be relatively easy to do as long as you have a player towards the back line. That's why you're seeing Mirage make a transition towards the back to make sure those spawns don't flip out. You've got a lot of trust in your teammates to hold the front. And Fellow momentarily does so before falling. Now a couple of players have managed to filter through in the form of Mince and Dak. And they be dealt with. Velux needs to try and play his life around the back line, not able to do so. So that should be the spawn flip coming through as Dak will double up. And you said this rotation needs to be worth it proper. Turns out it wasn't.
No, it wasn't. They got 13 seconds, and then the time that Torn Esports rotated from 2 to 3, they broke it on the opening attempt. Not good enough. Look at the setup as well. Millie's holding the cross as well. He's just peppering everybody with damage before they can even get in. A stark difference in between the setup once Torn got the break in between Bittersweet on the early rotation. Now we go over towards the rock side of the map. Torn Esports are at 100 points, and we just completed the 3rd.
This is just a phenomenal position for Torn Esports to be in. Bittersweet will get first touch on the next hard point again. We've already seen them break a couple of times, so that doesn't necessarily mean diddly squat here. Towards this next hard point. Mirage keeping an eye on the front here, taking shots into both Millie and Dak, and neither going to convert for the kill just yet. Luckily, Porte is watching the crossfire, and that should be good enough here, but Mince is given one freebie. So they're starting to poke and prod at this hard point, but it is actually Porte through the middle of the map that's holding strong. Bittersweet, this has actually been a solid hold for them so far. The teamwork has been sublime.
An amazing response, right? I mean, at a moment's late, sure that the conversation's coming through is like, look, Vale and Porte, like, we are frying. A combined 8 spree now, and Porte finally gets taken off of his, but got to somehow rally behind that. They're able to diminish this lead now down to just about 30 before we get to the end of it. We're going to rotate over towards the final hill here for the set. Porte Esports will be here. The head bash is good, but Porte's damage is good enough to at least find 2. Dak's the only one here. He's finessing his life. Reinforcements nowhere nearby, so the 1v1 is crucial. Oh. And he finds a 4th. Dak, come on now.
That's crazy. Plays coming out from Dak. 13 and 8 performance. TK might have started strong, but it is now Dak who is carrying the flame through the remainder of this hard point. And they've got a 40-point advantage, but as we have closed the deficit ever so slightly, and now they're on the way to try and break through this next hill. And they get it done. Fellow only able to procure 2 kills there. It's not enough to break on towards the hard point. Porte now sliding out towards the right side, able to find the first kill. Spots out the second. Over the top, he goes for it to the pistol for the kill. Doesn't finish off that one, but has the help from his teammates to do so as Velux picks up 2. And that's a big 20 for Bittersweet if they can acquire it.
Looking good for it. Be able to go in towards the second set. Porte's going to get lost. Back behind over in the middle of the map, but he gets snuffed out. 1-for-1 trades at the end. Mirage, what a transfer. Able to find himself 2 here at the end. Towards the second set of hills, we will go. And it's a much better scoreline than what Bittersweet suggested. 100 points for Torn Esports at P3. They're only able to get 35 off of 4 to 5. That's the exact response you needed for Bittersweet.
Yeah, this has been a much better go of things for the last 3 hard points for Bittersweet, and they have really started to slow down some of those players that were picking up a lot of pace. Even Dak at 16 and 10, currently leading the entire lobby in terms of KD. He has had moments of being shut down by Bittersweet, and of course I think it is crucial to say that TK was really a large portion of the reason that they're able to get so much dominance over the first couple of hard points, and he is now at 12 and 15. So it must be frustrating in the moment for Torn Esports, even though they are ahead, to have allowed Bittersweet a horse back in this race. Now they're in control of P1 also. TK, big route being taken here to try and get control of P1 and potentially break the spawns up for P2, but not the tastiest shot. Mirage will take him down. And even if Bittersweet don't get that last 10 seconds, they should be the first team on towards P2 now.
I mean, we're at the end of the year, but consider that a W for the M15 versus the MPC right there. Regardless of the shots being missed, 150 to 109. Rotation held by Bittersweet this time around. Remember last time Torn Esports did hold it. Dax calling in a Hellstorm missile as well to try to shroud this push going forward. They found one on transition. Everybody's trapped inside the P2, and Veil spawns out.
Spac spawns have now been locked in for Torn. That isn't necessarily the best thing in the world, considering you do still have to go through the meat grinder. It is that back door. Especially if the side door is being watched, there's only one point of ingress towards the hill. But split spawn's now starting to come in effect. So TK changes role from getting towards the back to playing distraction play while the rest of the squad make their way over here. But only Mince is able to survive the trip. And now he has flipped those spawns out again. Not necessarily the best thing if you can't follow up the gunfight. And that is not happening. They are going straight towards that back door and they are being whizzed away from it.
Yeah, perfect transition coming through from Bittersweet. They will have that lead flip. Be pretty good to be able to soak up the scrap time as well. And Torn Esports, they're running all the way through P4, like their tail tucked between their legs. Veil's already over here. Billy's going to try to take the 1v1. Veil trying to get the reset. It's reinforcements here. It's a 2v3 for the rotation, and Fellow's able to find the response.
Big gunfight's being made by Millie around the backline here. Cannot win it. Porte, can he procure the double? Expect a second from the back door, but that's not where the pressure is coming from. So now we're down to Mirage, and well, he can only find one. So Bittersweet relying on individual plays, and they're not finding it as TK will actually triple up towards the left side. Big break coming through for Torn Esports, and now those subs will start to move out towards the middle of the map here. TK and Dak. What do you got for us? TK does get spotted out. Big play there from Mirage. Still Dak left to contend with here as the players towards the hardpoint are also winning some of their fights. And it is a full red feed as Torn Esports doing a splendid job at taking that time.
For dead, TK's already in towards the back of Antiques. He's got a double weapon setup. Finds the cross, no trigger discipline, but he still goes 1 for 1. It's the only one in the feed. So the rotation's going to be maintained here for Bittersweet. Go back over towards the Rock Hill in the first set. This is where they got a good lick of time. The difference is they're only trailing by 20 seconds this time around, but the transition is different. The OE being hit for Torn Esports, they're trying to break through P2 this time around.
Yeah, this is a long route being taken here by TK and Dak. It has to work out. Only TK finds value. Now need to see individual heroics here. TK should be back up towards 100 HP. Fellow back towards the hard point. Has a Hellstorm missile in the back pocket, so nice get out of jail free card if they need to use it, but all of a sudden you might have to because your teammates are going down. It's a red feed as Mince doubles up and Torn have control. Don't be surprised if that Hellstorm comes down.
Hellstorm sounds like it's being called in. Fellow's channeling it. Everybody's going to be trapped inside of Antiques. No time's going to be garnered. 28 seconds. Fellow's going to stall it out, and he's able to curve one in towards the back, take down TK, then Mince off the respawn. That's the immediate break that you needed to come through for some really good scrap time. Bittersweet should be over 200.
I mean, at this point in the game, right? I mean, 15 seconds of time like that, that is gold dust. You absolutely want to get it. That is a good utilization of the Hellstorm missile. However, it means that you don't have one ready to go for that next rotation, all reliant on the gunny. Predicted is Velux in the corner. Hoped he could catch a couple of those Torn players off guard, but it's not going to happen. Torn will be the first in its touch.
Yeah, we'll be here first. Pinch is being set up for Veil. It's going to be spawned all the way out. It looks like Millie's going to be picking it up, but he just wasn't ready for it. Not in enough time. The pinch comes through. Last few players alive would be Dak, and he was amazing here last set of hills, but this time he just gets overwhelmed by Mirage on the 7th spree. 22 and 19 has the Hellstorm missile. Bittersweet can still win here.
There's nothing of a Mirage about this one. Mirage does get taken down after 8 in a row. That is a dagger to Torn Esports' hope, as now they'll be frantically trying to get back in towards the hard point. Spawns are being read perfectly here by Bittersweet as they look to close out this game. One last hurrah. 3 players up to try to get towards the hard point, but they're running right into the L trigger of every single player from Bittersweet. Mirage for 3 to close it out potentially. Torn, can you run fast enough to get towards the hard point in time? Players in the corner. Velux will stagger the push. One last attempt and nobody can touch in time as Bittersweet push out strong to kick off this series.
Big pop off from there. Tyler Fellow, the Enterprises, getting a big old fist bump from the coziest player in the pit, Cozy Veil, baby. There was just a moment in time through the first set of hard points where you look at the score line, 100 to about 23, and then they come back through the second set to be able to not only flip the lead, but to be able to run away with the game fully, fellow off of the score streak, calling in the Hellstorm missile, the sheer reason of breaking over by P4, and then the grit tenacity, Veil spawns out, overwhelming with numbers. Torn Esports, they had it in their hands, and then by the time that the split spawns came through and the flow state was achieved, they simply lost it.
That is a bummer if you're Torn, for sure. They were so happy with themselves. TK started on a 9 spree, by the way.
Yeah.
Just a casual 9 spree to kick off the map. It felt like it was going to be a very one-sided affair. And then a couple of hills is all it took for Bittersweet to wake up. All smiles on the Bittersweet side of the desk, and I don't think there's much of that going around for Torn Esports. That is a very frustrating one. As Torn now find themselves 1-0 down in this best of 5. They will feel like they should have taken that one away. But just so many beautiful moments there, I think, as a team, really, for Torn to make their way back towards the game towards the end.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And you're going to be really frustrated about that, too, if you're looking at it from the side of Torn Esports. You really don't have the obvious nature to try to reflect off of that. You just got to go next and towards the Fringe Search and Destroy. But I mean, you heard the pop-off there from Fellow. Everybody over on that side, they are as emotional of a players as everybody else here in the pit. You can surely feel the momentum swing. That said, I mean, Torn Esports, excuse me, just a few moments away, I want to say, just from winning the game, but the slaying was still there. So I think that they should still be going into this map number 2 pretty confident. Just obviously frustrated they're down 0-1. But Fringe Search and Destroy, it does play into a lot of their strengths. Both these two teams like to send players to get lost on the map. You've got good sniper rifle representation on both sides. It sets both of their play styles up for success. Yeah, and from a veto perspective as well, it should be said that that Sako hardpoint was a Torn pick. So they would have been feeling very confident coming out of the gate. Not just in the way that they were obviously winning that map, but the fact that, you know, this is our pick, right? We're very happy with a Sake hardpoint. Fringe will be less so because this is a Bittersweet pick. So I'm curious to see what the Search and Destroy looks like for Bittersweet here coming in towards this one. Generally speaking, been a pretty good Search and Destroy team in the past. Of course, the thing is, though, with this Bittersweet roster, you can't tell. Obviously, they have made changes coming into the LCQ. None of the players did manage to make it to champs at the end of the season, or finals, I should say. So, for Bittersweet, I wonder how up to scratch their Search and Destroy will be, even if Fringe is their preferred map. It's going to be interesting for sure. So now you're going to have to not only win the Search and Destroy to be able to tie up the series, but then that also suggests that you got to take Bittersweet's hardpoint map, should you even push it to a map number 4. And I think that's the one thing that could be looming over the heads of a handful of these players. And recency bias can be a real kick in the butt, Brody, especially when you think about the history between these two teams, just from an organization standpoint. Pretty sure that Bittersweet typically do take the edge over Torn Esports outside of that elite stage before we went to Atlanta, but like, it's just one of those things that it's a very different roster on this side of the stage for Bittersweet. You got Veil coming back out, and he is as comfortable as ever. This guy is shooting. He's making really good decisions on the map. And although we only got to see it versus the Atlas Lions yesterday, it was, in fact, the Atlas Lions. And let's be honest, like, Dylan Cobb was putting on an absolute performance. Finally got shut down from the fundamentals that Bittersweet were forced to throw their way. So not only can they run and gun, they also got some good strategies from the TFL Enterprise CEO himself.
Yeah, that man is an absolute library. There is a lot.
It's been around for a while, man.
In his head. Yeah, absolutely. Listen, the veteranship, there's many players in the pit that still play today that have another level of strategic mindset to them. Fellow is one of them. Steve Vortex is another. Those are two of the smartest players in the entirety of Challengers. Either way, Torn Esports looking to tie up the series here on a Fringe Search and Destroy, looking to do so on a map that was picked by Bittersweet, and it is going to be an immediate push in towards A. That smoke fake through the middle of the map has enabled them to get full scrapyard control. Nobody in sight either, but there are no trophies to kick off this round, so there will be a bit of tickling going on around the A site as a nade goes their way, but nobody falls to it.
Again, no trophy systems. The fact that we were able to get to this A-bomb suggests that nades either came up short or just didn't land at all. So here comes the head bash. Dak for 3? Excuse me? All right.
I want to see that one again. I want to see Dak get that 3-piece again, because those guys must have just lined up through bricks to Dak to get 3 easy kills like that. Of course, it will be the final kill, so Millie's the one to find it, but yeah, I mean, all 3 of those players coming through brick side, a tad too out of sync for Dak to find 3 like that. Either way, I think just the strategy, we've got to give Torn some element of love for the way that they played at the beginning of that search and destroy round. Of course, the smoke again through the middle of the map. Again, just enabled them to get through Scrapyard, and it's a perfect A hit, despite the fact that they had no nades to contend with. So, that's the start that they wanted. Dak will be feeling very happy after that round number 1 performance. Bittersweet. Gonna go for a 2-2 split off the start of this one. An immediate push out. First snipe from Fellow is good. That's happening over towards A. So this B push, you really want to try and get one of these kills if you can.
Hey, love to have it. Station though, suggestive for Bittersweet. If TK can find one, get away with his life, that'd be everything. But he's gonna get overwhelmed with numbers. Yeah, see some nameplates running his way. Back up, play for the numbers, maybe for the retake. Never mind.
It's unfortunate. Yeah, you're just losing a lot of players in good positions here. Millie has revealed his position, so would be looking for what should be a theoretical 1v4 if he's able to pull it off. Shots are there, but not fully tasty against Barrage, and is now trying to get away. Does actually do so versus Velox. Big kill here being made by Millie. Able to get the reset towards the knife, though, and that one little decision to try and get faster towards the site, knows that time is of the essence, does end up befalling him.
Oh, the chirp's coming through from Fellow already. 2 rounds in. Starting to make me think, this guy starting to get the blood boiling over there in Paris so early in the day. Gonna be a long day at Call of Duty if this is the way the Fellow's gonna be chirping, man. But still, it just comes down to that first blood. The moment you're able to have a 4v3, especially on Fringe, isolate the one player over inside the A-bomb, get it planted. There's no utility to unearth them from that situation. You're almost never gonna retake it unless you have some bombastic heroics. Another offense for Torn Esports. Suggestive to go over towards B. Millie's got the sniper versus Fellow. Misses.
Can't miss those. That's unfortunate. Luckily, Dak does have his back for the trade. So Torn have now gotten the real estate. That is the B site. Fellow's still over here, though. Could well disrupt things. Stun. Not going to fly past him. Does connect. No immediate rechow. As a matter of fact, Torn have decided to give this one up. Now, this is always a risky play because you spend a lot of time and energy making this cross happen, and the fact that you're not making a ton of noise over by B means that this should be red from Bittersweet.
I think Fellow has an AR as well. He's got a sniper, so yeah, he's going to be a little late for this peak, but because the hesitation comes through from Torn Esports, they know this is exactly the play that's going to be coming through. Fellow needs to land the shot.
Oh, and land the shot he does. Pop in the head of Dak. Out goes TK as well. And Mince now has to play all Sam Fisher-like. And you need that clean kill with 25 on the clock. To reduce this down to a 1 versus 2 would have been perfect. But that player hits the reset, goes for the wraparound. And yeah, I mean, look, those B to A pushes are incredibly difficult to pull off on Fringe. Like, it is just so tough because you have to expend so much time going the long way around that by the time you've done it, as soon as a team checks the railway, it's basically done. Like, they know what's happening.
Yeah, biggest difference in between the two offenses is that's the difference in between having a 3v4 versus a 4v3 on the offense not having the numbers. They rotate over towards A. It's so obvious. You got 2 players holding the train tracks. One of them is Tyler with a sniper. Then yeah, he has the easiest rotation ever to be able to make that cross back over. I think that it probably was watched. I think that Vale saw it once he was crossing back over towards the spawn side. Could be wrong, but regardless, easy reads coming through from Bittersweet. Their offense now, 2-2 split.
Trying to get something going over towards B. No cigar just yet. This might have to be an A push. Bittersweet will want to try and make that decision sooner rather than later again because they might be in the exact same position Torn were in the previous round and making this rotation that should be read by their opposition. And Torn, if it is the play, have read it. They've already invested 3 men in towards the A site. So at this point, it's just a matter of time. Raj still thinking that A might be a possibility.
It's just not a whole lot of information. So now you got to do it the hard way. Trophy systems are out. No util. Here comes Porte around the backside of the A-bomb. He's just going to be playing for the timing. Oh, he's got it perfectly as well for the first blood. Here comes the execute on the A.
Follow up from TK. He's seen, and he is dealt with. Mince and Millie. What do you got for us? They have to play this individually. There's no other way to play this one. Millie is done for. He's about to get shot in the back by Fellow. Nighty night. Now down to Mince for the 1v4. As soon as he reveals position, he is done for. And he's done even quicker than that. A lot of confidence now in the Bittersweet camp.
Shout out to C4Tex for always peeking in, making sure where everybody's at. But even more so than that, I think that when you're looking at it from Bittersweet's perspective, like they're completely content on playing the slow game. You saw that like Proto was like trying to fish for something over by the rail tracks, maybe try to cut back through mid. Just got pushed back. He had assistance there. The nade pushed back. They were trading damage over to Millie on the opposite side of the train tracks, guarding that B bomb site. And by the time the util was all exhausted, Fellow had every bit of mid covered. They knew that they were trapped inside the A bomb site, so Proto just had to hit the timing. He found it perfectly. And now Bittersweet, they found themselves with a 2-round lead. Everybody on a handful of streaks.
Once again, through the phase where these two teams are feeling each other out. Beautiful nade coming over the top there from Mirage and Velux, and it will damage Mince enough to get him away. Again, all about eroding time off the clock. Bittersweet have pushed forward previously, and Torn might be playing for that. On the other side of the wall will be Dak, expecting the likes of Proto or potentially Velux to push through, covering their team's back. There is some serious potential, some horrid Call of Duty timing.
Dak's going to be playing for the exits on the rotation. They're going to get this information, but the biggest question mark, what can Proto provide over on the backside? Dak's timing is not going to be there to be able to watch anybody cross back over. He's still so focused on the 1v1 for Veil, trying to rotate back out, but he's not going to go that way either.
That's first. Mince will double up. There it is. Finally, we see Torn activate. Proto able to cause some issues, though. And in a 3v2, they've got no choice but to try and get the bomb down. TK with the kill. Time running out to do so. TK all on his lonesome. Should get shot up from behind. And now an opportunity here for Proto to just get the hell away. There's no time for Dak to do anything. All Proto needs to do is keep an eye on that bomb. He's done so. And now just needs to play the dance of invisibility. Dak, no clue whatsoever. And they just took too long to get that one going.
Yeah, no, they did. I mean, they had all of B bomb site covered. The only difference was, I don't know if there was any late util that was expended to try to clear the backside of B-bomb. But even then, like, throw a player back there, cover it, throw a shoulder or something. Jump peek, I don't care. Like, cover it any way that you possibly can imagine. Give yourself the clearance to get the bomb planted. The handful of times now that Torn Esports have found themselves in a situation where they surround the bomb site, they can get themselves in a winning situation. They decide just not to do it because they're probably worried that the chow is immediately coming through, which is not a bad call to make. But Bittersweet are playing them like a damn fiddle right now for 3 rounds straight.
Granted, Torn are trying a variety of different strategies. It's just every single one is being read to perfection by Bittersweet. Of course, there is also a lot of love having to be shown by the likes of Proto and Velo for their clutches that they've had through this search and destroy also. Proto tries it, does get red. Nicely done from Torn. Now the double up coming through. Dak, can he get another one? Yes, he can off the wall jump. And Fellow now for the 1v4. This would be a spectacular clip. It's not going to happen, though. And that scrapyard presence coming through from Torn. Finally, the read works out.
That all starts with one. You know, Dak going back towards that P5 on the Sake map number 1 was Mr. Two-Piece. He was able to do it again there to be able to find the opening. Plus, the second is no easy feat, but the jump peek right over top of the boxes there, the warehouse, like you said, Brody, is the clear-cut answer, at least for that round. Shuts him down ever so slightly. Have to see what the response will be, because it could always just start with 1 round, but even more so than that, that is just more ammunition to the brains of Bittersweet, of something to be on the lookout for. They're still up by 2. Offense now for Torn, not going over towards B as a head bash over towards A. Dale's going to be here first.
Velux, ready for it. We'll only find 1. Fortunately enough, Mirage is good for the trade. Doesn't necessarily need to be inside the A site because you've got Proto watching the cross from the middle of the map here. Although he is looking in a different direction, so I don't necessarily think he's actually seen the cross. Neither way, these guys are playing so cautiously that they're absolutely capable of handling this situation. TK and Millie are trapped. Now Bittersweet will take up that real estate once again. TK trying to dodge back and forth here through the opening of the doorway. Now Proto can activate around the flank. These guys, they have very little way to play around this one. TK going to try and get out the back alley, and technically speaking, he's managed to do so. But with 35 seconds left, they've really only got one choice at this point, which is to rotate towards B.
Yeah. Proto made that entire rotation. You know, he's going to try to wrap all the way over by Stacks, get over towards B. Millie's playing the exit over by A, and Bittersweet are not going to give him the time of day. Maybe one player might. It'd be Fellow.
can't deliver on it, but TK can. Might use the perfect route here. Oh, perfectly predicts Proda and beams him. And now we'll flip the situation on its head. Mirage needs to retake for the 1v2. These guys are absolutely playing so well together. TK with the movement around the site. They had one shot and they took it. They hit.
Yeah, what a massive 2v3 coming through for Torn Esports. I mean, asked to step up, and they deliver on a very crucial round, now bringing it within one. But to fully break it down, even like Velux being able to go 1-for-1, sets up damage there to be able to find the 2v3 off the get-go. And like you said, they wanted them to come towards the A-bomb. Torn Esports didn't feel comfortable to plant the bomb there. Gave up the site. Bittersweet retook it. And then they just wrapped all the way through. The timing was so unique to be able to get back through the defender spawn and get that bomb planted at B. And Millie making the right call for the pinch was absolutely chef's kiss.
It's a crucial round for Torn Esports. Cannot afford to be 5-2 down in the search and destroy. Feels like an unmanageable situation at times. Bittersweet, they know it. Oh, what an aid off the start. Proda will be punished for his aggression. And that leaves Bittersweet in a horrendous position. They have no map control whatsoever.
No, none. Gonna have to try to do this the really, really hard way. I don't think that there's any util that might be left. They'll have a sniper watching this cross as well. He's not really moving all too much. He's got a NPC. Solid snake-like. Trying to be the tip of the spear. I think he just got scouted out, though. Dak off the jump peaks on.
Fellow needs to deliver here. Oh, I just can't do so. Gets overwhelmed. Torn are playing so incredibly well together at the moment. And Bittersweet, no choice but to just fully headbutt this. They don't have time for anything else. Torn know it. They're just going to sit inside the site. TK gets the assist on the 1 kill and the second as well. TK continues to perform out of his damn mind towards the back half of the search and destroy.
No, that puts him up to 6 now, plus the handful of assists. Not too far away from getting himself that Hellstorm missile. Tied up at 4 apiece, and the demeanor on Bittersweet's side has shifted. Small talk coming through between Proda and Fellow to try to figure out what they need to do on this upcoming defense to stop what is now a momentum train of 2 rounds on the bounce of Torn Esports. And like you were saying, TK just getting better and better as the game goes on. It's kind of the story of his entire season so far, Brody. He's now up to 7-5.
A Hellstorm missile. It's less effective at times on Fringe. Still crucial. This time they're going to use that smoke blade all the way back in round number 1. And they won't fake it. They actually will go through it for some A-site control. Velux in a world of hurt towards the scrapyard. Gets shut down. Now Torn with a man advantage here. Bittersweet. They've got no choice to try and force things out. That TK is absolutely horrendous. Proda won't find 2, but it's still losing to 1 versus 2. Now looking for the ace. Trying to hit the reset. Get away. And he will do so here. And the dance begins.
Bomb in hands of Mince. Oh, he's going to wrap it. Proda's timing. Won't be able to see it. Mince might be playing with it, though. The way that Proda is positioned, he can clear both bomb sites. Mince is expecting the flank. Proda has been giving them that flank every single defense. There's going to be a head bash gunfight here in a moment.
Oh, Proda wins it for the ace! A massive play from Proda. I think on that jump shot, he hit like the lamppost or something on the wall.
Yeah.
And he went a little bit too low. He wasn't tracking for it whatsoever. And at this level, that's not something you see. You can see it there on the left of your screen. Proda from his POV. A massive round for him. When he needs to deliver, he has been that guy.
Gives him the ace. Still have a Hellstorm missile. You have to feel that it has to come out here if you are Torn Esports to give yourself any opportunity of a round 11. But it's Bittersweet's offense. 10-5 for Proda. And it's a very aggressive, at least a hold. Yeah, that gets overwhelmed with nades. He's got to give it up.
Bittersweet have full control now. Honestly, if I'm TK, I'm bringing this down pretty much straight away. I think he's been very cautious of the fact that he is only the one watching the middle of the map at the moment. Bittersweet could just run straight towards the site. I mean, that would be the play call if I'm Torn Esports. I use the Hellstorm missile to push them straight towards the site, and well, they're going to do so. In towards the iron. Mince, don't throw yourself away. There's no reason to do so here. Velux will find both kills because Mince is weak. He's not going to get the third. Dak will deliver on towards it, but it leaves TK all on his lonesome in the 1v3. He has a Hellstorm, but how much use is that in the position that he's in?
None. It's negative usage. He's going to get overwhelmed here. TK gets the early damage. Saw the second nameplate. Needs to make a play. He's going to wrap around the back.
Try and stop this barn. Fellow with the coverage of the site will get it done. And the smallest of problems there in that final round causes a butterfly effect that will see Bittersweet win the search and destroy.
Yeah, they sure will. I mean, they had such a massive lead, winning so many rounds in a row that you felt like that the scales were just too far tipped. Every single read through the early going, just Torn Esports finally finding the one that stuck. And it was just a lot of heroics that got them there. I mean, in between TK's massive moments, Dax 2-piece to start what was their momentum, a 2v3. All these clutch moments are the majority of rounds that Torn Esports were able to win. Just only puts a light up against how good Bittersweet are playing this weekend, especially in Search, man.
Man, that is a bummer for Torn. I think particularly a bummer. You never want to put it on one person, right? I mean, obviously, these situations, you lose the search and destroy for a multitude of reasons. It's never down to one player, but like, again, I gotta say, it feels like if Mince doesn't throw that shoulder for no real reason, there's probably a good chance at the very least he trades off his teammate there. He doesn't get pieced up by Velux, doesn't leave TK in a 1v3. But again,
there's a lot of questions about that last round, because like when you're thinking about it from like the round 10, like I was looking at TK's arrow and he was backing up towards spawn. I think that they were probably worried that Porte was probably flanking because he did it for about 9 rounds straight. So at least like the Spidey sense was there, but you were right. He was the only one that was watching the middle of the map. Someone's got to do like the reverse bump, get him back into a safety situation. You got the confirmation. Everybody's in the yard. Call in the Hellstorm missile, get space back provided on the map, and give yourself a winning situation. Staying trapped inside the A bomb site when you have a Hellstorm, in especially an advantage, is not a good look at all. But I'm almost sitting here thinking they might have wanted to use it for around 11, but you got to get there first, for crying out loud.
Yeah, a lot of questions about that round 11, and they will be asking themselves those questions in the bathroom for their break right now after game number 2. That means we're going to go to a break as well. On the other side, we have the conclusion of the series between Bittersweet and Torn. We'll see you there. Welcome back, one and all, here to the road to the Esports World Cup for Call of Duty Black Ops 7s. This is the last chance qualifiers, and we are in winners round 2 with Bittersweet taking on Torn Esports. My name's Infinity, joined by Proper for this cast. Bittersweet 2-0 up, Proper, and it's a couple of maps, that Torn, I think, will feel hurt by.
Yeah, I mean, given that you lost your map 1 hardpoint pick, you had the lead for about 80% of the game, 250 to 207 you lost there. Burn, Search, and Destroy, barring all of the heroics, you kind of got worked 6-4, and now you got to do a reverse sweep where the majority of maps, specifically the Den hardpoint map 4, if you get there, not even your pick.
Yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle from here. The one positive I will give Bittersweet, Torn, in the situation that they are in, is, again, that they were close to winning maps number 1 and maps number 2, and a couple of different kind of things that maybe would have happened in those maps, and those maps would be torn. So that, I think, is the positive that they have to take away here is, yes, you're 2-0 down in the series, but ultimately, you kind of need to just try and take away the positives that you can from maps number 1 and maps number 2. So next up, we go to Overload. Bittersweet will be riding a high from their earlier performances. They will be feeling very, very confident. But we are going to that Den Overload. And, again, I feel like if you're Torn Esports, you've got to have that same TK come out that came out at the beginning of map number 1 towards the end of map number 2. You've got to have those subs absolutely frying here.
Yeah, you really do. I mean, if you go back to that map number 1, it was a pretty big slaying discrepancy, especially to start off. And it was the SMGs that were absolutely frying. TK came off of a massive map number 2. And the same thing could be said for Millie. Gotta have to have your usual suspects really pop off here as far as Den Overload is concerned. Either you have it or you're down to the lower bracket for Torn.
Have to have it if you're Torn. Already looking towards some mid-map presence. Bittersweet will 3-stack through. First swing should be a miss, short of Velux, producing 2. He does actually do so. Keeps the play alive through the middle of the map here, and Mince tries to get an early flank going, maybe find something through A, but will not be able to do so. On the other side, Velux trying to get something going for a spawn trap. That's not going to happen either. So Torn actually okay right now. They have weathered the storm that was the first couple of pushes.
Yep, sure have. Now it's just about trying to make a play yourself. And TK is the first one to try to do so. Missed time, though. Dak through the middle of the map. Good damage on the player upper window, but the regen never fully comes through, so no real effort to try to take the middle of the map. And now the pressure is being flipped. The last 2 players for Torn Esports are still located over by P3. And, I mean, although you had mid-cut control, you're losing a lot of your teammates over by P1. Hello?
Trades being made. Oh, goodness gracious. They almost allowed fellow through for a freebie there. Luckily enough, they do stop it. I want to be cautious about wrapping through towards that dojo side. It might be better just to let the ball reset with the positioning they're in, especially if they lose some of these gunfights. That's why they're not touching it for a second instead. Now, Dak will actually pick it up. That's after those gunfights are lost, by the way. So Dak is just going to try and play his life here momentarily. Wait for Mince to provide the backup, but Mince can only do so much here, and Mirage can do a little bit more with a pistol. Yes, the kills will be there for Bittersweet. This is not a good position whatsoever for Torn Esports. They danced a lot around those kills, and now they should potentially be able to get this ball through. I think Fellow might just be a little bit more cautious here. He'll just at least play his life. That's not going to happen, though. And now the ball will go back once again. Still blue presence over here in the arrows, though. Proto for the kills through the foot, and Velux with the team nade. That's so unfortunate.
I mean, pretty big misstep coming through for Bittersweet. I mean, Fellow had to have known that his teammates were not too far away behind him. He plays his life for even about 5 seconds. He had the nades to keep himself shrouded over by lockers. Bittersweet probably could have been on the board, but now the pressure's being flipped on the opposite side. No trophy systems towards the back. Nades can land, but Veil off the spawn finds 2. It's another cold line stop. What is happening?
That is crucial for Bittersweet. Back and forth we go. Now they'll give it another chance. They should send somebody for a flanking play. Of course, that will weaken things around the front here. Just down to a couple of kills. As a matter of fact, Proto has to come back. In doing so, get some horrendous timing. Dak's able to come through some kills. Softens those players up enough that TK will be the one to finish things off. And now Torn Esports can move through. If they pick up the ball, they will do so. Opportunity down, knocking. Dak, the only one to find some value. Weakens Mirage with an aid, but does not find the frag. And Fellow through the mid-cut will take that player down. And now Fellow should be the player to try and play lead blocker here. Can he find any value off the play? Good for one, but the rest of the team are through the middle of the map. So Bittersweet probably going to have to change tacts here as far as where they want to take the EMP device is concerned. It is 110% going to be a B, but time and time again, these guys are losing their blocker. And Dak barely saves the EMP device from going through. Has to pick it up to ensure Fellow doesn't get an easy cap. And that should be all safe here for Torn, but they definitely had to work for it.
I mean, Fellow has 17 engagements, but it really feels like that about 4 of those are all off of the overextension, where it felt like Bittersweet were in a scoring opportunity, and it just falls absolutely flat. Vale's up to 25 engagements, 15 and 10, and it's still 0-0. Millie has 15 engagements. He's 3 and 12 for crying out loud. And now we're down to 90 seconds left in the opening half. It's been a very sloppy game of Overload, but still, good goal line stops coming through. Millie? Surely we get the stop here. Semtex right over the top. No way, Millie does it himself? You just can't let it happen. It's a sloppy game of Overload.
Yeah, this is crazy from both teams. The fact that that Semtex is basically all Millie needs to get that one through is absolutely wild. But it is good enough. Torn are now on the board. Bittersweet now going to get yet another 3 down. TK does enough to provide some serious resistance here. Basically all on his lonesome towards Tin. Stun up will prevent the regen from coming through. TK finds one, takes one with him. Torn at this point just trying to do what they can to keep this lead going in towards the half, but now they've got players push forward. Fellow has to find some value off the back of this push and continues to not find anything. The lead blocker goes down. The chance of getting the cap here still on the board. Prototus run for it, and he will get it. Only by way of the fact that Velux provided a distraction through the stairwell. So Bittersweet are going to even the odds here. One last chance. Nobody from Torn will be able to touch. As a matter of fact, Fellow will be the one to grab that ball and just flies it off the map. I don't think he necessarily intended to do that, but either way, Bittersweet will be very relieved they managed to get a cap.
But the biggest difference there for Bittersweet was the timing between Fellow and the rest of his teammates picking up the device. I mean, even though he gets blasted by 2 NPCs in the bottom of the staircase, like, the damage into at least one of the players was still strong enough to set up the last 2 players behind him, be able to find the trades. Everybody spawning over on back P2 at that point if you're playing on that side of the map for Torn, and that's going to be your best bet to be able to get that score, and it finally comes through. But, I mean, I'll be honest, I mean, outside of, like, Millie's score, it felt like that this should probably be closer to about a 3-1 half than it is. Bittersweet are really going to be kicking themselves if they do this VOD review later off the opportunities that presented for themselves, but Torn Esports, a real good opportunity here, Brody, to try to force it into a map number 4. Now on this side of the map, they can hold Bittersweet at an arm's distance and get a couple captures. They're going to be sitting pretty.
I'm somewhat disappointed here in both of the performances of Torn and Bittersweet in this Overload. I want to see something a little bit cleaner here coming into the second half. Both teams have not been able to get those first player through. The lead blockers finding any value whatsoever. Mirage trying to play Survivor in the middle of the map. Has the help of the cover fire from Velux. Should be good now as they start to get something going. It is, technically speaking, only Millie on defense here. There might not be any players to stop this push if they're quick enough, but they're actually going to hesitate. They're relying on Fellow to make this flank happen. Can he get the kills? Fellow, not the tastiest of shots. Can't find Mince. Get the kill. Fellow, what? What are we doing?
Oh, no. The pinch comes through. I don't even think that Torn had a trophy system down. Stop any nades if there were any available. Really sloppy for Bittersweet as they were relying on Fellow to make that pinch. He comes through. He only finds 1 damage onto his second, but can't clean up anything else. But another opportunity presents itself. Vince over by Dojo. Going to be the main defender. Trying to get more space over by P3. Rips Mirage off the head glitch as well. Now Bittersweet holding the device. Gonna think about a rotation.
All right, Bittersweet. It's going to be a B push. Again, Proto can't be the tip of the spear here. You need the likes of Velux and Mirage to get these kills. Velux finds 1. Need more than that. Fellow providing distraction. Is that good enough? No, Mirage can't get anything. Proto down to 55 HP. There's no way he survives for long. And Bittersweet will not get anything off that push. So back and forth, the pendulum swings. Now it's Torn for another hit.
Yep. They got to try to get the device out from their spawn. They're going to 4-player wrap all the way through Dojo. Mirage will be here to meet it. Gonna get the information. He's gonna get overwhelmed. The nade's gonna be coming through. So now Bittersweet gonna try to reinforce his area of the map. Fail's not even in a position to try to help his teammate out through mid-cut. He's gonna be trying to play for a pinch.
Really takes down his teammate. Proto, good for it. And Velox goes down. So it's a 2v2. Proto hits for the regen here. Now it's a 2v3. Mirage taking some shots through and over the top, tries to get it through. Mirage to the pistol for the double. Can he grab the ball? To the knife! Mirage for the three-piece and the detonation. A huge play that puts Bittersweet in the lead.
I bet you Mirage sitting right next to Fellow probably look over him. He's like, take notes, kid. Pull out the knife in the 1v1. Get the capture, damn it. It's a 2-1 lead. 25-18 now for Proto. Mirage off of that 3 spree up to 20-18. The slaying discrepancy is starting to get away from Porte Esports, but they are playing with the white-hot intensity of 1,000 suns. Millie up to 4 in a row. Make it 5. This is about to be another capture coming through in a dead-even game again.
Oh, brother, you cannot let this continue to happen. They're not actually going to go through just yet. They want to hit themselves for the reset. Obviously, Billet this week going to spawn on the other side near the ball. They've now got presence in that direction. They've done enough to stagger the repush through from Bittersweet. They've got players in the backline as well, but you're losing those players very quickly. Now, the good news here is that you are going to spawn towards the backline before Bittersweet can push, put a push together here. So you'll have a moment of reprieve. But how long does that last? Because you're already starting to lose some of the players here. Beautiful nade coming through the window by TK. It's mostly a blue feed, though. Bittersweet are doing good to get up the map. Velox, though, does run past one player, and that's going to cause a problem. But he finds both of the kills. This should be yet another capture. Doesn't matter that you don't find that kill, because Bittersweet will once again take the lead.
All right, now we're starting to hoop a little bit here between these two teams. Much cleaner execution coming through from Device. Dak able to find 2. They know that they're missing Millie. He's over by couches, and Dak is still piecing things up in the middle of the map. They're spawning over by rooftops. Millie is forcing them to spawn in absolute Narnia. Nobody should get here in time. I mean, Fellow might just narrowly, but there's just too many numbers. $18 seconds remaining, and Torn Esports are able to at least even things up. Not only that, but able to take the lead. And it's looking pretty good, at least for a map number 4, barring any heroics to come all the way through. Bittersweet trying to fight back. They had the lead. It was in their grasp, but from a sloppy game of Overload, Bert's a map number 4. Torn Esports stay into play.
Robert, absolutely insane. What an insane ending as Torn Esports managed to take it away. I can't believe that ending proper. I would say, I mean, it feels like they don't know how to capture an overload until one has just been captured on them. Evidently, they just worked it out on the 7th overload of that game. When they actually do push together, it is absolutely insane. It is such a good team play from them. And I just needed to see that a little bit more consistently from them. But either way, it does work out in the end. They are able to edge things out here in Overload.
Yeah, sure are. And again, I mean, from Torn Esports, even on that side of the map for the second half, being able to make that happen, very, very good stuff to be able to hold off what they did in that first half. I mean, it's more of like a tip your hat to how good their defense was on the bad side of the map, if you consider it for Den Overload this late in the stage. But I mean, Bittersweet just could not capitalize on any of their offensive opportunities going past lockers when they were spawning on the Den side of the map. The very first half finally came through to tie things up 1-1 at the end. But I mean, I could go back there and I could truly dissect it. But at the end of the day, Brody, I think it mostly just comes down to I think it's just miscommunication, just bad comms coming through a lot for Bittersweet. Just lead blocker way too far gone. Defenders behind him way too far removed. Regen constantly coming out for Torn Esports, but doesn't seem like that they're too torn. Saw Velox giving himself a nice little laugh right there to Fellow as well, as they're getting back in towards the training area, preparing themselves for the Den hardpoint. Venue may stay the same, but the objective is going to change.
Man, Torn will be so happy with the fact that they managed to win that map. Obviously, the fact that they don't get 3-0'd, obviously, they will be happy at a base level, but I think at the same time, they will be incredibly happy that they were able to pull off the win just because of how close that was. You know, the fact they were able to clutch up, they were behind for the majority of that game every single time that Bittersweet got a cap. They managed to find a cap through themselves. And it's also worth saying, I don't think they did that individually as well. Like, I think Mints finishes on top of everything. I think even something like 31 and 26, something to that effect. But really, everybody had massive plays towards the back half of that game to really put it together, especially with those back-to-back overloads coming through. Everybody pulled their weight. Again, the team play, I think, for Torn was exemplary, and that is exactly what they needed. Not just to stay alive in the series, but also to finally garner some momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's really only one way to start a reverse sweep, and that's obviously taking the map number 3 in a momentous way.
Yeah.
Exactly what Torn Esports were able to do here. And, you know, let's talk about the slaying discrepancy when Bittersweet were up 3-2 there. In a matter of about 15 seconds, Torn Esports not only flipped that on its head, but they were able to land, I'm pretty sure, I mean, my math is terrible, but it's like 5 to 8 kills over what Bittersweet held. Mm-hmm. And the majority of the time throughout all of Game 3, Bittersweet were definitely leading as far as slaying is concerned. So definitely something you'd love to see if you are a fan of Torn Esports watching over here in North America, though the same thing could be said for Bittersweet. They are absolutely still on series point to continue onwards in towards what is about to be the upper bracket semifinals, where I believe that they would end up going up to face the winner of BTD versus the Pit. Mm-hmm. And if the sheet is correct, the Pit are down 2-0.
Gosh darn, that would have been a phenomenal series. Holy. I tell you what, Henry
also 3-0'd over Rowson as well.
Dudes, it is. Aerotech, I think 3-0 Rowson kind of makes sense, right? I think we kind of expected that. I don't mean any
sure.
nastiness towards Rowson, but I feel like, you know, we talk about where those teams are at. Aerotech are kind of... they're a very good team. They're one of the, I think...
You expect them to do well here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think the Pit being 2-0 down is honestly a massive shock.
Yeah, it is.
So, yeah, BTD, Henry is showing up for revenge. Cobra wants to take down Linz's French brethren. Keep you guys updated on all around what's happening around the grounds as Torn Esports continue this matchup versus Bittersweet GG. And Bittersweet will be hoping to do what they did previously in the hardpoint. Maybe in a less struggling fashion, because it is worth saying, of course, they did start pretty slow in the first hardpoint.
I'm just sitting here laughing because, like, Henry literally tweeted yesterday, like, someone gave him monitor settings because he wasn't, like, playing the greatest Call of Duty, and, like, now he's up 2-0 over his former team. So I guess he got monitor settings. But here we go. Map number 4 for Bittersweet versus Torn. And, I mean, this is a big moment for Bittersweet, just to continuously not to be deterred. Bifella came off of what was almost a double negative game there in the map number 3. He's starting off much better. TK around the flank over by Lights is able to find himself 3. A 4-2 start for the kid.
This is exactly what happened previously. TK went huge at the start of the hard point. Not as big this time around, though. Not quite the 9-0 nuclear start that he had at the beginning of the earlier hard point on Sake. Bittersweet now looking to try and break through. They should flip the spawns out here by way of the fact that Fellow has gone the longest route known to man, and they are now starting to poke and prod around the front as well. Yeah, Fellow causes a little bit of spawn out coming through from Millie, so that will weaken things here towards the hard point. But Dak is good for it. Picks up 3 in a row. Just one more player. Even if Dak doesn't find that kill, Millie should be good for the trade. Bittersweet, though, will continue to throw reinforcements at this hard point. They are not giving a moment's rest to Torn.
It's got to be 1 2-piece. Bittersweet need one player to find a 2-piece, and they can maybe find themselves a footwork to get themselves in. Vale finds one inside of couches, but the numbers in the back spawns are just way too overwhelming. So Fella's going to give it a good old scholar try, and he gets zapped. So rotate over towards New. It's Bittersweet's MO. It's going to be a 1v2 here for the initial, and TK's got an NPC. He already gets head eyes from the opening bullet. Porte is going to push that issue. That should be the rotation at least secured as Vale's pinching around lockers.
Big kills being made from Porte. Nicely done. You do lose one on the other side, Dragon, so that means that Torn will have a 2-2 split towards this hard point. That isn't necessarily a good thing if they don't play as a team. Never mind, TK and Mince are doing exactly that. Mint through the wall, perfect shots across the way. Goodness gracious, the NPC is an absolute god gun. Fellow overwhelmed as well, and that 2-2 split works out pretty much perfectly for Torn. Yes, they do get broken back, but at least for a bright moment there, it was pretty good before Velux comes and ruins it.
I don't know if you know what Velux wallbanged to kill Dak there, but regardless, he's able to find a crazy kill. Proto's still alive on this 5 spree. He was one of the first players here. Sees 2 players, would love to be able to find the kill, but that spree is going to come to a rest. No Hellstorm has been earned for Bittersweet, but still, fantastic P3, the resurgence, scrap time coming to be earned for Torn Esports, and they might just try to push all the way through the moment that they know that Vale is all by his lonesome, and that is going to be the case. Bittersweet, they spawn over by P2. They're still trailing by about 20 points here, Brody, but they're going to be the first one to touch tree.
Yeah, that was a big hard point coming through for Bittersweet. They do take away a lot of time that gets them almost even with Torn. They recognize someone's around the back line because they don't have the back spawns, and they will finally spot out Dak before he can be a nuisance. So now Torn will just have to get this done the old-fashioned way, which is just straight headbutting towards the hard point. TK can't do it alone, though, and now he won't be alone. Has help here. Can the trades be good for Mince? Softens up Mirage. Should be good for Dak to come through, but he is, again, not alone. Millie keeping an eye on the flank. Beautifully done. Dak should now be up towards 100 HP. Proto trying to movement his way back towards the hard point. Not going to happen. And now Bittersweet will look to return back towards the hard point through the back of the hard point, but it's just so difficult to do so when Torn are watching every single point of ingress and they're winning the majority of these gunfights.
Yeah, but you're still able to contest for a good amount of time here at the end of P4. So, I mean, you got to take the small W's where you can if you are Bittersweet. You're looking from top to bottom, going back towards the center of the map. Uncharacteristic game from Proto. He's 9 and 10. This guy was absolutely lighting things up at the Sake map #1. Fellows kind of been falling off as the series has been progressing. We're probably going to see a couple transitions come through. Velox constantly on the flank, needs some assistance there. Bait and switch with Proto as he was able to showcase that, but TK is still lighting things up. 12 and 10 now. It's 4 in the feed. Torn Esports can do no wrong.
Torn Esports looking really good in this hard point right now. They've found themselves a hell of a resurgence. It's Bittersweet. Now trying to find control. Nicely done from Fellow. Catches a couple of players off guard on the flank. Now everything going to come from one side as TK and Millie on a combined 9 spree. TK continues his reign of terror as well. How many more is TK going to get? 7 now for him. Incredibly close towards a Hellstorm missile. Nobody can put a stop to TK. This man is a train, and it ain't stopping anytime soon. He is rolling through absolutely everybody. Does not matter that he's fools, because job is done. He gets so much time there for Torn.
And TK Torn train. Millie around the backside now heating things up as well. 6 spree. That's 2 Hellstorms earned for Torn Esports on the second set of hills. Bittersweet. They got the back spawns, but the Hellstorm missile could keep them trapped back there. Torn Esports over by the rooftop side, just poking and prodding and just slowly just whittling down Bittersweet GGs. Can you think that Torn Esports have map 5 on the horizon? The lead would suggest so.
Again, it is incredibly easy to hold this one from the front with those back spawns locked in. This is not a good position for Bittersweet to be in whatsoever. They have to try and break, and they're all going in through one entry. Everybody to be TK down, but that's the one play you need to take down because TK is absolutely insane. Surely not all 4. It isn't enough. That is going to open the door, though, for Torn to try and get back in. And I tell you what, yes, Dak and Mince find the kills to get that scrap time, but TK is the one that earns it.
160 to 71. Last time we saw a very similar scoreline not too long ago with the map #1. Bittersweet were able to win, but can they rally behind anybody? Everybody for Bittersweet are negative. Millie off of the transition from 2 to 3 is calling in the Hellstorm missile. Everybody stays safe. It's actually Velox that's able to take the kill onto Dak. Finally, Millie touches down with the main missile, and still everybody's alive. Finally, the engagement comes through. TK almost falls off the map, but it's a 2-for-2 trade, and now they're in for the contest.
TK just continues 25 and 14 now, moving forward here in this game. There's Torn now once again in control. Does not matter. TK is just hitting reload on his NPC. He is absolutely happy to just continue to swing from wall to wall, and there's so much damage in towards the opposition players here. This is not good whatsoever for Bittersweet now, because as Torn push through Dojo, Bittersweet will spawn out on the other side of the map, and this deficit, proper, it just does not look like it's going to close anytime soon, especially as Torn continues to lock hill after hill down.
It'd be a Herculean effort. Can anybody step up to the pedestal for Bittersweet? Seems like that Velox is going to try his best. Raj, head glitch over by the rooftop. Will take down Millie, so that's going to be the rotation secured. Early time here for Bittersweet. It all starts with one hill. You got Fellow watching top side. You got rooftops being watched as well. Long OE for Mince is being hit. And the timing for Proto, he doesn't see it.
Just individual plays like this are crazy. Yes, Mirage is doing some damage with the front. Oh, no, Mirage. No, no. Oh, no, Mirage falls through the front. Fortunately, his teammates are good around the back line, so it's all good. Your mistakes are being covered up by your team. Bittersweet, they do desperately need this back 30 seconds as they are behind by an absolute marathon here in this game. All of Torn coming through one side of the hard point here. Fellow continue his spree on 6 in a row. Has got the Hellstorm missile. Doesn't necessarily need to find this kill. Proto can be good enough for it as Fellow plays Distraction. And that, I think, is probably the best sequence that we've seen from Bittersweet this entire game.
Yeah, running out of bullets there. Has all the coverage from his teammates, soaking up the time. 18-21. Fellow has the Hellstorm missile going back towards the center of the map. He's calling it in. He's calling it in. Everybody's going to stay trapped over by couches. Got one player trapped over by lockers. Going to start pushing over by P3. Fel's going to be watching it. Fellow takes them down in return. It's 2 in the feed. Make it 3. Going in, hop inside P1, boys. We got to get some time.
Yeah, this is a lot of time going down here for Bittersweet. They're happy with it for the moment. Fellow, good read on the flank. This is actually a lot of distraction. It's delaying the players getting back towards the middle of the map. Fortunately for Torn, they have Millie on a potential flanking play. That has worked out for one, but no more than that. So, all now a bit more one-dimensional. Mirage, next up here with the M15, looking for kills. It's 4 all across the middle of the map here. Mintz is doing some serious damage. Mintz is able to produce a second kill, and, well, Fellow will go down. But look at this little play coming out here from Proda. The fact that he's in the backline. Now Torn Esports should know, but they aren't aware of it whatsoever. Dak not ready for it. Neither is Mintz, but Mintz still finds the kill, and they deal with the imminent threat that was the player towards the backline. Torn should be first to touch.
And the Hellstorm missile was supposed to be a double-ditch effort. Get Fellow over by P2, flip the spawns, and get time over by P1. They get neither. So now it's Torn Esports in possession of P2. TK is getting space over by Rooftop. Sees the shadows. The nade tech comes through, and that's more space to be provided. Fellow, though, trying to get himself in towards the time. He's got his teammates right behind him and the first blood to try to break.
25 seconds, and they will force a game 5 here, folks. But it is going to be Bittersweet in. Now, there is an opportunity with 30 seconds on the clock here. You've got Torn Esports spawning towards the backline. Bittersweet, if they hold, they will also have Torn in a bad position for the rotation too. So the road is open for Bittersweet. They just have to drive down it, and driving they are. But TK is here, and he's driving faster. Picks up 3. Leaves Velux on his lonesome inside the hard point. And with 15 seconds left, that is damaging given just how close Torn are to the victory.
And it's going to put them just within striking distance. One break over by P3, and it's all but GG's. The difference, Torn Esports, they don't have a Hellstorm missile to try to break it this time around. Proto over by Arches, finds the first. Mid-cut, being watched and guarded as well. Mirage has the cross. They find the next. Now they know it's coming from Dojo.
Have to be perfect. Can't let Torn look at this hard point. They are getting bullied by a lot of utility being sent their way as well. It's softening them up enough that Bittersweet very easily taking them down with the gunny, but it's TK next up, and we've already seen what TK's done once. Can't do it again. Bittersweet holding here for the moment. Torn continue to go through the blender. Dak finds the first kill, though. Is this the opportunity? TK also finding value through the middle of the map now. Just 2 more players in the hard point to contend with, and 2 more players have been dealt with. Torn Esports are now in.
They're in. Fellow, he's got to find every single kill. He doesn't. TK gets taken down. 241 to 180. Bittersweet, we got to go.
Got to find a way through. You can't just have your irons up. Millie, the last one left to contend with. Millie for 2. Millie for 3 to close the game. TK will deal with the last player. And Torn continue the journey of this reverse sweep as they send us to a game 5.
Oh, Millie getting chirping over towards Fellow. Reverse sweep on the horizon. Comes down to 1 map. Millie calls game at P3. Talk about a statistical leader through a lot of the challengers you're here in Black Ops 7. Don't let this man cook all the way at the end with this beard. Do not let this man cook. He will absolutely fry you given the opportunity. And that was showcased right then and there. But that was brought to you by the TK Train Express, Brody. I think you said it perfectly. Yep. This guy was on a steamroll that just could not be stopped. Timing was great. Able to convert a lot of different gunfights that honestly probably had no business winning. But it's that stark difference from beginning all the way to end that we asked Masake Hardpoint from Torn Esports. They did not slow down. They were consistent from start to finish.
Man, what an amazing series this has been so far. Bittersweet. They managed to closely win the first couple of maps, and now Torn have sieged through maps number 3 and 4. That lead us to only 1 place. A game 5 is coming up next, folks, but we have to give the teams their breaks. We have a game 5 coming up. We're going to go to our break ourselves. On the other side, Torn versus Bittersweet. Who's going to go through to the next round? Welcome back one and all here to the road to EWC for Call of Duty Black Ops 7. We are currently in winners round 2 of the last chance qualifiers with Torn taking on Bittersweet. And it has been an incredible matchup so far, with Bittersweet starting strong, being 2-0 up before now being forced into a Game 5 with reverse sweep on the cards. Torn have been feeling themselves the last couple of maps.
And they deservedly should. I mean, when you're slaying outright the way that we've been seeing from the Den Overload and the grit to be able to get that last capture, to be able to win 4-3, and then to beat the absolute brakes off of Bittersweet on their map pick of a Den Hardpoint, they're just checking every single box on this laundry list, aren't we? I mean, this is just absolutely amazing if you are a fan of Torn Esports. Bit of a nightmare feel, though, if you are a fan of Bittersweet and any one of those 4 players that are over there currently as they are trying to fight off against the reverse sweep. The one thing you got going for yourself, though, Brody, when you look back at the Fringe map, too, just about every single round, besides the first for Torn Esports, was all off of heroics, was all off of clutching. So they're going to have to try to rectify that coming into the Den Search and Destroy, or they're going to go down the lower bracket.
Alrighty. All comes down to a Game 5, whether you go down to the lower bracket or you continue on, guaranteed top 6 here in this tournament. Of course, as we always say, doesn't matter where you place. If you don't finish first, you're not continuing on your Black Ops 7 season. Good stuff, Torn, here in this Game 5 as Millie draws first blood. Proda, though, going to trade things out. You've lost your teammates in the play, though, and Proda needs to procure more. Can't do so. So all down to Velux now in the 1v3. Already found one.
Velux, though. Iron. Yeah, he's got the head glitch. Does he get out? He goes for the reach out. My God, Vale. Could have gotten out from the window, my guy. But decides not to. Goes for the reach out. I would have done the same thing.
I'll tell you what as well. To come out for an A push right off the rip in a Den Search and Destroy Game 5, that is a ballsy play and a half. Considering how common it is, generally speaking, that you see B being the bomb site of a target. So that's going to throw things off for the defensive side. Torn are already starting to feel themselves here in this Game 5. First round looking pretty good. What a Bittersweet do. They are going to go for the box standard B push. Smoke not being utilized just yet, and they're only going to have to deal with one nade. Stun through from Millie will slow things up, but Millie is all on his lonesome here. If he gets away, this will be a bloody miracle. And he does, but in doing so, gives up the site.
Not kind of trapped in here, though. One player watching the flanks got me fellow. You're going to try to push all the way through Dojo. Tip of the spear being your bomb carry might not be the right play.
That's going to find the first kill. Yeah, that is not good position whatsoever, because the bomb is now right at the feet of the players here with Torn Esports. This is horrendous position for Bittersweet to be in. Fellow and Mirage need to try and catch these guys individually. Fellow has an idea that somebody might be around this corner. His spidey sense is tingling. But again, the minute he swings, there is the potential for a trade. So Mirage needs to have his back. Does he do so? He gets away. Barely, but fortunately, immediately after that, does get taken down. So Mirage now for the 1v2. Time not on his side here. Needs to play aggressive as you like. Bomb is not an option. Ideally, he just needs to find these kills. Has a multitude of angles to collect, and unfortunately has already been found out. He's not long for this world. And you caught it in the middle of that round, Proper. The bomb being the tip of the spear, being the player push furthest forward. That's not the right play call.
So when you try to make that P3B bomb push, like, you're almost really reliant on being able to find that first blood or early damage from nades into Dojo. And if you can't get a player in towards that area, it's just never really a good look to try to go for that bomb plant, because there's just that one little peek, the space to be provided even off the wall banks for you to lose your bomb carrier. Even forcing the 3v3 makes things a little bit more tumultuous for the offending team on that side of the map. So 2-0 start for Torn. They are coming out white hot off of this reverse sweep potential. Offense suggesting to maybe go over towards B, and Dak with the sniper finds first blood on the fellow.
Everything coming up Torn at the moment, isn't it?
Go on, TK.
Another one. TK gets Mirage for free. Don't think Mirage necessarily expected somebody to be that far pushed forward. This is just everything's going wrong for Bittersweet at the moment. They are not going to be able to get towards this bomb site in time to do anything. Proda does find Millie, though. That is an insane kill, by the way. Isn't going to stop the bomb plant, but it does make things a little bit softer as far as the retake is concerned. Broder and Velux now able to hit the reset here on the play. Covering all of the corners. TK. That nade's going to connect. Easy kills for TK. Velux takes down his own teammates, and it is Torn now 3-0. They are absolutely in the driver's seat here.
First blood from Dak via the sniper rifle, where Fellow was ringing heads on Fringe back on map number 2. An adjustment might need to be on the cards, but even more so than that, I mean, just the sheer aggression. Like, you know you're in free flow and you can do no wrong when your bomb carrier is the tip of the spear, and he's able to find the second kill onto an unknown player just sprinting up the staircase. I mean, if I'm on any team and I see my bomb carrier making that hop up towards top window, like, you better find that kill for TK, otherwise you just screwed us out of the round. Yep. And it is a hell of a round to take, because now you're up 3-0.
Yeah, this has not gone well for Bittersweet whatsoever. Although it should be said they should, technically speaking, be only 2-1 down. If it wasn't for the fact that the bomb planter was the one pushed furthest up, he probably would have won that previous offensive round. Don't do it again. Don't do it again. Millie is ready for it. And he's going to find that first kill. At least it wasn't the bomb carrier this time.
There's no follow-up for the trade either. No damage at all. So now they're just going to try to get the bomb planted. Dak's stun right over the top. Will connect onto Vale. Vincent a 1v1 for Fellow on the flank. We'll find a 3v3, but it's a 2v3 over on the opposite side of Dojo.
Prote's got effectively 1 versus 3 here. He's got no help whatsoever. Does take one down with him, and that's fine. Good news for Fellow is they don't necessarily know where Fellow will entry towards his site from. The last they heard of him was that he's all the way towards the back of the map. And all he needs to do is stop this bomb from going down. Not entirely sure whether it's planted for him here. I'd imagine that it is. No, that's actually probably the worst possible position, but he can still get an angle on the players. Now they know where he is. They've got to push for him, and perfect shots coming through. Torn continue to roll through Bittersweet.
Oh, man. Round after round. First blood after first blood. And even though Fellow secures the flank, I still go back towards that first blood. The overextension comes through. No attempt for the trade. No real idea, in my opinion, on how they wanted to even try to take Dojo. It just felt like that they just wanted to send players in there and maybe just hope for the best off of the trades. But it's just not going to work. Not with the way that Torn Esports are shooting right now. 4-0 up. Currently making some good calls. You can tell the comms are coming through for both sides of the screen. What's going to be the response coming through for Bittersweet here on this defense? Because sniping for Fellow has not worked out on this side of the map. Dak's going to take that sniper rifle. Fellow's up top in the window. He's going to try his hand at it. But the offense, 2 players strong, lurking over towards B.
Big low. Dak as well. Not a single person watching the middle of the map. How on earth has that happened? Jack just runs straight through. Bittersweet, I think we're expecting a heavy push in towards B. They prepared for it. They're prepared for an eventuality that never came. So Torn now have the man advantage. They will get this rock down.
I sure will. Nobody's going to even have an opportunity to try to go for a pinch. This is all going to come through desk, all come through PCs. Vale does find the first. 3v3.
Good read on towards Dak. Dak, I was going to say, Fellow, trade that a little bit quicker, pal. 2 versus 2 we go. Effectively, individual 1v1s. TK wins his. Mirage has already been peppered up, and there it is. The team play from Torn continues to be exemplary. When you want to rely on these guys to win their one-on-ones, they are going to win them. And we now need a full sail for Bittersweet to stop the reverse sweep.
Couple unks watching on in the background. Bittersweet gonna have to get a full sail. Otherwise, they get 6-0'd. In a reverse sweep fashion, and this pop-off is going to be immense. The secret lab chairs better be bolted down to the ground. We'll have to see what the offense now has to offer. I mean, Dak, the SMG combination, the sniper rifle, this guy could be anywhere. He could have any weapon at any point in time, and you may not be right where he's located at. Head bash over towards rooftops, potentially for the game.
GK continues on his reign of terror, 5 in a row. You'll take that, though. If you're Bittersweet, the problem is, once again, the furthest player push forward is the one with the bomb. So Fellow now needs to stick his neck out to try and retrieve it. And even if you do, you've now got Millie coming on a potential flank to blow this play up. It's all on Millie to potentially get this 6-0. Does not cleanly get the kill, but gets the information that this rotation's happening.
Yep. Gonna try to get over towards B, get that bomb planted very, very quickly. Old Dak gets ripped off of Vale inside of the window. They're not going to try to go for the fast plant here, Brody. 2 players strong for Torn. They're going to meet him.
Dak first blood on the play. Fellow and Velux feeling a little bit shaky. And back they go once again. The play call has been made. Velux is going to stay here to try and play a little bit of aggression while Fellow gets the bomb down over by A. Fellow needs to make as much noise as possible, but ideally he needs to walk away with at least 1 kill. Can't do so. Peppered up. Can he at the very least walk away with his life? Needs to try and do so here. Not gonna happen. And it leaves Fellow in a 1v3. He will at the very least have the bomb to play with.
Look where it's planted for, though. He's playing for a 1-for-1 position in a 1v3. GG's.
Do we trust in the TFL Enterprises? He's good for the first. Players on the other side, so he'll be able to hit the reset here on the play.
They're isolated.
Yeah, these guys, these are individual one-on-ones. Fellow not going to check the corner, though, and Torn will take that 6-0 all day long. That is one hell of a way to end a reverse sweep.
Ooh, reverse sweep to start the day. Map 5 regardless, but my God, bittersweet. 2-0 up, scammed the Den overload, got smacked around on their hardpoint pick, and got obliterated on the Den search and destroy. Not what you expect to see when it's the namesake from top to bottom on this roster, but regardless, Second Life has been activated. Bittersweet down to the lower bracket. Torn Esports, at least in this matchup, a little bit of North America supremacy, Brody.
Man, what an insane matchup. Honestly, I'll be honest, initially when we were talking about what matches we wanted to watch, this wasn't the first choice, but I'm kind of glad that we did because it was a phenomenal affair between these two teams. I have to give so many of these players so much love for what they're able to pull off there in that game number 5. Everybody steps up to the mark. Obviously, I think if we're going to pick like an MVP, an unofficial MVP proper, it probably is TK for his performances through that series. That guy pops off every single map.
What? That guy's the MVP for Torn's entire season. What do you mean for the game? Like that guy popped up in Elite before Atlanta and just said, "Hey, hold on 1 second. Yeah, Fortnite, no more. I'm just here to game, and I'm just gonna drop bombs. That's just what I'm gonna do." And now he's surrounding, again, crazy that I'm sitting here thinking that Dak is even a veteran, but like, that's what you get out of Dak. Like, he's sniping SMG. He's constantly throwing wrenches into the system, making everybody on Bittersweet constantly second guess where he could be located at, what weapon he has. And by the time you finally decipher that, he's probably already flanking you. He probably found first blood. And before you were even worried about that, TK's probably already found 2. Insane.
Insane performances from TK. He is a big reason why Torn are able to pull off the reverse sweep against Bittersweet, and they move forward in our bracket. Let's give you guys an update on where our bracket is at, because this round of play has concluded. We already mentioned a few of these updates, but we'll go through them once more. Arrowtech Edge, that's the former Omit Brooklyn roster. They 3-0'd Rousen Esports, and they move on to the Winners Bracket semi-finals, where they will play Telluride Bush Gaming, who got their 3-1 victory against Omnia Invicta. That is going to be an all-American matchup proper in the upper bracket semifinals. I cannot wait to see that one. It's going to be an absolute banger. Down on the lower side of our bracket, though, Torn Esports, obviously with that reverse sweep against Bittersweet GG, puts them up against, and get this, BTD Esports 3-0. The pit, they will now move on to the next round of play. Henry, he got his revenge.
Insane to be able to sit here and think that Henry spawned in with a pickup team, BTD, and he's just 3-0. It's like, it was a one-man change. They just picked up Linz, and on paper, you would think like, yeah, Linz, former league, SMG player, but Henry's, I mean, he's that guy, pal, and we don't have any scoreboards from it, but he tweeted out saying that his teammates are insane, so I can only imagine that Rush was probably continuing to have himself a great tournament, Cobra probably doing Cobra things, but as things progress, Bittersweet in the lower bracket, Pit EU in the lower bracket, we got some heavy hitters, man, and it's shark-infested waters early.
Yeah, it is indeed. Here is that lower bracket that we were talking about as well. With a number of matches going on, it is do or die time for the teams that remain here. Because if you lose here in the lower bracket, not only are your tournament lives over, but this, of course, being the last chance qualifier for the last event of the Black Ops 6 season, or Black Ops 7 season, excuse me, means that your season is over as well. So, it is do or die for the teams here in the lower bracket proper. You have to win, otherwise your season is done.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we can only take one, y'all. And although there is a prize pool behind this tournament, and everybody would love a lion's share, the real prize is being able to not only win this tournament, but represent your team, play alongside your teammates at the Esports World Cup next week with the rest of the teams.
Yeah, indeed. Well, just to give you guys a heads up, by the way, I know there was a lot of Bush fans out there wanting to see Bush play. Bush are not being streamed at the moment because they're not playing for a while just yet. We are not continuing the upper bracket just yet. We're going to go down to the losers bracket next up to eliminate some teams from the competition. So next up is losers round 1, and we'll see you there. We'll leave us some replays for the last series. We're going to go to break, guys. On the other side, we've got more Call of Duty Black Ops 7 from the LCQs.
Stop fucking talking! You old fuck!
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than me hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
Is that airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Half and blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good? Fight.
Okay.
Never had you shine. Don't give up.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
ドキドキしようよ準備開脚早くまだまだないこの世界を楽しんでみたんだ
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the LCQ. We are ready to rumble in our next game, and right now it is time for the elimination matches. These teams will be saying goodbye to us if they drop out of this round. My name is Bryce. I'm here, of course, proper.
Good to be back again for another series of matches with you, Bryce. And like you were saying, we're down to the elimination bracket. The teams that lost yesterday have been sitting there patiently doing their 2v2s, shooting some bots, whatever is possible, because like you said, backs are against the wall now.
They certainly are. We're going to see just how much this pressure makes diamonds or if it breaks these players. A lot of them obviously coming in today having played yesterday and lost their first games, so have not had a chance to really keep on going with any sort of momentum. So a bit of a fresh start for some of these, but there are some big names who've already dropped into this lower bracket, and we'll see those as we go through.
Yeah, and as far as the lower bracket is concerned, I think the biggest one that's about to be jumping off the page for us is probably, would you garner this to be an upset where BTD were able to 3-0 the Pit, and now the Pit are in the lower bracket? I think that's probably one of the biggest names that we have down there, alongside Bittersweet, literally just losing 6-0 on a 10 search and destroy versus Porte Esports. And if that wasn't insult to injury enough, it was a reverse sweep as well.
No, 100%. I think the Pit probably the biggest name in there. We put them in our top 5 at the beginning of yesterday, and they've lost. But BTD are a very good squad, so it's not as big of an upset as it could have been, but it's certainly probably the biggest one we've had so far. Of course, with the rest of these games, we are going into that lower bracket round 1. Those are the games we'll be seeing next. After that, we're actually going into lower bracket round 2 before we take an upswing back into the upper bracket, and we try to lock those games in. Now we've got rid of Brody, of course. It does mean we can show Bush on stream. He is very much a Bush hater. I don't know why he does it, to be honest, but
for real.
We should be catching up with those guys in just a bit. But right now, the game we are going to be focusing on is going to be 2 Unks versus Eras. We'll see how these two teams get on. Obviously, a bit of a pickup squad.
A bit of a pickup squad, but an absolute warming in our hearts. And I think I could speak for a lot of us Challengers commentators when we go back, and just to be so blessed to be able to see Steve Vortex back on our screens once again. I mean, with 2 Unks come to mind, I was already thinking, who's the biggest uncle that I could think of in Call of Duty that's not named Tyler Fellow? It, of course, would be Steve Vortex, a coach for ROC throughout the entirety of the year, did fantastic in that role. Now picking up the 6 once again. Interested to see how he plays.
Well, me too. I mean, obviously, some shenanigans going on up there, as we just saw that kind of ridiculous reverse sweep happen as well. So it's one of those ones where now the games get better and we start to see the teams really differentiate themselves all the way through. You can see here that we are currently on board with our featured game for this slot, and they are warming up. You can even see, if you check down the right-hand side of your screen, they are in the lobby. So we are just waiting on the go button to be hit, and we should be jumping into that first hard point.
Should be able to see what that has to offer. I mean, they're going up against Eras Esports. The map number 1 would be a Scar Hardpoint, and I mean, as the season has been progressing, we've been seeing a lot more diversity on this map, and ever since the NPC has been added into the mix, the pace of Scar has become very, very fast. And, on the opposite side for Eras, I think that this is going to be a really good matchup for them to try to get a bounce back off of their loss versus Rousen yesterday. A couple good names to be able to shout out over on that side. A lot of good French representation. Nadox, Clean Z is also there as well. Been playing for a real long time alongside of each other, especially for Nadox is a name for European Call of Duty's history books at this point. Playing alongside Zin and Faye, and The aforementioned Faye yesterday was probably the one that jumped off the page for me, Bryce. I want to see him do it again.
Well, let's find out, because this, obviously, being an elimination game, will put them out of the tournament. Neither team wants to walk away without a single win to their name, so it's time to break out everything. For some of these, it will be the very last game they play competitively of this game for the year. So, nothing to hold back.
None whatsoever. Favorite side of the map to start, at least 4-2 unks, but the opening wave of the gunfights very favorable for the boys in blue. And although they're trying to regress back through couches, they're just going to have to wait for their numbers before they can try to recontest one.
Go back to it. You can already see 2unks just trying to hold on to that spawn for as long as possible. Kez with a big 2. I'd say Era's probably a little bit more favored in this matchup initially. We'll see how that does play out. I mean, talent on both sides of it. Not going to be an easy game.
Still mid-cut being held realistically since the start of the game. Now they're going to be able to push all the way through couches. All the spawn out already occurs. Faye's already going to be in the back line. Can 2unks hold from the front?
They're doing it so far. They're just going to clear out this last one and try to get that spawn back in. If they do so, they know that roof spawn will be coming through with the spawn of their teammate Slade right at the back. And now the pressure all over the roofs. Just going to try and get it. And Vortex actually flies out to pick up 2. They've got players already still piling in. And Kez is flying forward as well. They are absolutely not allowing them to rest onto it. Vortex has correctly identified the spawn that's just come in. And Faye will go down as well.
All right. So the response is there, plus a little bit extra. Almost looking at about a full 60 here. 4-2 unks that started off on the front side of the map. And well, when Faye falls off the map, still finds the kill on the Slate, could be the opportunity, but now you're just lacking numbers. A full 60. 4-2 unks on P2, and now they're going to fly across the map.
This is where it's tenuous at best. 2unks flying in, but Slade makes a massive 2. That is outrageous on a rotation. It might have just opened the door a little bit for the rest of the team to reinforce and get through here themselves, but a couple of kills going against them means that might not be the case as Zerka looks to close the door.
Big Semtex there to take down Reflex over by mid-cut. That's going to keep it secured. So now you can all focus towards the front if you are Eras. It's all going to be coming from the dojo. Vortex is taking a very long route to come through mid-cut. By the time he gets here, his teammates are dead.
They're trying to flip this spawn at the same time here, but they're burning a lot of time to try and do it here. Vortex and Kez trying to make a play, but Kez out towards the back here. They're going for every single angle. A little bit of a wrap for maybe scrap time. So with the last swing at the bat, but they just try to contest for a few seconds. I mean, that is an outrageous jump flying through the middle there, Vortex. No trade available.
No, none whatsoever. It's now 2unks forced back into dojo. Give themselves a real good shake to maybe try to break P3, but Eras are going to push them all the way back in towards the dragon statue. Nobody's going to touch the time first. They got to try to win this wave of gunfights first. You got 2 players up top to deal with.
Couple of initial kills as it goes down a pinstripe kill feed, but with Zerka getting that one, the door is now open. Slade has to defend. Slade finds the first, keeps it going. He knows there's more players coming through. He knows where the reinforcements are going to be, but Slade makes another massive 2. That comes through, eventually cleans him up with Faye, and that will be an opportunity for Eras to get back into this point.
3-10 start for Faye, but about to potentially be looking at a lead flip here. They can just try to hold on, but Slayton towards the back line. Kez inside of weapons, still able to turn mincemeat of Zerka with his pistol. That should at least be the scrap time contested here in a moment for Eras. We got spawns all over the place, but when it's all said and done at the end of the first set of hard points, just about a dead even game between the two teams. And realistically, the slang's not leaning towards one side or the other. You cannot have asked for a more dead even game.
Well, let's see if the next set of rotations give us an idea of how this one is going to end. You can hear the Hellstorm coming through. For those players that will keep them off that P1 for just a few seconds and give the information that they need. Thread the needle. Needle's no good. And do not get that player out towards the back. And now nobody's going to be on the point for the first 20 seconds of this P1.
Hey, you remember even back in the first set, right? It's like they didn't need a Hellstorm to be able to get this much time off of P1. 2unks got to try to get some slaying going to maybe try to get themselves a little bit further forward. Got spawns for Eras on the backside of couches. Vortex is there for 2. 3 in the feed now. That should at least be the scrap time more or less secured. But the question now beckons for 2unks. When's going to be the time to try to push all the way through? One spawns out. Vortex spawns to the back of P2. Now's a better time than ever.
Vortex has spawned up. The rest of his team are not spawning there. That is not in the right position they want it to be, and with Vortex pushing their couches, it is going to be here as Esports that will have the P2 rotation first. We'll already see the split going through. Kez is trying to get out towards the back. They are going to know that he is doing this. The rest of the players are going to go over roofs. The best case scenario is that kills get made for 2unks into that P2 to pull the players out, and that's exactly what is happening. With those kills being made, Kez is in towards the back. It's blocked the spawn, and 2unks are in.
Yeah, perfectly called there, Bryce, with Kez making that very long play around the back. Now he has to try to hold it, but he's got the NPC to do it. He just gets overwhelmed. A point for Eras just to completely flip the pressure on the backside of couches, but the car bomb never went off in the first set. It will be there this time around. 2unks still holding.
Pressure coming through. Eras will have the back spawn once again. Roof reinforcements into the side here as they try to get it, but the slaying has not gone the way of 2unks to keep this one for more than a couple of seconds. And Kez will find 1 and 2, but 2 is not good enough. 14 seconds of scrap time. One last chow coming through. No good. Off to P3.
Yep. And you have that rotation already. If you are 2unks, Vortex playing cutoff inside of couches, nobody's going to give him the light of day. So all comes down to Slade to be able to win the initial. He does so. Not able to get the reset there for Faye. We'll get the trade, but you still have numbers on this side of the map for 2unks.
Oops. Trying to thread a little bit of a needle there, but not going to be able to do it here. And that is all filling up red. 2unks, clean house. P3 is locked in. The push out comes as well. Vortex is going deep.
Oh, and the trigger discipline is just so sublime. Sets up at least for 2 more. Kez, the other unk, is there for the opposite 2-piece as well. You couldn't have asked for a better transition over towards 3. 30 seconds still left to play, and Eras are starting to really reel. It looks like they're getting pretty desperate. Individualistic gunfights coming all the way across the map, and 2unks are stuffing them on every point of ingress.
It's just pretty much the most technical P3 hold I've seen all year. Somehow getting it done. Vortex is on a 6 streak. I never thought I would say that again, but the man is 23 and 13. And anybody else who's been watching him here, the most recent memory we'll have him is playing for Rock at Champs just a little while ago. He was their sub and was their coach. And now he's dropping numbers in the LCQ.
Never skipping a beat. Steve Vortex, always good on the toy, no matter the time of the year. Waiting for this moment just to absolutely fry. Reflex, though, 5 in a row. Plays the head glitch of the tree. He will go down. Nadox is there for 3 on the back end. Or Zerka is, excuse me. That's going to open things up at least for Eras to try to contest the 30 seconds of P4 and try to rectify what has been a fantastic second set out of 2unks.
Does very much rely on this next 30 seconds. If all that effort, all that P3 hold has given them the advantage. Right now, that is not to be the case. It is a good hold from Eras. With 18 seconds to go, they can very much tie this game back into it. So much work has been bled into these hills from both teams, and it looks like it's going to be better for Vortex. Dancing like he's 18 again here, and they will have that lead going into the next set.
I feel like we're always going to be saying this every single year we see Steve Vortex do something crazy. Happy 18th birthday to Steve. 28 and 17, going back to P1 for a 3rd time. 20-point lead now for 2unks. But the biggest problem has been this P1 for 2unks. It feels like through the first 2 P1s, they've gotten a collective 25 seconds.
Do enough work, as you can see, everybody piling into this P1 again. Reflex back and forth here. It's going to be a bit of a push. Can he find some way for his teammates to get out? They can test as they go through here. Doing just enough, and Vortex looks to go a bit rogue. Spawn has flipped, though. You can see all the way towards the back. It's going to be a bit difficult because they will be looking and chasing their tails.
Knows he has 1 dead to rights. P1 being soaked up. And P2 has been a really good bright spot for 2unks. Holding it from the front in the first set. Fighting for the spawns in the second. Stray gunfights all over the place. But you got 2 players spawning all the way out Dojo side for 2unks. So Reflex, the only player that's over here. He's got to hold the line.
Reflex is in a lot of trouble, but reinforcements are in the vicinity. But that is a pistol fight that he wins. That's a massive hold for 2unks. Not only clearing out the point, but getting the spawn as well. Looking towards couches, that should be shouted out as well. You saw the players moving through. And just when you think Eras are coming back into this fight, 2unks are finding the right rotations.
And Kez is also getting rooftop control as well. Everybody getting peppered, so by the time that they cross over by Kez, they get gunned. No trophy systems left inside of the hill, so Sem Texas will do a lot of damage and force out the spawn out. So Reflex, if he can try to fight for this 20 seconds, give himself an opportunity for his teammate to maybe try to recontest this back 20, would have been great, but he falls down. Two Unks still maybe trying to give this a firm shake, let alone find a way of gunfights, keep them trapped on this spawn.
Last time this was magic from Vortex. This time they need it again. He finds the first rotation kill as well. Pushed it out, big fighting towards the middle here. It will be two Unks to begin with, but they will be outnumbered for a few seconds. Vortex about to come under fire. The rest of the team are reinforced. 4v4 bang out now. They're really into it again here. Vortex really having a good time with his P2, but flies high and goes down. Now more of the players piling in. Slade looking for the last one. It's a team shot. It's a team kill, and it's a hold again for two Unks on P3.
And Reflex has space back. Dojo side confirms that players are spawning over there. Kez is also picking things up over by Locker. Split spawns are being read. Vortex is on the flank to clean up back Dojo as well. Straight gunfights being cleaned up. Two Unks in their team shots have been absolutely sublime, but it's still Faye and Zerka to fight for the scrap time. 18 seconds left to fight for, but two Unks just need 9 to call game.
I'm going to try and pin them here. I don't think they're going to swing with it with the full might, although they are looking for it. Reflex finds one, though. Looks for the second of the trees in the way. It's a paid actor. Gets him out there before he can do any more. And now there's an opportunity. Here is streaming forward with everything they've got. They have the number advantage in this one, but Kes wins the first gunfight. Does get traded out eventually, and it's Vortex to hold. There's one. No more with Vortex. The rest of the two Unks trying to pile in, but this may have slipped. Here's Esports. Have the hill.
Oh, you gotta wait for reinforcements. Reflex overextends and dies. Kez will find the trade on the back end, but here comes the pinch. Vortex is playing the long game.
Oh, the seconds are ticking. Two Unks have had this for so long. All the way towards the back here. Big gunfight win there for Vortex again. He's in towards the back. There's reinforcements for two Unks, and there's only seconds to go. They're in. Clem's is going to try and hold. He gets one. Looking for any more. Not going to be able to find it, and that is going to be the game. A performance from Vortex that we have not seen in years.
Not in a long time. Bringing tears to my eyes. What a performance out of Stee. The long pinch coming through, knew he had the time to make that play happen. Teammates rushing across the rooftop side. But even more so than that, it's to be able to win that first gunfight, caught the first player by surprise. To convert that second one is just egregious. The fact that he was able to win that gave the opportunity to have numbers, flip the spawns, reinforce that hill. But a 7-point win for two Unks when they were trailing by a good bit through the first set. They clawed their way back. It was dead even through the first 2 sets of hills, but that third set was something special.
Somehow, some way, they do manage to get it done. I was trying to work out what score Vortex was actually on there towards the end. Did he break 40 was the question I was basically going towards here. I don't think he did. It was 38 and 25. Top scorer in that game, I believe. I do have to go back and check the replay to double check. Yeah, it is. It is Vortex. 38 and 25 he ends on.
Dude, absolutely insane. And the fact that he was playing a lot of that with the M15 as well, setting up his team for success, I think is kind of a testament to just the team that he was coaching all year long. I mean, even if he had to sub in for a scrim, or even what he was doing at Champs, trying to set up SMGs for success, you almost have to think of like just the wily veteran that is Steve Vortex. Like he can play that role, even though he played the opposite. What would I want out of my ARs to set me up for success all the way back in the day, or even at this moment of time? So it's just a working puzzle continuously coming through for Steve Vortex. Very interested to see how this Hacienda Search and Destroy will fan out going in towards the masses. I mean, if you're Iris Esports, can't be too deterred by that. It's a 7-point loss. You were holding up with the slaying for a good long while. Just feel like that if Faye was able to get a little bit more online a little bit earlier, they probably would have ran away with this in a landslide. But still, 7 points, nothing to scoff at. You just got to try to tie up the series here in the search.
That's what they'll be relying on. This team's certainly going at it here. Of course, a bit of a mixed bag when it comes down to where these players have all kind of got into this bracket. We'll see just how this one is going to play out. I had Eras being the slightly better team, in my opinion, coming into this one, but nobody saw Steve Vortex dropping numbers like that.
No, definitely not. I mean, the pace, too. I think it's like the one thing that was more electric than it was anything. It was just how quickly he was able to be in these very, very annoying positions, just constantly poking and prodding to the backside, playing for spawns. The same thing could be said for Kez. I mean, for the two Unks, absolutely playing the veteran role, setting up their teammates for success. Both Slade and Reflex got to be feeling pretty confident with who they're playing with.
Right now, you can see at the moment, this is very much a case of these teams locking in and trying not to let anything slip. Elimination game. First blood to the 2 unks. It does put more pressure on Eras. Looks like both teams are getting prepared there. You can see the referee just doing the final checks for everybody involved as we are lobbied up. So it shouldn't take too long.
It's a Hacienda search and destroy. No reason whatsoever that all 8 players shouldn't feel comfortable here as a map mode combination. We literally played not only just last year, but for a handful of other Call of Duties as well. It's just a map mode combination that's kind of very integral. I wouldn't say it's getting close to Raid as far as history is concerned, but I feel like that this is a map mode combination that your rollouts, you should know what you're going to be getting into.
Well, here goes. I believe they are getting ready to load up. And the last time, there we go. Can you see it on the screens? Although I see this and I don't know because there are players being moved away. So I think this will be a reset. In fact, I am fairly certain. Thank you, production has also confirmed that for us. There will be a remake. There is obviously something slightly wrong, as you can see. Not happy with that start. So that will just be reset and gone again. As soon as we get back into it, the players getting ready for it. Right now, you see teams are still continuing play. We do have other games going on at the moment, and as soon as we know, we will tell you those as well. I can tell you right now, Annex Esports have moved forward. Radomites are out because they didn't turn up. They've been disqualified. Voltic EU versus the Atlas Lions is ongoing as well as Pain Nation DE versus Team Ultra MVP. We saw a couple of those teams yesterday, but they're also playing in elimination games.
Yeah, they sure are. And of course, with our series right now with a 1-0 lead over Eras, the Atlas Lions able to take the 1-0 lead over Voltic. The Atlas Lions, if you missed yesterday, the great return of Dylan COD, of course, through the year. We've been documenting it, specifically you and Ton over on European Call of Duty side, playing alongside 11. They came up short versus Bittersweet yesterday, but are currently up 1-0 over their adversaries of Voltic. The lower bracket is going to continue to get more and more infested with a lot of top teams. If you win this series between Tuonks and Eras Esports, congratulations, you go to face the pit.
Well, that's a difficult game. It should be. I'm just getting some score updates actually coming through here. Obviously, Radomites are going to be out. The Atlas Lions up 1-0 versus a Voltic EU, though. We've also got Team Ultra MVP up against Pain Nation DE 1-0 as well. So the Atlas Lions, I mean, they're not doing too badly. We did watch them yesterday, and that was a lot of Dylan COD kind of running around, but they will have to face Omnia Invicta if they move forward.
Yeah, it's just going to be another very difficult matchup, considering who is representing for Omnia Invicta, of course, remember from yesterday. Not a team that you want to be taking lightly for sure, but that is a team that got knocked down a peg. Although they took one map off of the bush earlier, they're going to have to make a pretty long lower bracket run. But as things continue to progress, we will give you as many updates as they come our way, from map scores all the way to series scores, and eventually where we're going to be heading all the way to next, because we got to get through this round of this lower bracket round 1. Setting up what is going to be a very massive lower bracket round 2. And as we continue on with this beautiful Super Saturday, Bryce, it's still anybody's tournament. There can only be one.
There certainly can. Well, let's get into this next one, as this is all ready for this S&D. Who walks away? Is there going to be a 2-0 or a tied game? Only time will tell us. And Care's already looking for that first blood. A little bit of information being leaked straight away out of it. Nadox pops a smoke. Going to go wild. Round the corner, no, but it's a smoke fight and nobody's happy with it. But it will be 2 unks to grab it this time. And 2 unks get the third kill going down. Play 1 versus 4.
He's trapped inside P5. Already gave him that red dot away. Vortex is going to go for the chow. Gets the confirmation. The damage trade will be there. FaZe does not have a whole lot going for him here, Bryce. If he can find all isolated gunfights, that'd be great. But you know that nobody from 2 unks is going to give it to him. So great opening offense. Love it, especially when it comes down to raid search and destroy. You got no trophy systems. Lob some nades over poolside. Just rush it.
Tell you what you want there. A little bit dangerous, though, with that smoke being thrown down. They do get it done. It's always a worry, isn't it? It does throw the aiming off a little bit, and I would say, I mean, realistically, with an NPC, all you got to really do there is slide in and hip fire. It's actually probably the most accurate it can be. And as a little bit of a bonus for those of you who are unaware, that will be very powerful next season as well, with the way that they've taken away the dispersion.
Bryce already having pre-PTSD first rank matches. 1-0 lead, though, 2 in that opening round for Vortex. They've given up the A-bomb site completely, and this is 2UNK's want. They want to try to play for the retake. Vortex around the back loses the 1v1, so it's going to be a 3v4 retake.
Again, smoke going through, though. This is a great bit of timing. Great bit of timing. There's going to be while the smoke is throwing them off. Kez is now dancing around the rock. Nobody can find anything, and I'm not talking Dwayne Johnson. This is all going to go down to it as well. So 2 versus 4 is now a 1 versus 3. Slade will grab 1, but 1 might just be all he grabs. Oh, no, there's a second, and that'll be it.
Pretty standard box rollout as far as an offense over by Ring. Get all the way back, laundry control. Not any defenders there, backed all the way up over by Jungle. Just to try to play for what was going to be Steve Vortex in the flank. So shout out that player for Eras that was able to not only pick that up over by Waterfall, but to also be able to win the 1v1 versus a white-hot Steve Vortex in this best of 5. Be able to give themselves a leg up in that post plant. All tied up here. Vortex getting some good comms coming through. What's the strat going to be? It was a fast B last time around. Gonna get some util thrown through mid potentially. Try to bait out a couple people. But that's where the majority of Eras defenses is.
A bit of a dance back and forth for these two. Games has got some information that they are making this push here, and Eras are responding to it. 2UNK's not in the greatest of opportunities. They don't have a ton of mid-map control, and that means if this bomb goes down, they're in danger of losing that retake very quickly.
The sun's going to come through. Going to give him a little bit more space. They got to get that player out of basketball court first, or money window, whichever is easiest. Vortex under pressure inside of Art. Could be the point of ingress for the pinch. 6 and 8, currently on it.
Vortex still running. Still trying to get away. He's been tagged up multiple times as they go for him. They're just running around looking for Vortex. Bomb is going to go down as Vortex is just burning time against 2 players. Somehow has played his life for about as long as you possibly can here, but now comes the first couple of gunfights. Faye looking for 1. Tries to drill it. Nobody is dying, but eventually it will be Eras Esports to get the blood onto the board in 25 seconds going down. Kez under trouble. Reflex gets 1 as well. It's chaos on the map between these 2 teams. Needs to check the bomb and has done. Are they going to now go for him again? That's the map there for Zerka. Nothing about this round has been normal. And now I don't even know if Cleans can do this. I don't think he can. 2UNK's hold a 2 versus 4, but a 2 versus 4 that should have been thrown in the bin.
Gonna have to get some crazy Benny Hill music as far as that round is concerned. And we got just about everything from a wild goose chase from a 1v2. Steve Vortex pulling so much pressure through Art allows the bomb to be planted for the 3 players that are over there from 2UNKs. And by the time that he finally gets sniffed out, yeah, it's a 2v4. Insane. To the 2v3 players top bed. Everything becomes that much more doable when Zerka unfortunately gets the wall jump. Back staircase falls off the map. Although the read was going to be there at the very least, felt like that the clock, the second man in that nature, would have been all reflex it needed, but a strange round nonetheless.
No, but nobody was dying either. Vortex should have died. I think Faye should have died. Nobody was going down. And then just absolute mayhem and malarkey kicking off into this one. Alex was going to look for this one as well. He got a bit of a tag up. Eras, though, not able to capitalize. They will take control over towards A.
Gonna try to get this bomb planted quickly. Laundry is already being taken away. Cleamsy clears all of that. You got Faye playing in the 1-for-1 position over by the cutout. But the bomb's not being planted. Here's still feeling a little bit more anxious about it. Some shots coming through from Zerka. That's going to give away his red dot. All the information needed now.
Difficult retake this. Laundry side held. 2UNKs have split focus a little bit. It's going to be Slade going through the middle by himself as they try to get a little bit of control of Ring here. Beams takes a bit of damage. Zerka's going to wait. He should catch 1 in this position. Nobody has checked it. They still haven't seen him. He's going to get at least 1. No! It's taken down. 4 versus 3. There is going to be a flank coming through as well, though. More players piling into this point as they look for everybody going through. Faye with a massive kill to shut it down. Clean through the smoke, and that's good enough. The absolute focus to get that flank at that time wins them the round.
And it's now 2 different offenses for Eras Esports where they're able to get that bomb planted at Ring, and then the post plant is just so sublime. The retake doesn't come through for Tuong, so I think they're starting to find what is working for them. Being able to get back laundry control might need to be the one adjustment that you need to make if you are Tuonks on their defensive side. Let's see what that call may be in the next round for them. But for this upcoming offense, if you are Ears Esports, this is where you're going to have to really get a keen focus, just denying any sort of pool presence. And although they're going to be rolling back out over towards mid, this is Tuonks in their first attempt trying to get over towards ring.
Oh, back down looks off a little bit here, but can we worry that players coming through? So laundry control should be grabbed. Vortex is going to try and do exactly that. Bit of a different push here from Eras this time than we just saw. It's going to be both sides of the map here. 2 towards laundry, 2 towards the back of the ring, and this will be held by one direction or the other because everybody is now a bit stressed out.
That's able to at least find one over towards Nadox. And yeah, I mean, the 2 players on the flank over by Driveway come up absolutely flat. It's just Cleams. He's on a 5 spree, and I don't know, you might want to try to preserve this rather than try to go for the retake.
Oh, he's looking for it, but they're just giving him shoulders. They're not giving him absolutely anything. I think you're right there as well. That should have probably been a case of back off. 16 seconds ago, they would have had to throw their lives away for you to actually grab that round.
Yeah, I think that's one of those moments where you really want to try to back all the way up over towards jungle, play for any sort of retakes. You're on a 5 spree, like a kill and assist, a bomb defuse, a bomb plant, score streaks, a Hellstorm missile on raid, search and destroy, more often than not, is a guaranteed round. And that's just something that Eras Esports desperately needed because the offenses coming through from Tuongs have been really, really good. I mean, they know immediately when they have the advantage to plant the bomb. Can only imagine that's being communicated. They got themselves that 1-round lead. Here's Esports, though. This is their first attempt to get over towards poolside. Tuongs are set up for it.
They're waiting for it as well, but that's a massive first blood. Faye has just taken the wind out of the sails. Tuongs now worried. They don't have control. They don't have information. And they have a man down. Vortex. Oh, the timing is outrageous from both of the players. They actually bash heads. Vortex cannot find him. He does manage to get into it as well, but will be traded out. Down to a 2 versus 2.
That's a lot of trust there for Vortex. His teammates are going to be able to clutch this 2v2, especially now that Reflex gets gunned inside of Kitchen. Pez gets good damage, sees both players, and now he's going to try to get the reset back through open stairs. Gets the confirmation nobody is here. He's going to pinch all the way around through driveway, but the bomb plant is all the way for ring plus laundry.
Now there's a little bit of time, but needs a bit of a miracle. You have to find one early. Get the benefit of the doubt. I think it's going to give his position away, and I get through, sees one, but this will be a double chow if it's anything. And they don't even get the first, tries to fly wide. And Eras grab it.
The ricochet for that stun was certainly interesting. Side window there over by the cliff and lands in the window towards the bomb site. Doesn't even connect with the stun there. Could have been the opportunity for Kez maybe try to isolate Cleams into the backside of Laundry. Almost got away with the gunfight win, but like you said, needed to be cleanly. Effectively needed to zap the first player, losing no more than 20 HP, and then be prepared for the second. A tough ask, no matter who you are in the Call of Duty space, in a 1v2 post plant here on Raid. So here's Esports able to put up another offense, and we have been attacking back and forth for 6 rounds straight. Tuongs back with the rock again. Nades right over the top. Ceremonious as ever. It's over towards B.
Vortex for the first blood. Well, just waiting on that one. You can already see Vortex is hovering around out towards the back again. They've stuck him on an island. Vortex gonna find that second as well. The second time is just being a menace on the attack while being about as defensive as you could possibly be. Now Eras find themselves massively outnumbered. Kez is going to go down here though. 2 versus 3.
I have another player's all the way back bedroom. No idea where Cleams could be located at. It's going to quickly wrap all the way to the backside of jungle. Vortex is going to bash his head in towards that gunfight. He's not going to be prepared for Cleams. So 2v2 in the post.
Couple of kills given away they wouldn't have wanted to do here, but potential slow burn from Eras. They've got 33 seconds to do this. Reflex has called this one, knows where they're going to come here. There's not really a tradable position, but Slade wins his ones. With that, they're going to fly out, and Faye finds one, but the trade is good enough, and that's why sometimes one kill can make the difference.
Couldn't agree more. Being able to convert that offense, but I mean, when you're playing all the way into the backside of Garage, because of all the pressure that they got over by Poolside, it's such a good veteran move out of Vortex, knowing that the overextension had to have come through all the way from Driveway, if not from Zig. Just expecting for the overextension to come play, the desperation from Iras, fighting them in the rear, giving away that first blood, and the opportunity for Stee and Co. 2 unks, be able to wrap back over towards Ring in that 2v2. Be able to play for the trades and play for the win. 1 round lead again. Something's got to break. Somebody's going to win a defense.
Everybody in towards the middle here. Heroes have absolutely sent it for control. Fast plant. They're playing as well for mid control. Seen a lot of these plants go down, but with Laundry side, look, already lost. There's the first blood. Oh, Kesh tries to get the second. A bit of a wallbang going through. 2 unks sending it. They're just throwing everybody into it as well. Slade gets 2, but it's his own 2. Oh, no. 2 versus 1, and Cleaves on the other side. They played for this. They found one. He doesn't get the kill. He doesn't get the kill. Somehow he puts bullets on both players and loses it. What is going on in this S&D? Vortex finds 2. His teammate finds his own 2 teammates. And then Cleam shoots both players but doesn't get any of the kills. It's a clown fiesta.
It really is. I have no words. I can't describe it. Got back like 2 different rounds as far as the search is concerned that have just been absolute clown fiesta. Be able to finally get our first defense and a retake coming through, but I mean that all happens from the payload of blue members of 2 unks just overwhelming inside of Zig. Slade shooting both of his teammates in the back, thought would have been Cleams, and the opportunity to be able to get the conversion, to be able to kill one of them and maybe reset, but not the case at all. Very strange scenes. Nonetheless, it's 2 unks on map point.
Two unks going for that B control. Vortex, same role as last time. Playing the island, trying to keep that flank secure. And I'm fairly certain they've loaded him up with double health because he just will not go down here, but Slade takes that first blood. There's a fight going on towards the middle here. Reflex doesn't get it. Zerka just guns him.
That's now the bomb dropped in a very precarious situation. 3v3. Bomb's going to get recovered for scot-free. Slade's playing in the 1-for-1 position, back basketball court. He's got the M15, and he gets the information. There's a player all the way back who takes the gunfight. Ego Chow.
2 versus 2, but it's not an easy 2. Vortex gets away with 4 health in the water. They're trying to get him. The water's just too much. Like Vortex in there. And Kez is up top as well. They're trying to isolate, but nobody is giving them anything. They're just running away from them. There comes the first fight. Kez wins it. Goes on a 1 versus 1. And Vortex will now play time. They know where he's going to be as well. Zerka's going for it. Vortex has not taken the bait, though. And he's like, where has he gone? Vortex, by running away, may have won this round. He's going to go for it. It's going to be 7.5. It will not be enough. Vortex is your hide-and-seek champion. But more importantly, 2 unks are now 2-0 up in this series.
Hide-and-seek champion, earbuds out, headset off. Just business as usual for Mr. Steve Vortex, let me tell you. That guy with the heaviest reads coming through from Pez to be able to find the first inside of money, playing the time effectively. Every single offense converted for 2 unks. The majority of them over by the pool side. Absolute insane scenes. 1,500 damage at least from Kez, putting up absolute numbers, constantly frying and setting up his teams for a lot of success. But I think the biggest takeaway, yeah, 2 unks are up 2-0 in the series, but I got to get a VOD review because there are 2 rounds in there that I absolutely need to clip up. That was insane.
Yeah, that was an interesting turn of events for most of those rounds here. I didn't get the tally of the tape as well. That scoreboard that we took a look at, the damage coming in from Kez was massive. Vortex actually having the lowest damage on his team, but if it was damage absorbed, I'm fairly certain Vortex would be winning by some way. They just kept putting bullets in him, and he kept getting away with it over and over again. But who knows? Realistically, this is a case of these 2 teams going to work and 2 unks just having slightly better rounds.
Yeah, good fundamentals, of course, coming through, like their trade game. We're constantly talking about it. I mean, they're a well-oiled machine over by that raid, search, and destroy, right? I mean, like, that's multiple offenses, especially from their opening, Bryce, that they get over towards the pool side. Utility constantly giving them space, and even more so than that, like, to be able to convert the only defense to be able to win and be able to snowball that into the win, I think that says a lot more, especially for what this team has to offer. Steve Vortex, the chattermouth that he is, getting these guys as many comps as possible, setting them up for success. It felt like every single time we were going over towards the pool bomb site, it was just that much different in setting themselves up for the win.
Yeah, I think so as well. But that has been a very interesting set of maps. So we're going to go to a quick break while we load up the overload. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the LCQ. We are in the depths of an elimination game. Currently, though, it is 2-0 to 2 unks. And here's the highlights from what you haven't seen if you haven't been with us. So far, Steve Vortex in map number 1 was everything, 38 and 25 on the hard point. And then in map number 2, he was a ghost, just running away and hiding, got the majority of rounds, as well as some of the craziest rounds of S&D you would have seen on this game. But all that being said, 2 unks are up 2-0. Overload up next in our elimination game.
It's like Friday night at Freddy's, but like Saturday afternoon at Steve Vortex's facility at Raid Search and Destroy. This guy was just an absolute ghost, an enigma, if you will. He just could not be locked down. Even 2 players could not chase him fully into the depths. But yeah, I mean, the guy, I cannot believe that we're literally celebrating his 19th birthday birthday yet again, Bryce. Here we are in the big 2026. C4Tex is still dropping numbers here in a Challengers tournament. So definitely love to be able to see him being able to do it. The answer still beckons. Can it be consistent to be able to make the run happen? They're 2-0 up over Eras Esports. We're setting things up for a Scar overload to be the potential conclusion between these two teams. But Eras Esports been slowly picking up the pace. We saw in that map number 1, they only lost by 7 points, and you got some really good bright spots coming through, both from Nadox and Cleams. I think that if these guys can all pick things up and keep it consistent from slaying, the respawn should be a little bit better.
Well, let's see. I believe we have all the players now back in their seats who were missing one as we come back out of the break. But there's the fist bumps of destiny. That always means the map's loading. So it's always good for us watching at home. And we'll see now. Is this going to be the end of Eras or the beginning of 2UNKS moving forward in some difficult competition next?
I mean, that's just kind of how it has to go, doesn't it? I mean, although we don't have all of our top Cs from Challengers across the season, like, that's just what you're going to expect. 15-team brackets. Some teams didn't show up, but regardless, from that round of 8 up top, from quarterfinals, yeah, you know there's going to be some good teams coming down here. I know that C4Tex probably licking his lips knowing what is on the other side of the bracket if he wins it here. Lot to see. Over on the blue side will be 2UNKS for Eras. Can they start the reverse sweep?
Gonna look for it, and Vortex is found one. Has already placed at the net, though. I don't think Vortex knows. Nadox is going to be the player towards the back, and won't be happy about it, but Vortex is now having to go back for that same player as, again, he's slippery.
Very, very, very slippery. And wily as well, being able to not only convert the first, but to be able to turn back over by mid-cut. Still, even as far as map control is concerned, the biggest difference is that Kez does control the plane head glitch, and you got space from Slade, killing Zerka and Faye with the pistol. No way.
MP scooped. Nadox going to be the stopping man, and does it. Wonderful play so far from Nadox. He is just being everywhere they need him to be onto the map, as in with the players from 2UNKS trying to push forward and get those spawns killed. It has not worked. The kill feed is filling with Era's kills.
Slade looking for 3, goes for the melee, but Nadox going to take him down in return. So close to a highlight moment, but still, the Vice being carried by Nadox. A wrap back inside of Green, almost won that gunfight, but sets up for the easy trade. The Vice is going to get reset surely.
Kez just trying to hold this mid-map control so a push cannot happen as both teams have everybody up. Because left from Cleams means they want to scoop this EMP as he gets another one. It's now going to move. There's a player out towards the back. Vortex finds one, but nothing else. Gets shut down before he can do any more damage. And there is the looking for this one. That's a huge kill by Nadox again. He is having a game this time around.
Got all of the plane control, but still no space. Cleamsy gets the regen and the jump shot onto Kez, but can't convert for the second. Set up Zerka maybe for the conversion. No, Vortex from the top rope just drops the people's elbow on his forehead. So the Vice carried now for Vortex on the 3 spree. Lead blocker for Reflex over by the 18 truck. Can't convert the first, but still the push denied before it even started.
Yeah, they just had no opportunity to get it over that plane, and you see Vortex had, even on the mini-map, if you look at it, you saw the kind of the hesitation come through. It was like, we haven't got a good position for this EMP to move yet. Here's Esports do, though, and they're about to slam this one home. I don't think they can stop them. They can't. That kill does not come through in time, and that's 1-0 to Eras.
Team's having a really good shake of it. We'll be matching Kez as far as slaying is concerned. Finally found themselves that opportunity to clear all of Bowden. This is what's scary, too. Next device spawns up over by plane side, immediately picked up by Cleams. Could have been a really good opportunity to maybe try to rally, but they lost 2 teammates over by blue, so the map will reset. 2UNKS will start trying to take more map away from them. Slade will get gun, trying to get a little bit overextension over towards 18-wheeler, but they're not even clearing any of the device yet, and Eras Esports are quite contentious to play this head glitch.
It's just going back and forth. There's another one. Goes 3. This is going to be going in. Oh, he's pulled it the wrong direction, unfortunately, and, well, the spawns are going the wrong way as well, so for 2UNKS, all that work is very likely to come to absolutely nothing.
Never going to force out the P2 spawns or spawning over by the B portal unless you do have a player where Vortex is located at. But just little bit of a misstep, but here comes the clearance. Device might be getting reset here in a moment's time, but it's all about finding the kills, and Vortex of the NPC takes down Cleamsy in the spawn. There are those P2 spawns. Kez is quickly trying to go pick up the device and rally it over towards the A portal, but Vortex goes down. Kinzerka stop it in time. Kez from the top rope will score it. It's a dunk.
Shatterings of a bit of an uplink move, that one. Just a wall to wall to wall, but getting it done. And truthfully, that was just a lot of effort from Flix deep in the spawn. One thing that 2unks are doing is getting this slaying moving very, very quickly, but the EMP efficiency, when it's being scooped, is not really there. And truth being told, it's one of the reasons that Overload is so fascinating as a game mode. It's all about the teamwork and the way you kind of sink into those positions. It's something that 2unks are maybe struggling with a little bit more than Eras are, who seem to move this EMP very efficiently when they do get it.
Yep. Efficiently and very, very quickly. Once they end up finding at least 2 dead. Zerka going to be the one to fall. Faye wins a big one versus Slade and gets away with his life. So now he's back blue. And if you're Reflex, you just kind of have to hold this. Cannot allow for anybody to pick up this device. There's only 17 seconds remaining in the half.
Well, they're circling around it here to try and get some sort of position. Voice is going to be seen. It's going to go down. That EMP has been scooped here. Best case scenario for 2unks is to hold this for 6 more seconds and not go down. Unfortunately, that might not be the case. How have they got away with it?
Are you kidding me?
They've just managed to limbo under some gunfights, but it will go down before anything else can happen.
I like double took to make sure the nameplate wasn't reading Steve Vortex. It's just, how was he doing that? He was just neoing around the bullet fire, but still 1-1 for the half. And yeah, just I want to bring back up that point too. It's just the way that Eras Esports, like the difference in between the two is just how quickly and effective they are at moving the device when they do have a handful of kills. Shouting out, of course, for that plane push when it was a 2v2, a couple more players off the respawn. Cleams goes on a pretty big 3 spree, and that opens up the opportunity to be able to find that device to be captured. But it is this ebb and flow of being able to find that lead blocker, backed up by a couple of reinforcements. Eras Esports just doing it narrowly better than 2unks. It's a game of inches right now, Bryce.
This is where it goes already. This is a very fast start coming in through them now. A couple more kills and this will go home instantly. That is an incredible fast start from 2unks. 17 seconds in a dream, as they look to just burn everybody out of this one as quickly as they can. Potential relay going on, as there will be 2unks players still running around the spawn. This is all about clean up for Eras.
And they're still trying to find where Kez is located at. Finally, Zerka takes him down, but that's all the way from mid. Everybody's still trapped over by the blue house, and Vortex thought that to be an opportunity to maybe try to get a score, but gonna get snuffed out. All those P3 lane spawns coming through now for 2unks. They know that they got Eras trapped inside of the shops. Just cannot allow them to exit.
Oh, they're looking, everybody trying to get this one done here, but it's Eras who are slowly but surely gaining a little bit of map position. And now Vortex is just trying to hold on. Everybody's fighting on the wrong side of the map, by the way. Nobody really near that point, as the position is more important, but there's the potential here. Vanadix, we're going to try and pull this the other way. That's exactly what he's doing. Massive kill by Faye. Opens up the door, and this might be a walk home for Nadix. Perfect pulling the position of that EMP.
Yeah, great redirection coming through. Even better coverage coming through from their teammates. Eras Esports able to tie things up. You're at 4 combined. Cleamsy can't double down inside of the shops. P2 spawn now for the device. Reflex is getting lost over by blue. And this could be a real good opportunity potentially for the score to come all the way through, but they lost their lead blocker. Next one would be Kez. He has a Hellstorm missile, by the way. Could be utilized here in a few moments, Bryce, but still, a fight in front of the blue house could waver if 2unks can find any kills.
They're still absolutely just throwing bodies and bullets into this. Gleams is in the perfect position here to stop any push. He is the safety man. There's 1. There's 2. Gets traded out though. EMP scooped. Slight chance of positioning here. There is a player out towards the back, but it isn't just going to be enough. Oh, an absolute toe into the point gets it done for 2unks.
Yeah, now they got that 1 score lead. Device now spawning through the center of the map. Got mid-cut control, though, coming through for Cleams, and he's been beaming, but loses the 1 versus Reflex up top inside of green. So now An unfortunate opportunity if you are Eras to be turtled up inside of shops, fight your way forward. You got Nadox as the lead blocker, can't win the next gunfight. That means that the device should be stopped dead in its tracks with 2 minutes to play.
EMP has been scooped, but it is a long, long walk for 2unks. Minute 57 onto the clock here as Kez will now try and stay alive with this pistol here. They need a couple of kills, 2unks, if they want this to move realistically. But in towards the back, it's Nadox again. And he just gives a little bit of a love tickle. Nothing more, but that will be enough to put the damage through. Vortex now comes under the fire and finds 2 out of nothing. Every time you think this is going one way, it goes the other. Vortex is the top slayer again in a respawn lobby in 2026.
In the big 2026, Steve Vortex is still doing it. He had the comfort for Slade through mid-cut to go for the Ego Chow up top. They just completely clean house. 90 seconds left to play. The device right in front of the red A portal, and now you have Eras finally clearing the majority of their spawn, trying to play for the device to reset. Last player was Kez, dealt with. At least they thought. Vortex is in cheeks. He's all the way back here. He's still finding a multitude of kills. But he doesn't get the device before it resets. Doesn't matter. He's still finding kills.
That is outrageous timing as Vortex has decided to just go, all right, we're balling. There's another one. There's 4. He's flying around the map. He's had to watch most of the year as a coach and has decided, all right, watch this. But he eventually does go down. That EMP has still not gone in. What more can one man do?
I don't know. I guess he has to drop 50, Bryce. 35 and 24. Combined 65 kills between him and Kez. Real kills, not EKIA. 30 seconds left to be played here on the second half. Just hoping to try to put anything together. Kez is calling in the Hellstorm missile. This should surely be the 4th.
Oh,
just kidding.
We couldn't get in the cover. We're trying to get this one through. It's not going to happen. With 18 seconds left to go, this game is not done. Vortex on the flank, though. Oh, it might be. It might be one Vortex play. Game over. Game done. 2unks go through. Eras Esports are out. And I'm fairly certain that's the same score he got there in the last one. 39 and 25 in the overload. Vortex, I don't know how much further you're going in this competition, but the showing has been good enough.
Yeah, I don't care how far he goes. I hope it's as far as possible, but I just want to see more at this point. It's the end of the year. Steve Vortex, he's playing some really good Call of Duty, making some really sound decisions along the way. Eras Esports, this is where your tournament at the EWC LCQ comes to an abrupt end. And it's by that man sitting back down, smiling from ear to ear. Bryce, you said it wonderfully. He's been sitting back in the coach's seat, just licking his lips for an opportunity to potentially get his gunny back up. I imagine he's probably still grinding the game, subbing in for some 2v2s, maybe playing a couple scrims, S&D wagers. The guy can't help himself. We know all too well, but damn. At this point in time, the big 2026, we doing that, Steve? Come on now.
There we go. We can see the final scores there. Obviously, Eras quitting out before it gets done, but yeah. 4,300 damage from Steve Vortex, 29 untraded kills. Shades of way back when, but I mean, here's the thing. He has been playing some full speed competitive at the end of the season for Rock Esports. So, hey, maybe there's a little bit of tread left on those tires after all.
It's the all year long tire that still always has the treads. We're rotating them every single time. Just when you think you got to bring it back to the shop, it doesn't need an oil change. It's still working just as fine as it did 15 years ago. Steve Vortex absolutely lighting things up, man. He's looking real good here. But again, the competition gets stiffer. I mean, a 3-0 win here, but you know Steve Vortex, he's got to keep his head down for business because, well, you got to face the pit next, so have fun.
Certainly do. And here's the interesting thing, actually. We kind of said, I'll give you some insight while we're talking about this next game. The games sometimes get decided by us, but it's more or less recommendations about where the players can go and stuff. So one of the reasons we're about to see this next game for context is that we haven't seen the Pit EU yet, right? We didn't catch the BTD game versus the Pit, and we didn't see the Pit on day number 1, so they got a bye. So we're like, well, we need to see these. They are one of the top teams in the tournament, and since it's an elimination round, we already picked them forward, which means we're going to see the 2unks again in the next game as they play the Pit EU. That might not be quite as favorable for them, but I believe that is the next game we will be seeing. While we're talking about that, though, let's give you an update on the bracket. Proper, it's been a little bit of a show so far.
Yeah, it's been an absolute show. I mean, you got Annex being able to get the DQ win, so they're going to go up to face Rousing Esport. The Atlas Lions, they get the 3-0 win over Evoltic, so now they're going to be going up against Omnia Invicta. We got at least Bittersweet. They are down here as the North American representation going up against the Ultra MVP. Should be favorable for Bittersweet to then face the winner of the Pit EU versus 2 Unks, where, like you said, Bryce, should be where our focus is going to next. Harry versus Steve Vortex in 2026.
Yeah, it's going to be an awfully fun game. Obviously, after this lower bracket round, we will swing back up to the upper bracket round. In fact, I can even tell you, I'm fairly certain it's been written down here what we're going to next for these next games. Some of our feature streams do get locked in. I believe, obviously, this next one will be 2 Unks versus the Pit EU. On the upper side, though, in our round 4, we'll be carrying Arrow Tech Edge versus Telluride Bush Gaming. The other side will be Tourneys Butts versus BTD. We'll give you updates for those as we go through, but that top game should be in our slot after this next one.
Yeah, should be. And again, Aerotech Edge, if you're unfamiliar, but you've been watching the entire year, that is the former Omid Brooklyn roster, Paul X and Co. playing alongside Standy. So you know that matchup versus Telluride Bush, who are now playing alongside Awakening and Renegade, is about to be an absolute barn burner. And BTD are apparently playing some lights out Call of Duty. So Tornado Esports, they got the work cut out for them.
They certainly do. Well, while we give these players a quick chance to get some water in them and take a quick break before our next game, we're going to do the exact same thing. Don't go anywhere. More action from the LCQ on the road to EWC up after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than me hard sucking masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
Is that airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. How from blow the house down.
You look nervous. You look short.
Everything's good? Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. We are ready to go into our next game of elimination matches. It's going to be a wonderful time, but we will say goodbye to more players. Coming up in this next one, though, will be the Pit versus 2UNKS. Infinity, what do you think?
Honestly, I think this is going to be a tough match. I'm a bit impressed with 2UNKS for sure. I'll be honest, I didn't expect them to win that match versus Eras. For them to 3-0 it was a real surprise. But we were talking very briefly about whether they can continue that in the lower bracket, because I don't think they expected to be playing a team as good as the Pit this early on.
No, I don't think so either, but it's going to be a kind of a showcase. Already, the Pit are obviously losing in their earlier game in the upper bracket. They're one of the teams we highlighted to show us how good they really were. So they'll be on a bit of a downward trend because nobody expected them to lose that game, even though it was going to be close regardless. Going up against 2UNKS, it feels like a bit of a mismatch, but as I kind of explained before the break here, we haven't actually seen the Pit EU yet, so we kind of had to give them a little bit of airtime.
Yeah, we have no idea what the PTU are going to be like as a team. Like, generally speaking, we've seen this team, obviously, for those of you guys who have followed EMEA challenges this season, you'll know them formerly as the Project 7 roster that were pretty much like a top 3 team all season, more or less. They could just never quite get that win, apart from like an early victory they had earlier on in the season. And that thing has always eluded them. I think towards the back half of the season in particular, they struggled with finding a fourth after Real left the roster that really fit the playstyle, especially with the NPC meta coming in. They tried Alpha, they had Henry for a stretch of time as well, and then obviously they dropped Henry for Linz for this event, which Henry, I don't think he cares about that, because he beat them in the upper bracket match at 3-0. That he's playing for that BTD roster that put them here in the lower bracket. So we haven't seen Pit play all tournament long. We don't know what they're like with Linz, but so far it seems that they haven't had a lot of success.
No, not the greatest. I mean, this would be a great chance to see whether or not that's just a bit of a blip on their run here, but this is a team like I said, I expected to maybe even see them in the final. That's how kind of high I had rated them, right? Like, and now we're talking about elimination game at top 12.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think it's absolutely insane, because I was very much the same. I was having a conversation with Seymour before this event. We were talking about who we expected to be inside that grand finals. I think we both agreed that we thought that Bush would be one of the teams in that grand finals. And yeah, for me, the other one would have been Project 7, now known as the Pit, because this is a team that, again, has been in amongst it in EMEA challenges for the longest time. These guys have always been in there. But when it comes to LAN, actually, their performances have always left a lot to be desired. Outside of Dallas at the start of the season when they managed to get top 3, the highest placement they've had is top 6 at Birmingham, top 16 at Atlanta, and then even at Paris, they had top 8 in finals, top 8 as well. So this team has always kind of bottomed out around that top 6, top 8 ever since the start of the season at LAN. And so there's always kind of that element of doubt about how far they can go in a tournament like this. Obviously, they're not being every single top challengers team here, though. It does kind of increase their chances of getting further in the tournament.
Wow. We say this, and yet still we're talking about them in elimination.
Yep.
Oh, it's not great. Let's find out, though. Let's see whether or not they can do the work here. 2UNKS obviously just had a wonderful game just before, and coming off it, definitely going to be a little bit warm as Vortex opens up proceedings, but this is going against the Pit EU, a bit of a different caliber team.
Yeah, and one of the things about the veto process here is actually looking towards it before we got into the series. Obviously, we'll talk about the maps that are coming up a little bit later on, but Scar Hardpoint is a map that should favor the Pit EU. I mentioned the fact that their fourth was kind of, I want to say a problem, but I think the thing that eluded them in the NPC meta. Scar is a map, even though the NPC is very powerful and you can get away with 2 subs on this map, it is a map that should favor the Pit, given they are a very AR-heavy squad, right? I mean, you know, even though we've had AR players in the past running SMGs like FDOT and Mythics at times, those are all phenomenal AR players if you put them on the M15. So I imagine the Pit will be very comfortable on this map. They'll be very happy they've got it in the rotation.
Well, we'll see how this plays out with 2. And right now, 2unk's doing a pretty good job of picking up time at P1 as Mythics tries to go to work himself. And this should be an interesting matchup. Like I said before, I believe the Pit EU are heavily favored into this one, but there is something to say for 2unks. You know, it's not a kind of a bad showing they've had so far in this tournament, and when it continues forward, anything could happen.
I think it's just crazy how much Vortex has been phenomenal in the respawns in that last series. He almost dropped 240 bombs in back-to-back respawns in that 3-0. Just shy of it, 38, I think, a piece on both of those maps. Right now, having a pretty slow start to this game at 1 and 6. If he can really pick things up, Pit EU might find themselves in the world of hurt right now. That's not happening. The Pit doing a great job at keeping 2unks well beyond arm's reach here, but a TK involved in that ensemble of kills from both sides is going to mean that 2unks should at the very least get a look at this hard point, but they just can't seem to set a foot on it.
This might be a bit of a turning of the tide here. You can already see that the guns of 2unks are hitting, but they're not hitting what they need it to be. And with this rotation, there is an opportunity here. Lindsay's going to be in a great position to pick this one up if he can, but he can't. The Pit EU doing well, though. Going to be about 30 points ahead here and looking to try and extend it as more of the kills going towards the Pit EU. And if this continues, this might be a bit of a rout.
Yeah, this is just the Pit looking extremely comfortable at the moment. Every single hard point, you're seeing them slay out. FDOT now on a 5 spree. Mythics already starting to heat up as well at 7 and 4. And this is a perfect position for the Pit. Now, the issue the Pit have at the moment is the fact that FDOT was actually ever so slightly out of position for the next rotation. So they will lose the spawns to rotate towards P3. Just ever so slightly too forward beyond the tank. So the Pit will now have to fight back. Not the end of the world, though, if they can get towards the plane before the 2unks do so. And that is exactly what happens. The spawns will regenerate 2unks, but trust me, if I know anything about the Pit, the way that they're playing, Mythics does get caught for 5 spree. They will be right back in it before you know it.
Going to need a bit of a bigger spree than that. This is getting a bit out of hand. Potential good hold, though. 2unks are ready towards this next hill, and if they can grab it, they can bring this game back towards even. Must not break. The Pit EU surrounding this point, trying to get through here. Slade with a big kill on the first, trying to stay alive as well. Lucifer on the outside, but Linz does eventually find Slade, and they are making their moves through it here. The kill's starting to go the way of the Pit EU.
Yeah, they're already starting to get around the back line here. Just one more gunfight, and those back spawns should be yours. That is exactly the case as FDOT and Mythic combined for 2. Reflex doing a good job at holding on towards a hard point, at least having 1 foot inside the hill. Not going to hit the full regeneration, though, before he does get rechalled. So the Pit an opportunity to get back in towards the time now. 2unks will try to hold on towards those back spawns, but as time continues to tick down here, you start to wonder whether that's actually a good thing. Slade, one last little go of things, will inevitably go down. And yeah, those back spawns can actually be a gift of a curse. That's why you're seeing Kez fight for the new ones. Unfortunately, he loses a big 1 versus 1. So the Pit at the moment, they are masterfully playing the Scar.
This is very much an opportunity to almost kind of mentally reset themselves, the Pit EU, after dropping into this elimination round early. Linz is having a bit of fun from them, but still, always potential 2unks. Just need to catch a little bit of fire, get a rotation locked in here. They still have the back spawn, so they can get back into this point a little bit quicker here as well, but you've got Lucifer on the outside just watching them spawn in and cutting them down as they do so.
Yeah, Lucifer finding those kills in the back line. Means that there's a 3-on-1 in towards the hard point. No respawns coming through. Slade does do enough damage in towards Link's top side that Link should be dealt with. Linz, never mind, finds 3 just as easily, and that should open the door for the rest of the Pit to get through the front of the hard point. I was saying it should be easy to take down Linz considering he was weak, but honestly, Linz is just that good.
Here comes the last push from 2unks out towards the back here as they try to get the kills going down. The trades are going well for them this time, and they will grab a little bit of scrap time. Game is definitely not over between these two. The Pit EU, though, do have the lion's share of time from that first set of rotations as we go into the second.
look at the scoreline discrepancy at the moment for the Pit versus 2unks. We talk about why the 2unks were so successful in their previous series, and I mean, we have to give so much love to Vortex, who dropped almost a 40 bomb on Scar Overload in that last series. Kez also was performing relatively well, and both of those players are struggling in this series at 6-20 and 9-21 here on Scar. They can pick things up. 2unks will be right back through, but it doesn't really look like that's happening right now. They are very much struggling to find any kills whatsoever against the Pit. This is a good start, though. Vortex with the flank finds 2. He finds 3, and that's the Vortex we need to see if 2unks want to get back into this game.
23 seconds of scrap here and a potential P2 rotation, but Slade a little bit late on putting that gun out here as the Pit EU full sended out towards the back of green. Not always the usual, and 2unks have been caught a little bit flat-footed because of it. Vortex, so finally another one. Finally starting to shoot back into this one, Vortex, but he can't get him. He has to throw everything in the kitchen sink to get that kill. But that gap has now closed a little bit, and P2 is ready for 2unks to hold the push.
They're going to be the first team to touch. This didn't happen last time around. They had to try and break 3, but they've already lost 3. Still on Kez towards the hard point. He's only going to find 1, and it is just such an easy break. It takes 10 seconds for the Pit to pick apart the defensive hold. And now they're the ones in control of the hard point. 2unks, they've got to find a way back through, and it all feels just a little bit individual. Slade has been performing relatively well, but even he can't do it all on his lonesome. He needs the backup from the likes of Kez and Reflex, and both of those players being swiftly dealt with by the way of Lins. The Pit looking absolutely sensational at the moment.
Just when you thought there was some rays of light for 2unks, that had been shut down and they are plunged back into the darkness. There's a potential rotation again here. Another big couple of kills coming in for it. 2unks obviously having to give up any kind of hopes towards that P2 as they get to this one. Is a massive kill by Slade. Needed to be made to try and get some positioning for this P3.
2unks have to hold it. They're already being brutalized through the middle of the map here. It's just such a big issue. One play coming off the spawn might surprise, but Slade needed to get there before Vortex dies, because now the Pit are in that prime position to hold. Now, last time around, they did lose the spawns by way of the fact that the players have pushed too forward. I think the fact that the Pit are up by 100 points, though, means they don't particularly care. They will care about that double from Reflex, though. 2unks are brute forcing their way through the front of the hard point. The Pit do have those back spawns, but they kind of don't want to give away this 30 seconds if they can afford it.
Slade does not see the feet of the player laying down there waiting. That's Lins. They get back into this fight as everything comes through. And that 17 seconds 2unks would have really liked to have, but a Hellstorm has put paid to it. Probably going to see the Pit EU go over 200 points here, and 2unks not out of the realms of possibility of being put in that 100-point club.
It does feel like it. It should be said, by the way. I mean, statistically speaking, obviously Kez and Vortex have struggled this entire map, and albeit it doesn't look like it right now, they have picked things up ever so slightly compared to the last time we checked in with them. There's only so much you can do comparatively when you're getting outslayed this badly across the board. Everybody on the Pit is firing on all cylinders. One player inside the next hard point will be Kez, who is trying to play this one a little bit surreptitiously, and does enough to get the 1 kill inside. Has the backup from Slade now, so Kez performs his role pretty much perfectly, but the Pit still with those back spawns. That's going to be a constant problem until you get somebody there. As they continue to spawn up, the garrison will arrive over and over again, and you've got zero control.
It's getting less of a pretty picture here for 2unks. This is a very different caliber of team they're having to fight, and the Pit EU are showing exactly why. This thing is getting well out of control here. Vortex does make 2 to break through for the scrap time, and if you can take a silver lining away from it, you can say 2unks have held the Pit EU down quite considerably on that last rotation, but obviously holding them down and getting a lead back is 2 different things.
I just don't even know how you start this big comeback. If you're 2unks, you are down by such a large margin here. You don't have any P5 control as it currently stands. You've got to run across the middle of the map. Got to go across no man's land to touch the front of the hard point, and the Pit, they've got numbers over here. They are going to get a look at the hill. Vortex able to catch 1 player off guard, but they don't have any top green control at the moment. That nade from Kez, though, that will do it perfectly. Flanking play being made for the middle of the map, and now those spawns will flip out.
Vortex went straight there to the back to block it. Gives them an opportunity to reinforce a bit faster here. As you can see, the reinforcements now flowing through, but this already finds 1. Bit of a trade going at the same time. Vortex is trying to hold them off out towards the top, but gets gunned before he can do any more. Kez has to back him up as Kez finds his own 2. He's outnumbered now into the point. Still staying alive and still kicking here, 2unks.
I don't know how they've managed to do this. They will extend it towards yet another hard point. Kez and Vortex again, tracking them through this game. They seem to be the keys to victory for 2unks. They are slowly starting to bring it back at 19 and 33 apiece. Are they going to predict Linz in a position like this, though? No real reason to do so. Linz can't finish his food with the first kill, but he will send Vortex scarpering away. And with the pit being this close, Vortex has to get involved.
Still manages to find one. They're still not going to be looking for him. Lynn's going to be trying to fight at the same time. Kill slowly but surely going towards them as they say that as the kill feed does fill. Slade manages to find his own two, gets out of there as well. They are holding on by the tiniest of margins over and over again. This game has felt over for about 6 minutes, and yet somehow 2unks aren't done.
Just constant two pieces when they need them. 2unks able to find it with Slade previously on P1. Now it's Reflex, so he'll find a two-piece that will keep 2unks in the game. But he has to hold on towards this hard point. And a supporting cast, they're dying around him. Reflex, the last man standing, can't find the kills. 2unks, nobody's getting to the kill in time. And the pit will put 2unks in the ground to start this series.
The pit of you, it's not even a big celebration. They probably feel like they let themselves down there, actually. There was an opportunity for them to really hammer that game home early, and it did not come to fruition. In fact, if anything, they're probably still sitting there a little bit upset about being in this position to begin with.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be some frustration in that camp for sure. They will feel like they should have at least given BTD a series. Now, again, to be clear, we don't know the exact score lines of that 3-0 in favor of BTD. We do not know how close those maps were, but I think they'll be disappointed they didn't win, given the fact they did trade out Linz prior to the end.
I do know some of them, actually.
You do? Oh, please.
The first map, I believe I was told, was BTD 250 to 238.
Okay.
I think the SD, someone said 6-2. It will be corrected probably by Bans if I get this wrong, but I did see some of those come in begin with. But speaking of score updates, I actually have another one for you, Infinity. And I don't know if you've caught this, but the Atlas Lions, who you will remember being famous for having a certain Dylan Conn in it, are up 1-0 against Omnia Invicta.
Man, maybe they're missing Cobra and Linz on that roster, eh? I have no idea what happened there in the first series. But that would be crazy if the Atlas Lions were to move forward. Because, like, again, the seeding works out that Omnia and Victor are obviously the higher seed in that matchup, so they have the easier run through. If the Atlas Lions do go through, are they 1-0 up? Do they just get the win? Is that what happened there?
They already
through. Oh, okay. So I've just read the bracket wrong.
Is it all meant was the team through with the highest?
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I was going to say, that was confusing for a second. Okay. If they beat Omnia and Victor then, I mean, they don't have an easy path by any stretch of the imagination, but like it's certainly easier than they would have been, right? If they win that matchup, they face either Rousing or Annex Esports. And we've already seen the Atlas Lions look like okay versus Bittersweet. If they clear things up from a strategic perspective, I think they can absolutely win those games. So if the Atlas Lions upset Omnia and Victor, that would easily be our biggest upset so far we've had in this tournament. And also, it would put the Atlas Lions in a great position to move forward towards the second day.
It certainly will. We'll have to see how that one does play out as it continues on. We'll keep you updated with all the scores we've got going on. This includes the other games that are currently happening in our elimination side. Bittersweet are going up against Team Ultra, and Rousing versus Annex is also happening. Of course, the winner of Bittersweet and Ultra will play either the Pit or 2unks, and the winner of Rousing Esport and Annex will play potentially the Atlas Lions or Omni and Victor if they do come back into that one. That game, though, is not happening until a little bit later, because after this elimination, we will be swinging back into the upper bracket, where we will catch the Bush game that everybody has been DMing me about.
Shouldn't have said anything, Bryce. You shouldn't have said you stayed mum.
Yeah, it would have. I mean, I was just saying, earlier on I was explaining that you were the one who kept them off stream, and I said that was diabolical from you.
See, no, I didn't see this. I didn't hear this, but I 100% believe that's true. I know that's exactly something that you would do. And I'm glad. I haven't checked my DMs on Twitter yet, so maybe that's been reflected in my Twitter DM requests. I don't know yet. Either way, whatever. Yeah, we will see Bush in a little bit. I know everyone's excited for Bush. We will be seeing them in their winners bracket semi-final match before long. That is going to be a banger game, by the way, versus Aerotech Edge, two of the best powerhouse North American teams outside of the ones already qualified for the Esports World Cup next weekend. It is going to be a great match to see who makes it in towards the upper bracket finals. For now, though, we do look over towards our matchup that we've got on screen right now, the Pit EU versus 2unks. And I think things are going to get a little bit better here for 2unks, so I'll say that much. Albeit map number 1 wasn't particularly great from the 2unks roster. That was a Pit pick. This one was a pick by 2unks. We've already seen them on Raid Search and Destroy once, and we saw how good they can be on this map.
Only time will tell us if this continues to be all about the Pit EU. Very good time. I do feel like S&D between these two might be a bit more of an equalizer. I also don't think Vortex is going to be able to do what he did last time and just stay alive on an island forever and ever. Might try and hunt him down, but right now, advantage 2unks.
Flanking play from Vortex has already been called out as well. Would have been nice if Vortex could have got that one done, but now we're all even Stevens. Reflex goes forward before his teammate can actually help out as well. Not entirely a big fan of that play. Leaves Kez high and dry here. He's already been peppered up by one, shots through the wall from the second as well, and that felt a tad individual from the team. I think they were wholly reliant on Vortex finding something on the flanking play. Once that falls apart, the round goes with it.
That's the final cut. I mean, Mythics has been so talented for so long. And he's always going to be one of the main players to watch in any roster he's in. 2unks find out the bad way. I mean, 2 versus 3, they weren't able to really get the trades going down. You were right. That was a play around Vortex. And Vortex got caught. It's funny enough, didn't actually do that in their last game. Vortex pretty much played defensive the entire time.
Gotta imagine the Vortex will be making the play calls in this camp for sure. He is like an S&D, just fully, I think, COD. He's just like a COD mastermind. His S&D brain is absolutely astonishing. I've learned anything over the years. I imagine a lot of the calls that we'll be seeing from 2unks here in this game will be coming directly from him, just like this one. 4-man, straight for the middle of the map. The Pit have recognized it, but they will not feel comfortable enough to get this rock down just yet. The fear of somebody coming through the middle of the map. They're going to go for it. Nobody there to contend with just yet, and all that pressure coming up driveway side.
Oh, Vortex does not win that 1v1. Maybe hoping to make a little bit of a playthrough here. Slade is like, oh, well, I'll have a little look, and then gets fired at the entire time as he runs past. Feels like 2unks are just a little bit adrift at sea.
Time to Slade. V3. Good for the first. The smoke was a good idea to try and exit there. That would have been beautiful. But alas, not to be. And yeah, I think you're right there, mate. It kind of sounds like in these situations, because they had the right idea, right? You have 4-man through the middle of the map. You put enough pressure on that you're hoping that it does enough to stop the rock from going down. And I don't think they realize what to do once the counter play is in from the Pit, where they don't plant the bomb. They're just waiting for those initial pushes to come through. No follow through from 2unks whatsoever in that situation. They are playing, again, a very good team from EMEA in Challengers, so this is going to be difficult to pull off strats against in the best of days. Mythics, by the way, casual 5-0 for the first couple of rounds.
If top finds Kez. And now 2unks have found, well, nothing. No mid control, no A control, no B control. Slade is fighting for his own spawn control now. Well, I did say S&D would be the big equalizer here. It doesn't seem to be so.
Feels like every single play that 2unks are putting on the table right now is being read like a elementary book. Reflex, last one up in the 1v4, and his shots are far from crispy, and it's just so oppressive, isn't it? You lose the first blood, and sometimes teams won't feel confident enough to push it. Fundamental search and destroy at lower levels is just a case of once you've got a man advantage, don't do something silly to squander it. There is so much confidence in the Pit camp for good reason that if they do push off the back of their first club, they will not do that. 3-0 scoreline right now is suggesting that is absolutely the case.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where somebody had to play the big team that's dropped into the lower bracket, but it happens to be 2unks. Against almost any other team on this side of the bracket here, I think we would have had a much fairer game. Can 2unks find some way to adjust? Already the Pit of you going for a mid push here, and Mythics will grab first blood again. Vortex is trying to get something back. There's a lot of pressure coming through. Linz knows where he's going to be. Snap, crackle, pop, and Reflex last alive, and everybody's just swarming on him. That's done.
No other way to go about it. The Pit are feeling themselves now. They are getting aggressive, and they are winning every single fight. And this is just one of those situations where it is literally just totally a different ball game. The team that you're seeing here on the screens, the Pit are one of the best teams in EMEA Challengers. They have been the entire season. They've been consistently top 3 every single stage of Elite through this season. And you're seeing that bear out right now, the difference between these two squads. We talked very briefly about Raid Search and Destroy possibly being a positive for 2unks in this best of 5, considering how well they played it against ERS Esports. Turns out, it doesn't matter naught. You've got 2 players on Donuts, one of them, which is, it feels a little bit like crucial to the entire game plan for 2unks.
There's the Hellstorm coming in. Everybody into laundry. Get into the corners. Hide. Well, let one go out towards the pillars here. They're going to try and get onto him. There's nowhere he can go. Slade is basically like, oh, if I go the wrong way, I'm going to get caught. Fortunately, there's a team kill coming through. Brings us back to a 3 versus 3.
I was going to say there, Kez, you can see him on the map. Needs to play his life perfectly. Does get away. But also leaves his teammates in a bit of an awkward spot now because there's no coverage towards that driveway side. So Vortex will not feel comfortable enough getting this rock down for fear of getting shot from the outer ring. Kez also gets caught in that rotation. Good read from Mythix. The Pit actually don't know that this rock is going down. They were so preoccupied on the position of Kez that they thought the rest of the team were over there. So that rock will go down. Advantage now for 2unks. Vortex needs to find something here. Does so and gets away.
This is the best opportunity they've had the entire time, but this is a big 1 versus 1 that Mythix will win. And now it's Vortex. He's found his first kill this round so far, and he's gone for the longest flank he can possibly do all the way around. Not to break anything in the wrong direction. Just already checks the bomb.
How?
Vortex. Just play it right there. Check it, check it, check it. He's got one.
No!
Down he goes. The wrong amount of time, the wrong amount of patience. And Vortex does not win the dream round. 5-0 now for the Pit EU.
Those shots through the wall, by the way, bloody diabolical for F. I think he literally, like, shot all the way through the wall. There must have been, like, 6 foot between Vortex and the wall as well. So he was very deep in towards launching when these shots come through. Incredibly well played from F. to find that final kill. I'll also say as well, I'm a bit surprised that Vortex shot as early as he did, because he could see that nobody was on the bomb. Maybe he was just hoping to seal the round just a tad earlier than you normally would in that situation, but he waits for someone to jump on the defuse. That probably is a secured round. Either way, good effort from Vortex, but no cigar here. The Pit just 1 round away from a flawless raid.
EU taking full B control. There has only been 6 kills from 2unks in 5 rounds of S&D. They would need to be considerably better at this point to get anything done. Well, there's 2. They've opened it up, spoke it into existence. The 2unks now have a massive advantage for this round.
These players are now drawn in. But you want to be careful about how much you give away for free, because Kez has already just given himself away. Mythix actually should be able to hit the regen, but isn't looking in the right direction for that next fight. So leaving F. in a 1 versus 3. And if I know anything about F. is that he is about to put a highlight reel in front of us.
Oh my God, Vortex in a 1 versus 1. This shouldn't be happening. This was 2 versus 4. Vortex, they don't know where he's going to be. This might just be timing for Vortex. He's round the back. He's looking for it. He's going to take him on. There's
no.
Vortex says, no, I'm having nothing to do with the gunfight that I was winning. After now getting away. Vortex is going to try to get back into this one. Vortex is close enough that he should win this fight. Oh, he's somehow still alive. Don't lose this, Vortex. Don't lose this. He gets the kill. They get a round. It's a scrappy, disgusting round, but it's at least one on the board.
I know what the F. stands for now, and F. and it ain't Felix.
That was painful to watch.
Bro, that reach out from Vortex down low, below bedroom, I was absolutely terrified. The fact that he almost whips him with the pistol as well is insane. F. putting on a show for us, but it does mean we don't see a flawless search and destroy from the Pit. Still an opportunity here for what would be a sensational comeback from 2unks, but they would have to put themselves very much from the brink. Where do you even go now? The start of this round. It's going to be a B hit coming through. Only 1 player to contend with here, and it's going to be a very fast push in towards Kitchen from at least 1 player. This is a good play because nobody's there on the other side, but whether you get some COD timing, different story.
There's the first blood. The one thing 2unks do not need in this, what could be a final S&D of the season. Mythix being brilliant as per usual. We'll go down here. This brings it down to a 2 versus 3. If everybody got some sort of weird sunglasses on today, they can't see people. Because I don't know what's going on, but that round has now ended. And that is the game. That is the map. And there is no celebration coming out of the pit EU. This is just pest control for them.
Yeah, this is business as usual. One hell of a way to end the search and destroy. They are taking this so damn casually, and every single gunfight suggested as well. Every single time that we see these guys win a fight, it's just the simplest thing in the world. They want to get this round done and dusted. Get on to the next one where they will face a real threat, because right now, I want to say this is a bit like the Avengers facing Loki before they inevitably have to face Thanos later on in the tournament. But I feel like this is even that. Like this at the moment, it kind of feels like the origin stories, right? You're facing Red Skull at the moment.
It's not great. I'll be honest with you. While we're waiting for this game to go into the overload, by the way, none of the players leaving after map 2 is something we haven't seen in a while. So I'm going to go over some of the other scores that are happening in the elimination bracket. Bittersweet are currently up 1-0 against Team Ultra MVP. That hasn't moved on from that point. The Atlas Lions are up 2-0 against Omnia Invicta. So they're actually having a pretty good time, and they could continue on in this tournament. Then we've got Annex Esports. They're up 1-0 against Razzle, and we will get these updated as soon as they do come in, and we'll see how they're all going. At the moment, though, no tie games.
Those are insane scorelines, by the way. Like, I know we've already talked a little bit about the Atlas Lions being 1-0 up against Omnia. That in itself, it's a shock. 2-0 up, even bigger shocker. I would say Annex 1-0 up against Rausen is a pretty big one as well, because we saw Annex, they played relatively well yesterday. It was a raid, search and destroy where they looked very good. They just couldn't follow through on a number of their strategies. I wouldn't, in a month for Sundays, have said they would have beaten Rausen at all. So for them to be 1-0 up, that is a big shock for sure. That lower side of the lower bracket, that's looking hot.
All right, well, we're going to go to a quick break while we get these players into this lobby and ready to rock. Don't go anywhere. More action here at the LCQ. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the LCQ. We are live with our elimination game where we will be saying goodbye to some of our teams. The team most likely to leave us at this point is going to be 2UNKS, but maybe, just maybe, there's a Cinderella story waiting in the wings.
Yeah, I mean, you would love to see it, right? 2UNKS have impressed us so far earlier on in losers round 1. They managed to take Eras down 3-0, so there is definitely some life in them. I just don't know if we've really seen it in this series because we've given a lot of love to the players, I think particularly Kez and Vortex, and so far, and I mean no disrespect when I say this because they are playing an incredibly difficult opponent, especially compared to the one they played in losers round 1, they haven't really shown up in the way that they did back in that series. If maybe that can change, maybe the rest of the series can as well.
Well, that's what they'll be hoping for, and we'll see whether or not that does come to fruition because it has not been a pleasant viewing so far. The rest of our teams, obviously, in this elimination side, never going to have too good of a time when you are playing for your very survival. But we will see as this will go into our overload. The fist bumps are out, the good vibes are rolling, but is that going to be enough?
I don't know. I would love to see a 2UNKS reverse sweep here. I'm a big fan of the Pit. Again, both you and I said that we expected the Pit to be one of the two teams in the grand finals of this LCQs. However, just for the storylines, I always want every upset possible to happen. And I would love to see 2UNKS pull off a reverse sweep in this series. But it has to start here on the Scar Overload. I'm going to say the same thing that I said at the beginning of the Raid Search and Destroy, which is that this was an UNKS pick. So, they will be happy with this being in the best of 5. We obviously saw them play Scar very well last series, but again, very different opponents. I don't think they're going to be able to pull off anywhere near the same kind of strategies that they did in that last one.
Well, let's find out. Only time will tell us. This could be a little bit of a fast game, to be honest with you. But maybe, just maybe, there's been an incredible pep talk coming through. Can confirm the team names at the top have been switched here, so we'll keep you updated onto that one as the teams obviously switch sides during that little break we just had. Obviously do throw everything off, but at the moment you can see right now the Pit EU, which is actually 2UNKS, are trying to move the EMP.
Well, looking pretty good. Reflex just can't be the lead blocker. You can't do that. You need the help from Vortex on the play. Vortex still might be able to get this in, but I think there's a lot of desperation in this play at the moment. And these guys just trying to move forward without actually getting the kills. Slade keeps the play alive. Opportunity now potentially for Reflex to get the kill on towards the ball carrier. Linz is playing his life. Is it good enough? No, it's not. F-Dot will find that kill. And yeah, I think in just that little passage of play right there, I think the Pit were just so desperate to actually get a point through that they didn't really do it the way that you should do, which is get the kills before going for the detonation. Alas, they don't get it, and that ball will now sit in the back of their spawn.
It's been a pretty good hold. I mean, the Pit EU have managed to just pull that one off of the goal line a couple of times, and that's frustrating for 2UNKS, really. They were perhaps hoping to have a very good time moving forward, but now the tide is turning. The Pit EU looking to try and get this one done. F-Dot is just not having a good time with the peekaboo.
These guys are just trying to brute force it at the moment, especially after that search and destroy. I can absolutely imagine the fact that the Pit would just be like, look, we can outslay these guys. I'll throw caution to the wind a little bit. F-Dot certainly doing it with a pistol, and now is in a position where he could cause some real havoc here, especially if that stun does connect. Not going to do so before Slade takes them down. So 2UNKS will now have to get another wave of gunfights before they get that EMP device through towards the overload point. I'm going to check. Slade doing a really good job at the moment of playing keep away towards that back line, and all of this so frustrating for the Pit as they try to get the ball moving forward.
Linz is just going to throw that one in without as much kind of hassle as it could have been. Obviously, I think Vortex was waiting to try and shut it down as it got over to the line here, but this has been all pressure for the last minute and a half. Eventually, they do manage to burst back out of it. Linz on the backside goes down as well. That's a full wipe. They're going to try and get them off of the spawn here, but this EMP will have to move, so there's a lot of fighting to be done.
Reflex needs to go big here. He can't go back. He's going back towards the other side. Again, you're leaving Kez all on his lonesome. Maybe that's the play, though, because Kez can do it all on his lonesome. A couple of kills with the pistol. Surely not a third one as well. Goes to the AR. And unfortunately, that is not good enough to get that kill. But you're very happy with the fact that the Heroics do deliver on an EMP detonation.
Dipping in and out, trying to put the pressure on here, but that's been taken by the other side. They're out of position. Vortex has seen this and said, all right, free win. That's a 2 straight into the bank there for 2UNKS.
I think there's a certain element of these guys, again, just playing a little bit too overzealously. And that is something that the two Unks can exploit. If there's anything that you know about Steve Vortex, is that he is a mastermind at the game. He knows when an opportunity has opened up for his team, and he will take it. So you cannot let that happen if you're the Pit. Of course, the other thing I will say, though, about the Pit is that they are a team that will have tremendous composure. Even being 2-1 down, I don't think they'll be particularly stressed. Reflex stunning his own teammates, that's not going to help situation. Even if you do find yourself in a 2-for-1 trade through the middle of the map. Pit starting to find some kills here, though. As now it's going to be a blue feed. All the players starting to get in position. Nice pre-stun on towards Kez now as the cross is being made. Mythix needs to get more involved because at the moment the rest of his team are dying on the transition, and now he needs to get more involved to try and find the kills. And unfortunately, those players just cannot get across towards the 10-yard line.
Just when you thought that pressure was mounting and getting it done here, they just couldn't quite find the thread. EMP Scoopton is alive here, but it's going to be two Unks that are putting the pressure on with these kills. Maybe their last little rush going for it. Reflex picks it up. One more wave of kills and they can stand this one home, but they get stopped on the outside. Somebody pick up the EMP. You've got the pressure right now. Just move. They're going to get it in as well. That'll be kills. That'll be 3-1 to the Unks, and that's a little bit of a slow roll, but they get it.
Yeah, those studs are so damn frustrating. You're like, please just get me through. You feel like you're running through treacle, but alas, they do get it through. 3-1. The Pit now looking phenomenal here on Scar Overload as they try to extend this series. F-Dot caught out in no man's land, trying to take players down on the heady. Lins will get involved in that play through a little flank. Two Unks looking to try and hold here as the Pit have potential for one last little hit through. The only real choice that they're going to have is to go through towards that A side, and there is still the ball. The ball is still in play, by the way, for the extra bit of overtime here. These guys are still playing through overtime, so we're going to have to look through the POV. There we go. 20 seconds. Back we go. And this is actually very dangerous. These guys, if the ball drops, their half will go, and there it is. But honestly, I'm super impressed with two Unks through that half. Like, you know, it could have been better at the beginning, but outside of that one little hiccup at the very start of the game, they've been phenomenal.
This is very much an opportunity for them. I was really worried. I'm not going to lie to you about the Overload. I've always said Overload, it exposes weaknesses in team play. Right now, not that bad. I mean, don't get me wrong. Obviously, Vortex just picking up and running with it when he spotted a gap has given him a great time. But there has been some real back and forth for these two teams, both looking good going forward and defending.
Just everyone on the Pit is showing up to this game. Or everyone on the 2 Unks, excuse me, is showing up to this game. The Pit, some chinks in the armor starting to show up at the moment as Lins is currently sitting 8-18. Sub pressure can pick things up, will be huge. That is 4 down right off the rip. Uh-oh, this is not good whatsoever. Spaghetti all over the floor right now as the Pit should get this in scot-free. Stun over the top will only slow them down. It will delay inevitable capture.
Try and go for a relay here, but this is always one of the hardest relays in the game. You've basically got to just keep fighting them in spawn, win a massive amount of TDMs while that EMP slowly but surely gets through. It's a war of attrition in which you are not normally reinforced that fast, but they have done it this time. The Pit EU somehow winning against the odds.
This is the problem, isn't it? With a roster like the Pit EU, is that they can just turn it on at any second. They team play again through those little relay plays, 2 overloads in a row. That is a big problem for 2 Unks, and it will continue to be a problem. You have to get rid of Harry towards the back line, and they will do so. So should be a reset on the play here, especially as nobody from the Pit is near the EMP device just yet. Flanking play does get caught out by Vortex. So all of this now becomes a defensive play for the Pit. Also keeping on player number 3 from Mythix, who looks to push forward in towards blue. That's going to cause a problem if he isn't dealt with, and he swiftly is. So all the grounds, all the bases are being covered right now for 2 Unks, but they can't actually put themselves back in towards offense mode. They are absolutely playing from the back foot here.
They are just finding a new kind of lease on life here. You are barely letting them breathe, and F-Dot is trying to find even more here. There's 1, there's 2. You can't even choose. He's like, there's too many for me to shoot here. I'll just get everybody I can. F-Dot, again, now 30 and 21. EMP might be scooped. It's going to have to be Slade to the rescue. What a wonderful shot. Stops that score.
Oh, that's some horrendous COD timing, turning around all the second. Whoa, never mind. Doesn't matter for Slade. Beautiful shots on towards Mythics. 3 down all of a sudden. And an opportunity now to get this EMP device through. But if you've got a Slade, we've got one too. And F-Dot on the other side does come through. And that is enough. That one little play from F-Dot going through shop on the flanking play, that would absolutely have been a capture without him. But now it is going to be 2unks in control of the EMT device. You're seeing them putting players forward on the map, but it's just not enough. Every single one of them is being belittled and removed from the map. And now the Pit, an opportunity to get another one through as those players are in towards blue.
Gone back and forth here, but here's the pressure mounting. Got to make some kills in your own base to get it done. F-Dot going berserk again here. Maybe we get that last one, but it's not going to be enough. Oh, Kez stops it on the goal line. F-Dot, by the way, has really caught fire so far in his overload. 34 and 23. And yet somehow this is a tied game, but all the pressure is on 2unks.
I felt there's just such desperation in the play right now for 2unks as they look to try and get the EMP device out of their base over and over again. It's a 2 versus 2 here. F-Dot's looking pretty good. Doesn't necessarily need to be the one to get this kill. Just get it in while Harry deals with him. And that is exactly what happens. Lovely play. Talk about F-Dot being paramount to the play right now for the Pit. And yet another example of exactly that as they finally take the lead. Inevitably, the Pit, they have bent 2unks and finally they've broken them.
Oh, it's getting worse. It is really getting worse. F-Dot now over 40. Not in terms of age, but just in terms of score. And they're looking to try and get these relays going down again. Kez is actually going super long here to try and do something tricky. It's not worked out, and you are right. This is feeling like a surge of momentum. 2unks have lost it. The Pit have found the groove, and they are sticking in it.
Starting to get to the point where mathematically this one is done. A 3 detonation difference between 2unks and the Pit. 2unks firmly on the back for every single time they get off the respawn. They have to try and remove those pesky rats in their own base. And they will do so, but every single time they do that, they expend time and energy on the clock. They've got to be fast now. No choice, no way that you can run around this map with your irons up. You have to be full throttle at the opposition base if you want a chance to extend your series and tournament lives.
One more time, you can see everybody trying to just hold on to this one as they go back for it again here. The Pit of you are still trying to make it happen. It would be an unbelievable relay. I'm not even sure you can get that reset in time here, but they are going to try and make a game of it. Probably be their last overload they play this year as they're about to crash out of this tournament, and that will be it. The Pit EU 3-0 against 2unks, and we will say goodbye to 2unks in this. The LCQ, they go out top 12, but for a pickup team that walked into the tournament, I think they've had a good showing.
Yeah, I absolutely think 2unks should be proud of themselves. The win that they got in the last series, they'll be happy. 2unks came into this tournament not just as a team that were on the lower rung in terms of skill and even experience for some of the squad. They were a pickup team. They literally came in just with hope of performing in this tournament, coming up and showing and just to play some Call of Duty Black Ops 7, and that is exactly what they did. They're all smiles. Absolutely zero bad tension between these two teams. Because again, 2unks, yes, they'll be upset that they're done, but they'll be very happy with the fact they showed up and they at least won that one big series last time around.
Wow. I've done enough, but we have to say goodbye. You are right. There's absolutely no talk between these two teams. Quite a relaxed ending to a game, if I'm being perfectly honest with you as well. Vortex, you can see him there in good spirits as he talks to everybody going through. But for the Pit EU, it's almost a case of, well, they didn't want to be here in terms of not qualifying for EWC. They didn't want to be in the lower bracket of the LCQ for EWC, and now they will have to continue on this run. Many games to come from them over the next 2 days if they can make that run.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, for them, this is business as usual. Another day in the office for the Pit EU. They expected to win this series. And to be honest with you, I think they would have been disappointed with anything aside from a clean 3-0. And that is exactly what they got. So I think for the Pit, they'll be happy they won. They're not happy they're here. And I think they'll only feel comfortable once they win the next couple of series and get into the final day of action.
Yeah, I think so as well. Realistically, it's been a bit of a ride now for them as they've had throughout the year. And you are right with their LAN performances not being up to scrap here. They're going to have a monumental LAN performances because it's not just the teams in the lower bracket need to worry about. It's the teams sitting in that upper bracket, the big monsters that have come out to play. But while we speak about all of that, I will say I know you've been waiting. I know you've been patient. And I know that the game coming up next is going to feature Bush. So relax, take your time, and get ready. We're going to go to a break here. When we come back, though, we'll be looking at all the games that have happened in the bracket, but also we'll go into the upper bracket and get the game you want to see. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard suck at Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Puff and blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
How about you folks? But I feel extra hype as always after watching that anime ad. It makes me so happy. Welcome back here to the road to EWC for Call of Duty Black Ops 7. This, of course, being the LCQs, and we're jumping back up to the winner bracket for the match you've all been waiting for. The Bush has arrived, but before we get there, we need to talk a little bit about what's been happening around the grounds. How did we get to this point as we're approaching our final 6 teams? So let's talk about the brackets. I'll start, I think, with what the hell is happening in that upper bracket, because obviously we talked a little bit, lower bracket, excuse me. I talked a little bit about Bush being in the upper bracket, but here in the lower bracket, we have 2 3-0s that lead the Pit EU and Bittersweet for a face-off for top 6.
And you have 2 map 5s that are about to be going underway. Bittersweet sending Ultra MVP going home, and we just saw a few moments ago between you and Bryce, 2 unks going home. No bad blood between them and the Pit EU. Back to business. They have a very tough matchup ahead of them. We were talking before we actually came back to live. Yep. The Atlas Lions being map 5 with Omnia and Victa, something is going on in that camp today. I mean, the Atlas Lions, by no stretch of the imagination, are a bad team on paper. Dylan COD was single-handedly carrying them through Search and Destroys yesterday. But the Omnia and Victa roster, just from a namesake, should be able to deal with them decisively, in my humblest opinion.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think it's a shock. Not just that match as well, by the way. Yes, the Atlas Lions shouldn't be able to be as competitive as they are versus Omnia and Victa, even without Cobra and Lins. But also Rousing Esports being forced to a Game 5 against Annex Esports. And I mean, no disrespect to that Annex squad whatsoever. But, you know, Avo messaged me this morning and talked to me a little bit about that roster. And, you know, he effectively implied that it was a pickup team. So for Rousing, an established team, to be losing to Annex, or at the very least be pushed to a Game 5 they were losing, is a shocker. So anything can happen in the lower quadrant of our lower bracket. But we do know the Pit and Bittersweet have locked in spots inside the top 8. Let's talk a little bit about the upper bracket, though, because that is where we are going to next. Telluride Bush Gaming are here in the upper side for an all North American matchup. Not all American, because there's a Canadian playing here in this matchup, versus Aerotech Edge, the roster formerly known as Omit Brooklyn.
Yep, the shiniest diamond of all the Connors, of course, being the representation from Canada, all North America warfare here in the upper semifinal match between Aerotech Edge, formerly known as Omit Brooklyn, top 6 Challengers Finals, playing alongside Gwyn. Gwyn, of course, gets picked up for Cloud9 New York for the main event next week. So now they're playing with Standy, going up against what is a now new defined Telluride Bush. We'll get into their mix here in a moment, because it is quite a deep one. But Torn Esports going up against BTD after they decisively thwacked the Pit EU 3-0 in their quarterfinal matchup. It seems like that team is on an all blitz status, and Torn Esports also got to be feeling pretty good after the reverse sweep and a 6-0 search and destroy to send Bittersweet down to the lower bracket.
It does feel like anything can happen in that other upper bracket semi-final. As you said, BTD 3-0ing the Pit in itself was a massive shock. And I think an even bigger shock was the fact that Torn were able to bounce back after being 2-0 down in their series versus Bittersweet. So both of those rosters have a propensity for an upset. Both of them not fans of the storyline being set in stone. And so we have no idea who is going to end up in the upper bracket final at the end of the semi-finals. But focusing on this one semi-final that you've all been waiting for, this is going to be an absolute banger. You've got Aerotech going head-to-head with Telluride Bush Gaming. Both of these rosters are two of the best teams competing in this event. We've been talking a lot about our mystical top four, the four teams that we told you guys. We are looking at these guys saying they will be the four teams. One of them is probably going to make it to Esports World Cup as the 16th team at that event. Bush and Aerotech Edge are two of those four teams. So it does feel like anything can happen in this matchup.
Ponytail Paul X in the venue? Are we sure? Like, oh my God. Where'd
you get that from?
Hair, looking crazy, man. I think it also deserves like a shout, not only from the players that we have on screen, obviously Fear, formerly known as Fire, formerly known as Fire 40, Blue, for those that know. He gets dropped, of course, from Carolina. They then pick up Gwyn. He was formerly on the Bush roster before getting picked up to Carolina. Awakening was also on that roster back in, what was it, Paris? They got like top 12 or something egregious. Like, it was a really bad finish. He then gets dropped. The roster then gets reshuffled. And then they bring in Renegade. So 2/4 of the Huntsman roster that also got top 6 at Challengers Finals will be here alongside them. So it's very exciting to be able to see this conglomerate of two different teams that were at the forefront of our minds at Challengers Finals to make it to the main event of EWC have now joined their forces under one giant bushy banner to try to make a run.
Yeah, it does feel like this regrowing of the Bush has been a tumultuous tale so far here at the LCQs. It might seem like it's a very simplistic affair, given the fact that they are obviously through to the upper bracket semifinals. It doesn't matter how you win, as long as you win over the Ultras and then the Omnia and Victor roster. But both, I feel like, have caveats, because we got to watch the match between Bush and Ultras. And Ultras, they actually had a bit of resistance at the start of that Den hard point. It took a while for Bush to activate, but when they did, it was smooth sailing for the remainder of that 3-0. I think the more interesting one is the fact they dropped a map to Omnia and Victor. That wasn't something I necessarily expected, and so it shows that it hasn't exactly been plain sailing with the Bush so far. But make no mistake, this is going to be the most difficult team they have faced so far in this competition, because on the other side, you do have this Aerotech Edge roster. They've done a straight swap. Gwyn has left this team for Cloud9. He's jumped shit to lock in a spot at EWC, and Standy joins. Standy, kind of funny end of the season, by the way, for Eli, because he has jumped around a fair bit of rosters. Obviously left the Carolina Royal Ravens to try to play champs with Stallions, but failed to qualify. And now this is basically his second attempt to extend in the season here at Black Ops 7 LCQs.
He had some personal issues. He had to step away, which is why they had Nox kind of fill in. And then when push came to shove, going in towards like what EWC was about to look like all of management, I'm saying all of management, Brian Saint had probably made the decision to try to move away with a more strong roster that they could play with continuously, thus leaving Eli to try to fight to be able to find a different spot to be playing with. But he lands here with Omid Brooklyn, and to be candid, like, it is a working system if you think about it through and through. I mean, 2Real, Paul X, you talk about some good S&D prowess between those individuals. 2Real in the NPC meta as well has been really lighting things up. The Pello Monster has truly been at a different tear towards the tail end of the season. And then Standy as well. I mean, the NPC meta has definitely buffed him at the same time. So expect this team to have a lot of pace. But I even the tour guide the conversation a little bit away for what the preparation will look like for what is a glorified pickup team versus a glorified new fourth is the coaching staff. I haven't seen Major Maniac in the venue, but he is listed to be the coach for the Bush. I know that Temp also had a play in. He was saying that he wanted to give them some coaching before the event actually started. But on the opposite side is none other than Challengers champion coach Charles Mystic. And I saw the prep that he was putting these boys through, making sure that they're all prepared to the best of their ability. He's a big team culture kind of guy, and you can only imagine that he's getting these boys absolutely right to get them ready for what is going to be their toughest competition here today.
Yeah, absolutely. And the coaching staff is always kind of an unsung element of any Challengers team, right? I know that obviously people do recognize the coaching staff when it comes to CDL rosters more often than not. I think that's because that information is more public. But you mentioned Mystic, and like Mystic has been around for years, right? Like, for as long as you and I have been casting in Challengers, Mystic has been one of the best coaches in the entire damn thing. You know, throughout his time coaching, every roster that he has been a part of has improved for the fact that he is present. And I think that is a big W for Aerotech Edge to have on their side. How much that's going to make a difference against Telluride Bush, though, is going to be a question. I think certainly their search and destroy will be boosted. There's going to be a lot of question marks coming to this best of 5. How we think this entire thing is going to play out. But I think if you have Mystic on side in the search and destroy scenario, that is going to be a boon of success. And I guess there's also kind of an automatic edge that Aerotech Edge have in search and destroy. We always talk about, and Bryce has even extended this to Overload throughout this event, how those modes are the most strategically heavy modes, right? You need to have your strategies on lock. And this core of Aerotech Edge has been together for longer. You talk about Bush being, I don't want to say glorified pickup team, but I mean, that is effectively what's happened here, is they are bringing a new squad together for the last event of the season. Aerotech Edge will have had more time together, have their strategies down in search and destroy, and adding and standing to the mix isn't really going to upend it that much.
No, again, it's a working system that Eli just slots himself into. But on the opposite side for Bush, I mean, like, when you look at all four of these players, like, in and out of the CDL minus Renegade, might as well have been Halo World Champion multiple times over, MVP as well. And I think the conversation still comes around specifically for Renegade on what he's going to be able to produce against what is going to be a very deep bag of tricks, because he's another one of those players that really did benefit from the NPC meta. We saw from the Huntsman roster when they were playing with Johnny as well. Really Blitzkrieg style out of Renegade. Fell off a little bit towards the end of the season statistically, but we know what John is capable of in any first-person shooter when he's got the controller in his hands, Brody. The question still beckons, is he going to feel comfortable with this roster? That's always been the looming question when he was playing on the Huntsman, back when they still had Neum, way back when they were absolutely turning a bunch of heads. Neum gets picked up to the LA Thieves, and it's been a big gaggle of, like, how can we make Renegade play the best Call of Duty possible? We've seen him at his peak, just got to get it consistent.
I would say, and I feel relatively, maybe I shouldn't feel confident in saying this, but I feel confident in saying that Renegade's probably the best SMG in this lobby, right? I think Renegade
in this lobby?
Yeah, I feel like Renegade's pretty good at the game, right? Like, when he pops off, he's a pretty damn good SMG player. And I think particularly after the NPC buff, it felt like Renegade having literally like an awakening, right, as a player. So I cannot wait to see what he does here for the Bush. I feel like he's a core part of what their strategy needs to be as we jump into what should be a bang-out map in Frequency Hardpoint.
Frequency's back, baby. Let's go. You actually have a couple players in this lobby that did compete back in BO4 on this exact map mode combination. But even before we get into the nitty-gritty, there's one thing that does need to be talked about, and that is the flexing that's going to be coming through Telluride Bush Gaming. Fear, of course, was playing the AR on the Carolina Royal Ravens. ProLoot playing the AR the majority of the year. The flexibility between those two, keep a close eye on it. It's been a very good P1 thus far.
Yeah, I don't know if you're going to see much of an AR, particularly on P1 here on Frequency Hardpoint. And very briefly mentioned this is a bang-out map. You might see one or two, but that'll be about it. Fear is running the AR here for the moment, as it'll be a red feed as the Bush take early control over P1. But it is going to be Aerotech Edge in control for P2. ProLoot trying to find their way through the front of the hardpoint, and the initial kill coming through against Tyrael is a good start, but it's going to be a couple of kills coming through from Porlex and Stanley make that 3, and that is the clearance that Aerotech needed. They've got some breathing room.
Yeah, the height of that desk and the height of the player model comparatively to BO4, very easy to break, especially when there's no trophy systems. You cannot just get that head glitch lickety-split like you did back in 2019. So Aerotech able to break back in. Ample time still left to fight over. You got players still anchoring out the spawns. Tyrael spawns up, so next players can get bumped forward. 25 seconds left to play, and Fear's last alive to give it a shake, and he does.
That's a big hard point for Aerotech Edge. It's worth saying it's not over just yet. Bush will send a couple of straggling players towards the old hill. If ProLoot can get this 15 seconds, that would be huge. I don't think he recognizes that one player might spawn up. I've just actually got the audio kill on towards Paul X. So pretty good performance actually for ProLoot to grab that scrap time. Even if you steal away 10 seconds in a map like Frequency, that could be the difference between a dub and an L. And Rubush will be up by 5 seconds or so as we hit the next hard point. Big problem though, 2 players now spawning out towards the other side. This can be a blessing of the curse. If they get there fast enough, they should be able to shock Aerotech Edge on this push through. And that is exactly what happens as Wade picks up Tyrael through the middle of the map. And now these players are stuck between ProLoot and the players inside the hard point. ProLoot getting shut down. Wake, can he do anything? Towards 11 HP, needs to Scarper and play his life for the reset. Wake doesn't care, but switches to his pistol, can't get the kill. Does waste enough time though that Telluride Bush to still have a shake at this hill.
Fear still on the catwalk. He's still over by the ledge, though, and he's still able to stay alive. They have these back blue spawns, so they can keep cycling players in ever since Lou put himself in a situation to get these spawns in their favor. But it is a scrappy fight here as far as the blue hill is concerned. Aerotech still holding from the front. This spawn trap can get egregious. The Telluride can't push through.
And Bush continue to spawn at the back line here. They have managed to filter players through. Yeah, Fear through the balcony. Should be able to temporarily get in towards the hard point, but we're pretty much all even Stevens here going in towards the next hill. Tyrael up top, Should be a nuisance. Not able to finish his food though. Renegade finds an easy 2. And now Bush have a war on 2 fronts to fight as Aratech Edge approaches hill from a couple of different directions here. Both Porlex and Standy are finding value on those pushes. And it is a brief moment in time in which Bush are in the hill.
Renegade gets the first cleanly, resets for the second, but then loses from the headshot multiplier out of 2 real. Still got these back 3 spawns coming through for Telluride Bush, trying to get themselves through the jump across over to Pipes, maybe for a contest. Trophy systems are all gone on the point for Aerotech, so this is going to be your best bet off of Fierce 2.
Oh, Fear, never mind it being 2. It is a 3-piece for the not new player on the roster. Yeah, Fear is just fire. You've heard him all before. But he is looking pretty good at the moment at 12 and 6. This has been a phenomenal start for him, and not just him, but also the sub-duo. Bush also in there, with Fear, of course, being the flex at 13 and 7, Renegade at 13 and 7 as well. So Bush right now thriving off of those 2 performances, but they are only ever so slightly in the lead here as we hit the second set of rotations, and Porlex trying to keep some fingers on the pulse of this hard point. He's doing a splendid job of using the Omni movement to keep himself alive, but that will only last for so long here as Bush find their way back on through. It's going to be the players, the sub-duo inside the hill.
28 and 15 combined between Fear and Renegade, like you were talking about there. You would expect that to maybe be more of an inclination of a bigger score lead, but that's just more of a testament to how much time was contested by Aerotech there on 2 and 3. But this P1 getting a lot of time soaked up for Telluride Bush. Renegade on the 5-3 dies. I wonder if he generated enough score from the hardpoint time to get one of those Hellstorm missiles. Very influential on frequency hardpoint here in BO7.
Huge kills coming through from Porlex and Turiel. Again, you talk about the fact that the kill discrepancy between these 2 teams, the slaying in which Bush are so far ahead, isn't necessarily being reflected. And I think a lot about the fact that Aratech Edge are able to grab so much of this 15 to 20 second of scrap time. Bush need to rotate, especially towards the next hard point. And even though they've lost the 15 seconds of scrap time, they are not going to be the first team here. Fear, a lot to do for potential spawn flip. DC's gonna go searching, does inevitably find him, but Fear has been weakened up, so shouldn't be in for it. Unfortunately, though, players towards the back line are now being pushed in towards the hard point. That means the spawns will flip in favor of the Bush, and now they can start to assault. Fear in, only finds 1. Traded out, Proloot will be weak, so now Wake needs to get involved in this play. It's a 2 versus 3 here for the moment, but only for the moment as Renegade comes through the middle of the map, and that should break the ice of this hard point. Bush are in.
Yeah, all off the Hellstorm missile. The Renegade was all the way across the map over by Blue, so he actually got Paul X to spawn right up over by Pipes, which is why I kept it a little bit more scrappy. Feels like Telluride Bush finally are able to get their footing in towards the hill, but they don't have a trophy system. Nice Semtex out from DC, opens things up, potentially to push all the way through, but thinks twice of it, just lays down for the reinforcements to try to keep them trapped over on this side of the map this time around. Good return of efforts coming through from Aerotech Edge to at least scrap back through this P2. Keep all Telluride Bush at an AR's reach as they maintain the rotation 3.
Again, it is astounding, the fact that it feels like Bush have been so far ahead in terms of the kills that, well, the Aerotech Edge are about to take the lead here in this game. 2-2 splits try and break on through now. Watch the route that Renegade's taken. He is infamous for these kind of plays. His teammates do need to brace for it, though, before Renegade can get involved. Doesn't even need to. Wait comes in for 2, and Fear will be the one to finish that one off. So Bush to break on through. Back spawn's now locked. Fear going to have to get back involved through the middle of the map because it's not going to be long before he gets an engagement and can't do anything about it. DC doesn't go down. Aerotech Edge still got players inside. Stanley, can you do anything now? No. Pinstrike kill feed in favor of Bush, but Renegade gonna fall back and forth, the pendulum swing, as neither team really able to get a grip over this hard point.
Yeah. Again, still trying to find any sort of opening. This is now back-to-back P3s where Telluride Bush are able to get themselves the spawns, at least the opening, but Aerotech very good at just keeping things contested up through the balcony over by the ledge. So just about a 7-point game, going back over towards Pipes this time around. Renegade playing underneath the window, had a good chance there for the 2-piece, but it's still information and damage. Paul cannot push forward, so he's going to have to try to drop down low. And Telluride Bush have a really good firm grip as far as this hard point is concerned, at least for the initials.
It feels like these individual momentary plays from Telluride Bush are putting them ever so slightly in the lead at the moment. You saw one there from Fear laying down, catching a player off guard that thought he might have got the drop on the Bush, but no. Fear does not let anybody get the drop on him. It's 4 in a row. Now for Lou, as he looks for more, recognizes these players are going to be coming off the spawns. Got to be careful about how many pumps he's putting in at the moment because he might get a yellow card, but he does end up falling. And now the floodgates have opened for Aerotech Edge. Approaching this hill from a couple of different angles. T-Real needs to hit this at the right time and is a little bit late. His teammates have all already around him. And Telluride Bush, that is the best we've seen either of these two teams hold a hard point this entire game.
Yeah, it really is. Again, P4 and P1 have been just Bush's playground. it feels like the majority of their time are between those two different hills, albeit a Herculean effort for Telluride Bush to maintain spawns over by orange and blue. 192 to 135. Back to P1 we go. Split spawns in effect. DC holding the irons. Brings me back to the ICR days. Finds the first. There's the pinch on the backside from Paul X, and now DC can surge forward.
Edge in control. Trades though. Again, look at Renegade. He is so predictable on these routes that he's taken. The thing about it though is that it does work when Renegade goes for it, but this time he actually fakes it, throws the stun out. That leaves a player isolated away from the hard point, goes straight back towards the hill, and Renegade picks up an easy double that will get Bush in for 25 seconds at a time. At this point in the game proper, Aerotech can't really afford to give away, and now they're spawning in Narnia.
Yeah, they cannot afford to be giving away anything. I mean, Sandy's just gung-ho trying to contest the point. He's there to at least get inside of U-Haul, finds the one on the Awakening, but I mean, there's so much more that you got to do. Not only contest the time, you got to win this rotation outright. Fear trapped in the corner. He was one shot, no stim. Telluride Bush, they have these spawns back orange, looking to hold on to it and close the game here.
One last good hill, and Bush have done it. Map number one in this best of 5. Beautiful kills coming through from Awakening and Proloot 3. Paul X can't find anything for 3 as Proloot goes back up towards 100 HP. Now makes Paul X fight against 2 different players at once, and that is just too much for Paul to handle as Bush teetering closer. But Aerotech Edge, they are going to find their way through, and Bush are now pinned towards the back of the hard point.
Yeah, they really are. This could be a little bit of a spawn trap unless Renegade can find the pinch. He finds himself too. That should be the re-break. 26 seconds left to play in the Semtex sends Standy packing. This could be game.
Yeah, got to go in now. Aerotech can no longer afford to wait here. Bush momentarily out of the hard point. Need to be careful about how much they commit to this as well, because even if they do go for this for a contest, they will not have spawns for next. The way that they're playing, it's not going to matter. Actually, posthumous nade from 2Real, is that going to be enough? No one's going to touch in time owing to that 2-piece from Awakening, and it is the Bush that starts strong here.
Oh, yeah. Awakening flew in, landed at 9:30 yesterday morning, played his first round, got a good night's sleep, feeling good now, for sure. And the question finally answered, at least in the map 1 on frequency. How comfortable was Renegade going to look with this roster? The answer, incredibly. That guy was an absolute loose cannon, just running around. Frequency looks really, really good as far as Renegade's gameplay is concerned. Anywhere where he can get lost on the map, influence plays, that's exactly what you want to see. It always felt like that Aerotech throughout that second set of hardpoints, Brody, were always playing off of their back foot. Just never really found themselves that opportunity to be able to fully break back in for the majority of time. But when you're allowing the Bush to be able to get that much time accrued between P1 and 4, one of the bigger mixiest hills that should be opening for a lot of nade spam, I just cannot believe that they were unable to break that, especially with the 2 SMGs they have on their table.
Got to give a lot of love to Bush, don't you, for the way that they played that one again. And to be fair, the way that we saw frequency play out proper, right? It is a bang-out map. You expect the game to be close, and it was for the most part, despite that slaying discrepancy that we'd already mentioned. It was that one hard point that we saw towards the end where Bush managed to get a 460, and that really does separate them. Obviously, they had a good hold on the final hard point as well, but you let a 460 go Bush's way, you let them get control of the rotation, and it is going to be game over, so you do have to give them some love for that. The other thing as well, you mentioned it there already at the beginning, Renegade playing out of his mind. And he's a constant nuisance as well, right? The way that he plays on a map like Frequency, the way that any SMG's player should be playing a map like Frequency is the amount of routes that map really gives you a chance to try and take. Renegade was showing them off there, right? You want to constantly have your sub player be a nuisance, move forward, try and consistently threaten on those flanks. Because even if Renegade doesn't pull them off, it constantly has one player on the side of Aerotech Edge separated out from the play, having to watch said flank. Even if Renegade's not going to be there, you have to cover for the potential that he will be there. And he played that to perfection. He did those flanks, he got those kills, and sometimes he didn't, right? Sometimes he goes in, he throws a stun. I think we did see him do it on P1 on the final set, right? Where it's just like, he throws a stun in towards the hallway side. That causes somebody from Aerotech Edge to have to turn around to deal with him, and then he goes straight back towards the hard point and gets a 2-piece. It's little plays like that that can separate him out from the rest of the players in this lobby, and he is a very, very good SMG player.
Absolutely, and I think it even goes beyond that for the comfortability. He knows what he's going to get out of Awakening. He's played with him as his anchoring AR throughout the Huntsman tenure there towards the end of their season. But then also for Lou, I think that Lou goes to be the unsung hero outside of like the stats that he was able to have for himself towards the end, Brody. But like, I mean, he was back there, both back orange and blue, looking for a Luminosity Caesar Skies Bueno, trying to anchor out the spawns. shout out for when they were playing Frequency Hardpoint back in the day. Caesar was always playing like those back ready spots, just anchoring out the spawns. Because Lou was always playing for that, that's how they were always being able to recycle those very close spawns for both 2 and 3. But regardless of that, it's because of those minor details that are always focused, that it felt like Aerotech Edge were trying to play for the macro too much, that by the time that they were focused on playing for the spawns, that's when the flanks from John kept on coming through, and that's the one thing you got to be worried about. Raid Search and Destroy is up next for us, Brody, and honestly speaking, this could be where Aerotech start to get a little bit more comfortable. On Raid Search and Destroy, I know that's exactly where Sandy feels at home.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is a map that obviously Aerotech will be very comfortable with. Again, I already talked about the fact that in Search and Destroy, they should, and there was a lot of heavy lifting done beyond that word, but they should have an innate advantage, irrespective of what map that we will be going to. I think on Raid in particular, you're absolutely right. I mean, this is just Stanley. He is particularly good on this map. You know that he's going to be the one to try and find some routes. You know, he's going to try and take that Renegade role for Aerotech Edge here on Search and Destroy. I am curious to see how much work Bush will have done on Aerotech. Obviously, again, the fact that Core 3 for this roster were previously on Omit Brooklyn alongside Stanley now joining the lineup. There is VOD that you would have gone, right? Like, you will have seen these guys play Raid, Search and Destroy in the past, and so you should have an inkling as to what strategies might be thrown your way. Have they done their homework? Well, you have to find out a little bit later, guys, because these guys are taking themselves out. That means we're going to do the classic reset.
It's bad lobby. Happens all the time. We're going to reset the Raid, Search and Destroy and get a little bit deeper into the podcast of talking a little bit more about why this map mode combination could fit both these two players. I think that sniping is going to be another big conversation. I don't even, like, because they drop caps, I don't even know who picks up the sniper rifle anymore for Omit. Or not Omit, for Bush, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's going to be one that I could be on the lookout for. But it is Raid, so I mean, you're not going to be seeing it all too often. But on the opposite side, you could probably more or less expect for Paul to probably break out the sniper. Both him and DC have a long lineage as far as like sniping and search and destroy Call of Duties are concerned. But I think that that's going to be the more question, is Bush even going to tempt the idea to break out a sniper rifle on Raid? And if they do, who would it be?
See, I'm just trying to rack the brain about like what snipers have we seen in the past, right? Because like back in Cold War at times, Proloot had one. This is like very deep at times.
Yeah,
it was very rare to see it. But Proloot has done it in the past. Wake has done it in the past as well. So those are two candidates. Obviously, that would kind of make sense with the way that the roster is posited as well. That you do have one of those players running the sniper rifle. I don't see Renegade or Fear doing it. I mean, maybe, I don't know. But I feel like, yeah, you're kind of a little bit thin in terms of what sniper rifle you have play that role. Honestly, I kind of lean in the direction that you just talked about there, where it's just like, do they even need a sniper player? Like, yeah, it's nice to have one on Raid, but I don't think you particularly need one, especially with the pace that I think Bush are going to be setting. I don't see them doing that whatsoever. Because again, the thing is, and we're being very presumptive about the depth of Search and Destroy for Bush here in this tournament, I don't think it's going to be very deep, just because there is only a limited amount of time these guys would have had to have worked on the S&D playbook coming into this event, given the fact that this is the first event we've seen these guys play together, right? They've been together for a few weeks at most. You know, for these guys, their Search and Destroy is not going to be the best of the three modes, I don't think. And so I think for that reason, we're probably going to see these guys play a little bit pacier through these games. I think we're going to see some fast plays out of Bush, really just try and unsettle Aerotech Edge. I don't think that the playbook is going to be that deep.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're valid for that, especially when it comes down to Raid. We talked about how Eli is going to try to step up to be that Renegade on the opposite side. Yeah, it's going to be a big tussle through the middle of the map, specifically for P5. It almost feels a little bad that we don't have all the SMGs that just love to bum rush through P5. Who would be the other one? Like, if we can get Mackenzie Meltz as like the third player in there, like he's getting sprinting through the middle of the map as he always does, especially through Raid and all of its iterations. But yeah, Standy, you could fully expect that he's going to be that player to do so. He's going to have 2 Real alongside him, if not on a flanking play as well, making a pretty big note for himself as far as the season has gone along, especially with the NPC in his hand. That 2 Real has been further unlocked to be able to play for a lot of these flanking opportunities, to be a little bit more unleashed. And then you also have the flexibility for Paul. So, I mean, Sandy's not going to go in there just bum rushing straight into it. And I'm raising this more as a concern, because I have seen it in the past, especially from the Huntsman, that Renegade can get lost in the sauce and overextend without the assistance from a teammate. I have to see if that's going to be the case here on Raid. Much smaller map than some of the other suggestive Search and Destroy maps that we have here in the pool, Brody, but cannot afford to give up first bloods, not to this Aerotech Edge. They will run away with it.
Yeah, 100%. And that is the difference between a map like Frequency Hardpoint and Search and Destroy here on Raid, right? Is that, yes, Raid can be a bang-out map at times. I think, you know, there's just so much space to cover with the pace that this game is set that you kind of do have to have an element of your SMG being the tip of the spear constantly, taking the space. I think particularly when you look at those A pushes, right? Making sure that you take space through the ring and really get laundry control before you even think about getting the rock down. You also need to have some mid-map present. It feels like every basic strat here on Raid, Search and Destroy does have an element of pace to it. But at the same time, I think Frequency Hardpoint is just so different because Frequency Hardpoint is a bang-out hardpoint map, right? Like, your SMGs are going to constantly be flying at the opposition, and there's a little less thought to it, shall we say, than Raid, Search and Destroy. So I do wonder again whether this will reveal how much depth there actually is in the Bush camp here as we get in towards Raid, Search and Destroy. I have so many questions. I would really love for Bush to surprise me here and have an incredible Search and Destroy strat book. We shall see, though, as we jump in. You asked the question, who's going to be running the sniper rifle? I thought maybe Wake would have it out there on the top bedroom side. I don't necessarily think he does. The only other person on the minimap that could potentially have it would be Prolute, but the way he's playing, I doubt it.
It looked like that Awakening almost went for a weapon swap there, but I don't think he actually committed to it. Ring control being suggested here, but P5 being pushed by Sandy. No one's surprised.
First kill coming through from Fear. Reaction. Oh, beautiful read from Renegade as well. Expected that aggro. You were talking about it with Stanley. You know that he's going to be the guy to try and get the kill, get the trade. Not able to do so whatsoever. And how about this one for Paul X? Good luck, have fun, pal. You're in a 1v4. That rock is down. And even Paul X would have a hard time pulling this one off.
Yep. Has the power of the tree, but not the power of the numbers. And it's a trap play. It's Raid, round one. Don't have any trophy systems. Throw some nades over top P5, land them inside a kitchen, and maybe do the same thing over by the pool side. I think Awakening was just throwing shoulders over there. He did have one player that was back Tiki. He was throwing a couple bullets for, but yeah, it's just a trap play. Expect for the aggression to come through. I mean, how many years since Standy's career has really launched have we ever not expected him to try to push an effort when there's no nades, no stuns? He's going to find the information the hard way. He's going to take the Abizi effect and live or die by that first blood. Overextends, Renegade traps him. It's a clean ace for Telluride Bush in the opening round.
Oh, right. What a nade off the start. No trophy system, even at this point. Round number one was so fast that nobody had cycled into it. And that completely blows the play wide open, doesn't it? Where did Arctech Edge go? Because so much of the real estate has now been consumed by Bush. It is worth saying there is still a path back in towards this round if you can isolate Fear, but Paul X needs to survive this. The hit through Zig. And Bush, they think better of it. They are not going to be pieced up for free.
Paul tried baiting them into the chase over by Zig. It's going to be individual efforts. I think both these players have NPCs. Fear gets the shoulder out. Sandy's not going to fully clear the statue, so that's bomb dropped on open stairs. Paul, probably not long for this world, albeit finding one. I thought he was about to get the mid-air slash. That was going to be a trailer at the end of the season, as far as August is concerned, but not going to happen this time around. Just getting immediately stuffed in the first 10 seconds of the play. Hey, you can't say that at least DC and Two Real aren't playing together. I mean, that's some good duo stuff right there.
Yeah, there's some real good teamwork right now for the Bush. Again, I think these are basic fundamentals that these guys are playing very well off, right? Again, I questioned what are their search and destroy strategies looking like, and I don't think there's anything particularly crazy here, right? This isn't anything unique where we're seeing Bush pull strats out of the book. I think fundamentally speaking, they're just playing very good search and destroy at the moment for these first couple of rounds. Teamwork on point. These guys are never in a bad situation, 1 versus 2, and even if they are able to escape from it. So Bush always with an exit plan at the moment. Reading the field relatively well. Noise being made from Arctech Edge here as they look to hold a stalwart defense over the A site. Stanley trying to find something, spotting out Renegade, but even the NPC can't beam at that round, even in the hands of a player like Standy. Arctech Edge now being bullied further and further back, but Bush can't quite get control of Laundry just yet. They're going to have to make a gamble play for these kills, and they're going to have to do it now. Can Renegade be the one to do so? Doesn't spot out the player towards his right. Does not matter. Renegade might well get the TK. That's okay. You can take the trade as long as you take Laundry control, and that's exactly what they've done.
I'm going to try to plant this bomb very, very swiftly, or rotate it all the way through. Oh, this is going to be a really dangerous call. DC gets good damage, and Renegade has to drop all the way down, and then they rush back through kitchen. That's bomb down.
And that's the overzealousness that we were talking about. That's the first error from Bush so far. Renegade did not need to push that, especially with the bomb, because now this leaves Wake high and dry. has to try and take at least one of these guys out. Honestly, this needs to be a two-piece from Wake, and he just can't cleanly get the fights. He is tickling both Paul and DC, but neither will fall. And that little push from Renegade, don't necessarily think that needed to happen.
The only logic behind it would probably be from a miscomm that there was no clearance over by driveway, right? So they have no understanding what was on the opposite side of the map by pool. That they were probably under the assumption, since we have no info on that side of the map, there's probably a fast flank that's coming through from red, if not driveway. So cut back through the middle of the map. It's a 2v2. Probably thinking that the rotation either came through driveway or jungle side. It just so happens that the player in open staircase was just lurking and just waiting for the extension to come through. Works out. Aerotech finally get their first.
I'll be very happy about that one. Beautiful set nades, by the way. That's the second one that we've seen at the start of consecutive rounds from Bush on the defense. This time, though, it's not deterring Aerotech Edge. They haven't faced much resistance in the way of the laundry, and I love this play call from Aerotech Edge. Just get the rock down as fast as possible. This will even the odds ever so slightly.
Hey, you already got all laundry control, right? 3v4, win condition set. Awakening gives away his red dot back jungle, and 2Real gets the information back kitchen.
How much noise does Paul make in this play? Yep. Sandwich to Prolute. Now down to the 3 versus 3. Traded, though. Paul and 2Real left alive. 2Real has not revealed his position just yet, and that's the one little advantage that Aerotech have in this play. There's the play call. 2Real's position has been revealed. So has Paul Exo's, and time might be on his side here. All he needs to do is stop this bomb from being defused, but Renegade is in such an awkward position. Paul X, can he get to the bomb diffuser? Barely tickles him, and that would have done it, but he does inevitably fall. Fighting from the back foot, it's very difficult to pull off a 1 versus 2 there.
It's another round that just feels a little bit lopsided because of the triple NPC rollout for Aerotech. I mean, it's a tough gunfight regardless from P5 all the way towards top ring, but the M15 makes it a little bit easier. Paul's been rolling out with the 3 NPC, which honestly, depending on the pace that you're trying to play, could be the call. I think that's him making the he's going to be swapping over to the sniper rifle we see right there on our screen. Maybe thinking twice of it, but still. We know that that's in the back pocket if they need a pace change. But tell you right, Bush, they get their third. Fast offense to be.
Worth saying there's no resistance over here for the Bush. 2Real, big kill in the middle of the map. That's everything, because now you've lost mid-map presence. Whatever players are on the B site have to be wary of the open stairwell. Oh, it would have been nice if Wake could have got that kill against DC, but Paul X will take advantage of that one. Too far out in the open, no coverage through the money window. Bush are in a world of trouble here in this round. Renegade and Fear, 2v4, no bomb.
Yep, bomb dropped right on the B rock. Standy playing one inside the Zig. He was ready for it, but didn't pull the trigger fast enough. Renegade smokes him. 2v3. They're going to try to dip back over towards pool. Clear what they can. They got 40 seconds left to play here, Brody. And DC just got a little bit of a nameplate. He's going to back down, call them to come over towards Tiki.
This should not be plausible. The positioning of 2Real feels like it's the biggest wild card here in this play. Renegade does collect the bomb. Plausible now. The longer you take, though, the more often it is that 2Real is going to get involved in the play. It's not just him. It's going to be a double chow through the open stairs. Fear might well find one, but he's not going to be able to turn around fast enough to find more than that. Beautiful team play there. The man advantage. They almost gave it away by the fact that Stanley got beamed, but outside of that, perfect round.
Yeah, big first blood coming from 2Real. Lights up the knee field, just sprints with the shroud of the nade all the way to get P5 control. And the moment that Prelude pops over from Zig, just zaps him. And then that's all the map control completely gone. 3 players for Bush is trapped over by the pool side. By the time that they were able to at least find the trade, still a 2v3 and on raid, like you were saying, Brody, the longer that you take to plant that bomb, the quicker that that player from mid, from 2Real off the first blood is going to work that pinch in the open stairs. Aerotech bring it back within 1. That nade lands right on Prelude's forehead. He's still throwing shoulders. But DC's going to find that first blood. Early numbers for Aero.
Big head to take. Renegade has been a real problem for the search and destroy way. We'll trade things out, though. 3-for-3 we go. They should know that this aggression is going to happen. They check for it, and Prolu, I like the play call, but it is a big flip of the coin to try and take Aerotech Edge immediately. Trying to play these rounds on a knife's edge. We'll transition back over towards A. This has been red, but there could be some COD timing involved in this play. Yeah, Wake can't get anything clean going. That means Paul should activate, but the double shots from Fear and Wake will bring this back to a 2 versus 2.
It's 2 M15s. They're going to have to do this from range. Standy's going to get that bomb planted, and it's planted all the way for ring. Can get that peek from red barely from DC if it's not stretched. We'll have to see how this retake will start to unfold. Both DC and Sandy playing back-to-back inside of red. Telluride Bush on the site.
Waking Fear trying to find them, but they don't know that these players have rotated around. DC's elusiveness is his biggest weapon at the moment. They have no idea where he is. Now we'll find him, but he gets that kill versus Wake. Now all about time. DC has to check the bomb, does not know that Fear isn't on it. One little look and that'll be all the information he needs. He just needs to play his life. Fear cannot get back to the bomb in time. And again, the fact that these last players in these 2 versus 1 scenarios are being as elusive as they are, that is so damn annoying for Bush on the retake.
Absolutely it is. I mean, it's a scary situation when you find yourself in a 2v2. You find the first player isolated. You're expecting for the next player to probably come up from the backside of driveway, waits maybe to try to play for that pinch, but he's just finessing through the middle of the map, finds the 1 kill, and then picks up the M15 and just has to hold the line, playing the clock, the 5th player there in the 2v2 at the very course. And that's just one of the biggest struggles when it comes back to that 2v2, just the time that it took to try to clear every little bit of ring. It is a tall ask, but Aerotech bring themselves back. We're dead even once again. Offense for Telluride Bush. Want to get back over towards ring, maybe for a quick plant, but the nade denies it.
First blood once again going to Aerotech Edge. That's been the case for the last 3 or 4 rounds now, it feels like. Bush still do have the advantage, though, in terms of the fact they can push up if they want to. No mid-map presence means that getting the rock down isn't really an option until they get Laundry control. Oh, Two-Wheel barely almost gets Awakening out. Alex will be the one to do so, but Renegade does trade, so still disadvantageous in terms of the numbers here for the Bush. 2 versus 3. The good news, though, they have taken control of Laundry. The problem is they still can't get that bomb down because as soon as they do, they're going to be at the risk of getting shot from behind.
Yeah, they got to flip it. They got to push all the way from kitchen. Oh, DC gets terrible timing. Fear will get that trade from the previous round. So here we go. 2v2. Paul is all the way over inside of Art. Renegade didn't see the nameplate, gives up his life, and well, that should be the guarantee that Aerotech should take a 1-round lead.
Aerotech are just using the vastness that is Raid to try and win these. Fear going to try and plant it. Kind of has to go for a safe plant. Doesn't want to because he spots out Turiel. Is that going to be enough? He might get the bomb down. I doubt he gets the escape, though. As soon as he does get this rock down, he's going to get shot up. Wait. Oh! Fear! That was so incredibly close. That should never be that close.
He was spamming triangle so hard that he pulled back out his pistol rather than having the M15 out, but maybe he was out of bullets. Regardless, it's just these early few moments just going awry for Telluride Bush. They're putting themselves in really good situations to be able to get good information, but that's a day 1 nade coming through from 2-Rail right onto Prolute's forehead, and whether Flak Jacket was there or was a team nade, just completely finds first blood. And like you were saying, at least for the past 2 rounds, they've been able to find that first blood and enact how they want to dictate the pace here on the map of Raid Search and Destroy. Telluride Bush are desperately searching for an answer. Aggression hasn't been it. They tried to pull themselves back a little bit as well. Could not get out of harm's way. This is a nice little offense attempt coming through from Aerotech. They smoke right out from kitchen. They baited for all the nades. That is so much damage, but everybody's still alive. Wow.
Yeah, I think Bush actually come out a little bit better at this, right? Because they have mid-map control. That's a lot of utility that Aerotech Edge have invested into this round. Haven't really got anything for it. I would say the only issue for Bush here is that they're very much centered towards B, and that's not where this rock is going. So Aerotech Edge should be able to get this bomb down for free. Nice nade. Starting to follow up as well, but it's just not going to be enough to stop that. Oh, actually, there we go. The bomb goes down. Aerotech Edge now 4 versus 4. They are the ones now playing defense here in this round. Paul X, it's dodgy, but he finds the kill. Standy on this re-hit through the middle of the map should find another one. And now Bush, they are being bullied back. That is a perfect round, a perfect reaction coming through. It is round after round now for Aerotech Edge.
Yeah, it's 3 in a row now. The 3-2 all the way up to now leading 5-3. Got to really respect the alterations as far as the rollouts are concerned. And I mean, they have struck fear, no pun intended, to the name change in Bush's eyes in these rollouts. They have no idea where these nades are coming from. How fast are some of these hits coming out? The smoke in front of kitchen baited out Bush to get all of their flags off and just almost get away with the first blood. If there was maybe a third nade that came through, probably would have found a popcorn on the 3, but Aerotech Edge got themselves that map point. Can they close it out and tie up the series?
From 3-1 to 5-3 down. Aerotech Edge have been on a roll. This feels like a pretty assertive round, though. From Bush, you have to get ball. You have to. There's no way you don't. Okay. Cleanly with the first blood. Rock immediately going down. This is a decisive round for the Bush. They feel like no more nonsense here towards the back half. And the remaining 3 players of Aerotech Edge, they are very separated here. This is going to have to be a collective of individual efforts from them, and DC falters at the first hurdle.
2v4, not very likely. Pro is just going to run through the smoke and just zap whoever is on the opposite side. Last player alive is too real, and, well, getting ourselves closer to that round 11. We're looking down, confidently trying to make these plays happen. That's the difference in between trying to get that quick plant. The trophy system deny the nade, the car bomb as well, Brody, allows for players to be able to get over towards ring, get the bomb planted quickly, and get in that winning position with map control soon thereafter. So what's going to be the call here? If you're looking from the Bush's perspective on defense, offense has been pretty damn good when it comes down to this Aerotech roster. Just a lot of good mid-map presence, but even more so than that, a lot of good utility, Brody.
Yeah, there's certain things at the moment that does give Bush the edge over Aerotech Edge, but I feel like those advantages are waning. Bush giving a lot of space up to Aerotech here. No trophy system. Oh, Standy survives, though. And he doesn't care. He's going to get this rock down very fast. It is so difficult to make a retake happen on this B site.
Yeah, it really is. Going to have to rely on a pinch. It's being watched by DC. So that means that Prelude has to make a choice. You can go through Zig, you go through open stairs.
Renegade knows he's got a feeling that somebody's inside Tiki. Got to win the gunfight. Not able to do so. They don't know a second player's in there. Fear predicts the player to come out the water on the left side, but doesn't get the gunfight in his favor. And now these players are left up sandwiched between 3 from Aerotech Edge. And just like that, the search and destroy is theirs.
6-4, the final score line. Aerotech Edge tying up the series, guaranteeing the Den Hardpoint map number 4. It felt like it was Bush's to lose, and they absolutely did. The pace differential, utility usage just flipped on its head there in the later rounds. And I mean, shout out Paul for really sticking to his guns, pun intended, because I mean, the triple SMG at the beginning was not working. A couple different alterations, trying to keep up in the pace with what Standy was trying to offer in the early 15 seconds of the round, set themselves up for success. That by the time that the Bush were trying to deal with Standy's antics, that's when you had Two Real start to get a little bit more active. Just constantly pushing them into the iron sights that is Diamondcon, who is going to hold that red dot sight. Like, it is his absolute job. Always going to struggle, but even more so than that, when you get past about like round 5, First Bloods just started tanking so fast for Telluride Bush. Whether it was between trophy systems not being earned, being put down too early in the round, the nades were just getting a lot of damage where they absolutely shouldn't have. And I think the Bush might be a little bit frustrated about that one, but no time to really worry about it because you got to be concerned about the overload decks.
Yeah, 100%. Search and destroy isn't the strength for the Bush, and I think we kind of knew that coming in towards this best of 5. Again, this is still a relatively new team, and search and destroy is the most difficult mode of the 3 to get right. Overload, though, is no walk in the park, and we need to see Bush, if they want to take a lead in this series, get things a little bit better in that mode. We're going to go to a break. On the other side of this break, folks, we've got an overload for you. We're 1-1 in this series. Yeah, that search and destroy ain't great. Welcome back, one and all, here to the road to EWC for Black Ops 7. This is the last chance qualifiers, and we are 2 maps deep in our series here between Bush and Arrow Tech Edge. It's 1-1 now proper. Things getting heated after the search and destroy.
Yeah, they sure are. I mean, a lot of things I'm very proud to be right about. Search and Destroy, not great for Bush. Search and Destroy, very good when it comes down to Aerotech. Standy, blitzcreaking P5. Would have thought it's not surprised. He literally did the entire Cold War season. Not going to be surprised if it happens again. Every year that raid is in the map and Standy is competing. So yeah, we're guaranteed to at least go the Den map number 4. This one has the etching to go the Gridlock Search and Destroy map 5. Barring what happens in the Den Overload. And I want to put a massive asterisk onto this Den Overload because honestly, Bush throughout the entirety of their tenure for the season, not really been a good game mode for them. And Prelude and Fire, Fear have been on a good bunch of those rosters. But on the opposite side, for Renegade and Awakening on that Huntsman roster, might be bringing in a new gaggle of tricks alongside all the slaying that we got from that map number 1 that could get them over the edge from any fundamental mistakes.
Yeah, I will say I'm a little concerned for the Bush going in towards this Overload. And maybe I shouldn't be so presumptive. But of all the modes where they're going to struggle, obviously I talked about Search and Destroy probably being the one where they struggle the most. Overload is still in that mix as a mode that I don't expect them to overperform on here, just owing to the fact that this is a roster that, again, only had so much time to put together their strategies. This team is I want to say it's effectively a pickup team, but it is a new team. It is still a very new team coming into this event. They did not have much time between Challengers Finals and the EWC to put their strats together. And so they are going up against an established team that have had a long time playing Overload together. Standy coming in doesn't really change that. And I think no matter what map you play on, it's going to have to be a map which these guys are going to have to slay out. I've got to see the SMGs fire on all cylinders like they were back in map number 1. I think that's the hope here for the Bush, is that Renegade is going to be doing what Renegade was doing back in map number 1 as a Sphere.
Just some quick updates all the way across the board. Torn Esports up 2-1 over BTD. The Pit EU and Bittersweet tied at 1 apiece, and Omni Invicta up 1-0 over Rousing Esport. Big swing map mode combination here between North America powerhouses of Aerotech Edge and Telluride Bush Gaming. When push comes to shove, gonna have to see the slaying step up from Aerotech comparatively to what it was at Frequency.
Well, that's going to be the play call, Kip. Slaying has to be on point if you're Bush, and they're already starting to do that. Look at player number 5, Renegade. Getting the flank going early on here, trying to be the Pathfinder, and he's doing a good job of that. Maybe playing distraction play as well. Should be able to hit the reset before he gets involved in an engagement with T-Real, but he has allowed T-Real to slip past him, and that means this isn't going to be as clean of a transition in towards a B capture as he would like. Yeah, T-Real being a proper nuisance now, and Renegade is going to have to come back to try and do something. Does not cleanly get away with a gunfight, and that means DC should be able to quickly deal with him, and they will. Pendulum are swinging here for our Tech Edge.
4 players strong. Here come the boys in blue all the way through Dojo side. Paul X gets good damage into Prelude to start. As a second player here, no trophy systems this early on, so it's all about the gunny. DC finds this too. Awakening's there on the pinch, but a moment too late. The detonation already came through.
Just how much of that play was predicated on what came before it, right? And again, everything was kind of gambled for Bush, right? On Renegade doing something. Now they're going to go again. There's no way a second one comes through. 1 versus 1, and Wake will win it immediately here. The EMP device gets pulled across towards the other side of the map. Aerotech Edge have spawned up towards B-side. They're kind of swinging back and forth, and I don't necessarily think this is probably the play. You could have committed to that and found yourself in a 4 versus 2. Now, you're finding a much fair fight for Aerotech Edge, and the trade going in favor of Aerotech as well. Wait for the pistol, now trying to be tip of the spear, weakens up T-Real enough that should be a kill, as T-Real gets away, which he has done, so somebody else is now going to have to clean up that kill, but it is relatively weak here for the Bush, isn't it, in terms of moving forward. They just cannot get through what feels at the moment like a brick wall.
Yeah, I mean, you try to go for the pump fake off the information, it's going rooftops, players could have been pitching around on the backside of weapons, but you try to make the gut check call for a little bit more comfort, and then you can maybe try to get the rally from the secondary spawn, but just a little bit of a miscom coming through from Telluride Bush. So back to the drawing board. Device respawns here on P3. Paul X will get that kill. The wall bang onto Fear inside a tin. He's going to be the first one all the way through Dojo side. And, well, you know how I feel about lead blockers, Brody. Not a fan of that one. Oh!
I am a fan of that nade over the top from Aerotech Edge. Leaves 1 player left alive, and that player is gone as well. I've actually used that nade myself in a multitude of different situations through the top window. It's very scarcely used in competitive for some reason, but it is actually kind of difficult to hit, I think, in motion. Either way, Standy hits it, and it leads to a detonation from Aerotech Edge. The second now through this game. Standing now on 5 in a row. Prolute tries to flank, gets cut down. Everybody from the bush is falling, and it's just down to Renegade to try and pull something crazy out of the bag. Only gonna be able to find one, and it is Standy on his spree that continues this reign of terror. Bush trying to survive. Standy continuing. Now 7 in a row. The ball will be stopping just outside the window, but Bush can't do anything with it.
Eli is shooting so straight right now, an assist away from getting himself that Hellstorm missile, but the elimination will do just fine. 35 HP, down to 21. Now he's going to be trying to wait for a lead blocker to try to get themselves over to the tree. Jump off the wall. Not help Standy's efforts at all. What was about to be looking like a really good push could be sacrificed for what is going to be now a better one for Telluride Bush if they can get across the map cleanly enough. Player number 8 is Fear. He's the lead blocker so far. Mid-cut's being watched as well.
He gets through. He's expecting the push to not come from the stairwell, but actually towards the back line. So that's the lead blocker gone. Maybe they can get something going towards A. No. One player's still here, though. Prolute could do something. Yeah, beautiful kill coming through from Prolute. Now, can you get the player to transition through couches? Because you have to get a pill with the pistol to do so. And Renegade delivers. Now you've got the opening to get a capture through. And that is exactly what's going to happen. No need to wait for the reset, because that's the detonation.
Yep. 2-1. 40 seconds left to play here on the first half. They've got players to deal with inside of couches. 2Real's too weak to try to take this chow. He does it anyway. And Awakening's going to gun him because of it. So got players left to be worried about. Awakening can't get the regen. So finally you unearth all of the bush from your spawn. The device is in the middle of the map. 3 players off the respawn block now for the bush. 20 seconds left to play. Renegade stays alive and he has a Hellstorm.
Big plays, you could use it now if you really wanted to, but I think now you're starting to get eliminated. Yeah, that window of opportunity has 110% closed. Just trying to take down ball carrier. There's an opportunity here with the extra 30 seconds being added on to get this one through. The nades, the utility going in their direction. No trophy system to stop it. Now there is one down. It's kills coming through from the bush. The ball going to have to go back through the middle of the map, and the entire supporting cast has been taken down. You will take that, though. If you're the bush, yes, you're 2-1 down, but you manage to stop it getting even worse.
Yeah. I mean, from that side of the map especially, very tough ask to be able to even score one when you are shooting as straight as Aerotech currently are. Triple SMG setup still hailing a lot of good benefits for Aerotech Edge. Paul running that third NPC. It's a very good gun. Would have thought. But I think even more so than that, like Standy again, just really coming into his own, looking very comfortable on the map. He's getting lost. He's doing everything that he's made a name for himself for over the years that he's bounced into the Call of Duty space. So it just comes down to the response for Bush. To be fair, like the slaying, again, when you're looking from top to bottom, left to right, it's really far gone. Like Aerotech is leading, but the fact that Telluride Bush only hold them at a 1-score differential is enough conversation within its own right.
A lot of what-ifs if that initial push from Bush at the beginning of round number 1 did go their way. Aerotech will now try to do it themselves, and they've got a situation really not that dissimilar to it, right? Standy is pushed all the way deep. The difference is Bush are actually going to invest a lot of resources to taking him down. If they don't, this is a big risk. And that risk might pay off in Aerotech's favor because Standy continuing to burn through them. 17 and 10. He can pick up that EMP device and get the detonation through. And he is still bloody alive as well. Aerotech in a power position at the moment. Bush need to eviscerate them.
He's going to lap his streaks and get a swarm. Oh, never mind. Prolo finally takes him down, but still. The device respawning over by P3, I thought we were about to get a solid rally off the opening capture within the first 30 seconds of the second half. Oh man, Telluride Bush really had a plan, and then they got socked right in the face by Standy. Jumping around like a wombat over by that B portal. Still fighting through mid-cut. 4 red arrows here. Awakening Renegade able to clean house. Renegade there for the second. This should be a capture, barring any Paul X heroics. Finds the first, but that's all he's going to be able to find. It's a 1-score differential again.
Yeah, with that many numbers, you expect to get that capture through. If that didn't happen, I'd be asking many questions about what the hell was going on Bush on that push. But they do manage to get it through, and they have the setup potential for a relay as well. 2 players on the reset. Big kills being made. Prolucis is on the outer. Can't get it through, and they are going to get overwhelmed. So it was a good effort there from Bush, albeit a little bit sparse in terms of the numbers they had pushed forward. Now that means they have to play defense. Good effort there from Paul X on the reset to try and get something going through towards B. They can't do anything either. This feels a little bit weak from both sides in terms of the way the pendulum is swinging back and forth, but now here's the big opportunity. Kills being made here in the middle of the map. You've got players pushed forward. They recognize Paul X towards the back line, but it does not matter. You've got the numbers to brute force your way in. Bush, they equalize.
Overextension from Paul, and then 2Real just blindly sprints right out from Tin. Everybody spawning in the backside of Dojo, and yeah, Awakening falls back in and is able to find himself a nice little two-piece. 20 and 17 combined, 41 kills with him and Renegade. The Huntsman duo really putting in the legwork as far as his map number 3 is concerned, Brody. Tied things up here. 3-3 as far as the half is concerned. Device back through P1. Got players trying to cause a ruckus over towards the couch side. Would be Paul X to try to do so. Device being carried by DC. They might try to wrap this over towards P2.
Opportunity here for Bush to move forward. The get out of jail free card has been used now. Standy. That is a second chance that has now disappeared and really has got nothing for it as well. Like, Bush haven't even stopped in the momentum, but they are going to have to now see a wall of blue players. Turiel, Poor, both over here. Now Standy involved in the ensemble as well, and all of those kills for the most part going in Bush's favor. It's now just down a Pro left alive. Can he find anything? He's not going to be able to stop this ball from getting away from him. It has also been read by Standy on the rewrap. Beautifully played. But this transition isn't exactly clean. There's still one player stopping them, and it's Renegade, who finds 3, goes for the reload before the 4th. Can't do it with a pistol, but Renegade does stop a capture from going through.
And keep in mind, during that entire push, that was all off of Standy in that Hellstorm missile. It comes up with nothing. So now the resource advantage is there for Telluride Bush. 3-3, just over 90 seconds left to play. And when is the call for Renegade to try to call in this sucker to maybe try to give themselves an opportunity? It's so much more difficult to find value with it on this side of the map, but he may not do it. 2-for-1 trade. Device back down over by P3. Both teams fighting for position as we're getting close to 60 seconds left.
Push up all the players to the position. They're winning the trades out. Couple of players inside Dojo. Renegade's going to have to wait to hit the reset here before getting involved in the play, and now will do so. Doesn't necessarily need to be the player to take down Paul X. You've got help for this. Ball being taken on the other side of the map. This feels very sparse now, but Bush are starting to chip away at the defensive line. Renegade, still big fights to happen inside Dojo. That's not going to work. Now Wake needs to come over from the middle of the map. This has to be a much more focused push, but you don't really have much help. You don't have the numbers. The teammates spawning out in Narnia, and if you're Prolit with the ball, you're not going to be able to do anything either. So now 35 seconds left, 3 down, all out of Fear. Here watching the cross. Back spawns have come through. Fear good for the first one. Shots out in the second. Wake able to deliver on it, and Aratech can't get through.
Turiel off the nade. It's trophy systemed out. Turiel can't come up with anything. The device picked back up. Proloot looking to hold it here. Wait for overtime. And then see whatever happens. Standy. He's moving his way back behind the flank. Renegade's calling in the Hellstorm missile. Nobody's going to expect for Standy to be back here except for the man in the Hellstorm missile. It's 2 in the feed, but can Bush push forward?
You got to be very careful about the way you play this one. Yeah, Proloot, get the hell away from them, because if he goes down, there is nobody there to stop a recapture through for Aratech Edge. And it's going to be a push all the way through. Look at player number 8 in Fear. He is there for it. They should get this capture through. Bush have managed to win it, stopping the overtime from coming through. Bush get it done in the last second.
Wow. What a photo finish there at the very end. And again, that's the one thing that I was mostly focused on the entire time. Standy utilized his Hellstorm missile, came up flat. They were still fighting through the middle of the map, couldn't get the players off the respawn, getting refuge inside of P2. In the moment that all of the members that weren't calling the Hellstorm missile for Aerotech Edge tried to push into the couches, they got belittled. On the opposite side, wave of gunfights come through, map positioning there, device picked up by Byron, and then Renegade calls in the Hellstorm missile, gets all the information. The one player that could have stopped this from happening would have been Standy. He gets snuffed out from the Hellstorm missile. Proloot says, nah, bro, I got him. Pistol turns around, deals with the flank, and then the Hellstorm missile can shift its focus over towards the front, and that's where the push starts to come through. But even more so than that, I mean, that's such a sound call to be able to recognize. I'm sure that Fear was probably screaming, I have B, come over to B, and Byron's like, all right, bet, I'm going B. We're going to win this game.
I mean, it's literally the only play you can make in that situation, right? I mean, I called it out. You look at the minimap there. If Proloot moves forward with that ball, if he tries to go through Dojo's side, that's going to be an Aerotech win, because he's going to go up in a 1 versus 2 with a pistol. I love Proloot as much as I love him. He's not going to win a fight in the 1 versus 2 with a pistol. He chooses to wrap it very deep, and you're right, Fear's positioning is paramount to that play. Just such a beautiful overtime play in the closing moments of that game. And it means the Bush now find themselves 2-1 up. What an incredible clutch from that roster. It really looked absolutely terrifying at the end of the first half. The way that Aerotech Edge, it felt like they were the ones in the driver's seat. But Bush, they are the ones to clutch up. And they are the ones now 2-1 up in this series. And next up, we go to Hardpoint. We saw Bush win Hardpoint back in map number 1. They'll be feeling very confident.
Oh, fist bump's already coming through. Charles marching off the stage. He's got these boys right. He took Pollock's headset, and he started to give him a good talking to. The slaying was much better there in the Den Overload comparatively to the Frequency Hardpoint. There'll be a difference as far as comfortability as far as that map mode is concerned. But still, the Den Hardpoint calling up next. The venue saying the same, but the objective very much so different. It's going to be interesting to be able to see if Standy can continue to be consistent. Can Paul continue to find value with the third MPC, or does the second M15 need to be called out in a certain situations, depending on where you are on the map? On the opposite side, as far as flexibility is concerned, I mean, Bush are just about doing everything they possibly can to make sure that they got the right weapon in the right area of the map at all times.
I feel pretty confident if I'm Bush going to this map. It is Den. It is the map that we're going into for map number 4. And again, we've talked a lot about how it feels like some of those key players on Bush at times have been Renegade with the sub. Proloot has had his moments as well, but albeit I don't think as necessarily dominant. And Fear, of course, even though he finishes that last map with a relatively low KD, when he pops off hard as a flex player for this roster. So I do feel pretty confident if I'm Bush here going in towards Den Hardpoint that they can close out the series here in a 3-1 fashion. Really, for me, it's just a question of how much are we going to see the likes of Stanley and Paul X show up towards this game, because if anybody's going to put a stop to Bush and force a game 5 search and destroy, for me proper, it's going to be them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think that you're going to have to really rely on the players that probably more often in this series that have not had pop-off performances to step up in a certain way to be able to get their team over that extra leg. So, I mean, I'll even push it that much further. I want to see a big game out of DiamondCon. I think that DiamondCon needs to be able to at least go even a 0.9 KD ratio, be able to anchor out these spawns, and the same thing could be said for Awakening on the opposite side. He had a great map 1. It needs to be responded with in kind from DC.
It kind of feels weird. We're talking about a map like Den where it's like, hang it, DC might actually be the deciding factor for this map. It's like, yeah, I mean, I guess for certain situations, right? An AR player like that being in positions where, you can't get past him if he's on a heady could definitely make all the more of a difference to Aratech Edge. But it does at the moment feel like we're splitting hairs between these two rosters. There has been not much in it throughout this series. I would say the only indomitable performance we've seen from either of these two teams thus far would have been that map number 2 where Aratech Edge did manage to convincingly somewhat take away the search and destroy for those last 5 rounds back to back. And that's my concern per se if we kind of map out the rest of the series. We always say this, with Aratech Edge being, I think, the better search and destroy team of the two, Bush, need to win this. Not just because obviously you close out the series here, but you go to a map 5 search and destroy, and well, I'm not necessarily confident that they will win it. So big map here for Bush to get in towards the top 3, the upper bracket finals, and that is a phenomenal start. If there's one thing that I love from Aratech Edge, it is going to be their set nades, and they were on point.
Yep, nades being called back from that raid search and destroy. They gave them a lot of good opportunities and first blood soon to follow. But all of the respawn block, boys in blue, Telluride Bush right back into it. They only allowed 12 seconds. They recontested back through P3, and now they have themselves a really strong setup. Important note, they did start off on the favorite side.
Aratech Edge will try to flip that out, keep an eye out for player number 6. That's Standy making the long route forward, and he will successfully flip out these spawns. Nobody's checked for him. Should get some good time against Renegade as well. Position should be revealed. Standy hasn't actually flipped out the spawns just yet. Still Aratech Edge spawning towards Dragon's side. So Standy going to pull himself further back here to be more of a nuisance. They're going on the hunt for him. They don't know where Standy's gone, and he is being super annoying at the moment. Does enough now to open the door for the rest of the team to get through. Proloot is isolated here towards the next hard point, and those kills coming through. There's that spawn flip.
And missing Standy. Got to be able to find that guy before he flips out the spawns, but this is a realistic good opportunity now for Telluride Bush, as Renegade now up on 3 in a row for his 4th life. It's a really good chance for Telluride Bush to hold this from the front, especially with Proloot finding the nade damage on the Paul.
There's something to come through here for Aratech Edge. But Wake comes through with 2 of his own. Now players towards the back. Wake trying to get forward. Fear gets shut down. Tyrael in for the jump shot. Good for the first. Sliding out. Has 2 players right in front of him to the pistol to try and take both of them down. And he will do exactly that. Tyrael on 4 in a row. On fire here at the end of P2. As we look towards the rotation, Wake needs to stand strong. He's the only man over here.
Yep. He's got the regen too. Double positive now for Wake. Be on the lookout for him to be able to make the difference maker if he can still be this rock. You can expect for Bush to continue to do well, but it's just a 1-point game. Renegade's watching the very deep flank, so he's not realistically a part of this play. I don't think his teammates would need his assistance, but Prolude sprints out from Tin, dies from DC. Sandy's there to take down Fear, and maybe they did need him at the very end because it is a swift and clinical break out of Arrow.
There's drop kill feed. Aratech Edge now going to be in. 40 on the clock here for this hard point. Bush have a plethora of opportunities to break back through. Renegade's going to wait ever so slightly patiently. Decides just to hit the go button, and that will be a 1-for-1 trade. So does kind of leave Bush high and dry there, that initial push from the team. Wake now going to try and cover for it. He has been on fire through this game so far at 10-5. Fear following up with another one. DC still left to be dealt with inside this time, but dealt with he will be. As Bush find their way on through, it's going to be their kill feed here for the back 15 seconds. They're very happy to take that time.
Sure are. Be able to take that time and then push all the way through. Just Telluride Bush. Here they come. Paul X able to find one and the second. 2 reels there for the assistance, and he stays alive soon after. That's good information to have for himself, especially knowing that Standy has all of the OE covered by P2.
It's going to be difficult to try and take these ones out. You can see Aratech Edge have retreated very deep in towards their spawn to make sure these spawns do not flip, but it doesn't matter. The subs, Renegade and Wake, there to try and take them down. That is a very quick spawn flip coming through from the bush, and now they will deeply extend towards the rooftops as well because they've got the backline anchored down. They're forcing Aratech Edge to spawn out in absolute Narnia. Can any players filter through? Paul X is going to try it. It is being watched by Renegade. Oh, Paul X beams him. That might well open the door. Standy for 1. Prolude trading right back through, but it is going to be the spawn flip now for Aratech. All off of 1 play from Paul X.
Yeah, Paul with the turn. That was a full 90. Okay, oh, well, we're just going to go ahead and undo it like that. Are we, Paul? Okay, that's fine. I mean, might as well celebrate a nasty turnaround with just jumping off the map. I guess, man. Telluride Bush, though, they're able to break back in because of it. Just about 5 seconds to soak for. We're going back towards the center of the map once again with a 6-point differential between these two teams. Some big standout performers coming through. The fact that Aerotech are in this game and the only player that's positive is Standy at 12-9 is saying a lot. Given you got 24 eliminations off of Awakening and Renegade. Still double positive, though not anymore off of that death. Telluride Bush are absolutely slinging out, but Aerotech are still hanging on.
Yeah, this feels like the same kind of storyline that we heard back in map number 1, right? Where it's just like Bush feel like they're slaying out Aratech Edge by quite a large margin, and the scoreline just is not reflecting that at all. Wake and Prolude now starting to really dominate here in this game. Prolude on 3 in a row. Moving forward, being a nuisance. Aratech needs to deal with him before they look towards the hard point, and you just can't deal with Prolude when he's playing like this. 5 in a row. Now for Prolude. How many more kills can you get? Aratech just can't deal with him, and with 15 seconds left, they're chalking that P1 hard point. That is, again, the most time I think we've seen from either of these two teams take away from any kill on this map, and it's P1.
It's just Byron on a Saturday, man, going on sprees, NPC in hand. This man has been unleashed. Awakening can't double down. 2 real flies through the back. That should be the spawns now flipped out ever so slightly. DC still spawns out over by P4. Awakening's got good presence from the split spawn that comes through in towards the back. 1v1 over on that side of the map. Not enough to influence the spawn. Still too many members over here for the bush, so they can start cycling players back up towards the staircase. Fears trying to work the pinch all the way through couches. Can they find the break, or are they going to get trapped?
They're trying to find their way through. They've got those back spawns in. Good first kill coming through from DC, but Fear will find 2. Yes, he finds his own teammate in the ensemble. So that gives Aratech Edge a way back in towards this hard point. Paul X trying to omni move his way back through, but can't get the cleanest of shots in. So Bush should be the ones to dominate this hard point. Renegade finds 3 easily, and Prolude finishes the ensemble with a 4. They have to get someone in towards that scrap time. Prolude quickly realizes it and goes back for it, but they will be under threat from Paul X and from T-Real from the side door. TK from Renegade probably isn't going to help that, but still, Bush ultimately come out looking a little bit better. And again, Bush have a somewhat comfortable lead here. 39 points to the 108 of Aratech Edge, but it will be Aratech in control of the next hard point.
I had such deep spawns there, too. Aerotech still spawning in the backside of P2s, but because Telluride Bush were fighting over for that scrap time, they are out now actually playing off of the back foot going in towards P3, but they got the split spawns. Got 2 players, 3 actually coming all the way through the dojo side. With Fear being cleaned up, they know now Aerotech Edge, they got to focus over towards P4, but there's no trophy system to keep themselves safe. And although Standy's got inside 10, he's the last player alive. He's got to hold on.
Aerotech Edge, they will barely hold on here. Going to wait for that push to come through. The pace that Bush are setting, though, they're starting to get more confident themselves with every single push that they make. Here it comes, 3-for-1 trade. DC trying to hold on. It's not going to happen. Posthumous nade from T-Real will ensure that at least one player is taken out. Aratech Edge give it a look towards the scrap time, but they will not get it. So that 40-point advantage will continue to be maintained by the Bush here as they now vie for spawn control over the next hard point. Nice little play here on the re-kit from Renegade. Will take down one. Now looking for the second up top in blue, and Renegade is starting to find the routes that were so deadly. Back on frequency. You've got to find a way to stop him.
Oh, the railings, the third member there in that 1v1, though. Fear, so weak. Try to take the 1v1 versus Sandy. It's trades on trades. A two-piece could be the difference, and Awakening delivers. Can't get the third, but the numbers are still there. Where you started to have a really good start for Awakening. He was double positive. Prologue went on a spree. It's now Renegade's turn to really start to turn the tides for Telluride Bush with the 30-point lead.
Aratech just cannot win these fights. Again, the team play from Bush has gotten significantly tighter over the last few hard points. They are playing much better now. And everything is being reflected in the scoreline. Again, that 40-point advantage that they built up is not only being maintained, now it is growing. Aratech Edge want to be careful that it doesn't become insurmountable, otherwise they might well find themselves very quickly into the lower bracket. One last one versus one. Renegade gonna give it that time. That's not the end of the world, because now we go back towards P1 and we saw a sublime setup from Bush last time around.
40 points is the difference going in towards the third in what can only possibly be the final set, depending on what Aratech Edge are able to produce here. 22 and 19 out of Standy. Awakening, like I mentioned, no longer double positive, but 21 and 19, 26 and 18 out of Renegade, and it feels like the true unsung hero this entire map has been Fear. On these rotations, he's got 60 seconds of OBJ time, and also 21 and 19 alongside longtime duo of Prologue. So back towards the center of the map, Aratech still really fighting to try to hold on to this position. They have the couch to spawn as well, Brody. They just got to be able to find the kills.
Yeah, this feels a little bit one-dimensional. I will say that much from Bush right now. Nobody choosing to go out towards the rooftops or out towards the dojo side. Everybody just hitting through the front of the map, and that's a problem because Aratech Edge are currently L-triggering them. The lead that they built is now starting to be diminished. Finally, Prologue goes for a different side. Renegade starting to find some kills, and that means the scrap time should be theirs. Lead still firmly in the hands for the Bush. One big play being made from Prologue. Gets found out on the attempt, but Renegade might be able to do what Prologue could not. They're attempting to try and flip out the spawn. Somebody just needs to take out Tyrell, but those kills coming through for Aratech Edge mean that Bush haven't quite done it just yet.
And Fear's got to hold on. He's got an NPC for this backline fight. Nobody's back over here. Gets the angle on the Paul, but Paul for the jump shot gets the kill. That means that Aratech maintain the spawns and they can push on forward. 40 seconds left to play here on P2, and it's going to be Elite's flop.
Aratech in control. 35 on the clock here. This is going to be difficult for Bush to get their way through. It's a little bit individual, and they're getting punished for it as Tyrell now able to hit the reset. Bush spawning in Narnia, owing to the fact that Tyrell's pushed in towards lights. Bush not in a great position whatsoever here. If they want to hit this hard point, they've got to do it as a team, and they are being cut down on the way. Fear can't do anything. Prologue for the double. Can he do anything? No. Renegade left up for the 1 versus 1, and he will win it off the back of a double. That's 10 seconds that you are definitely going to be worth grabbing, but now you have to hit the rotation fast because it looks like Aratech Edge with a push through the middle of the map. I was going to say they could get there first, but the fact they put 3 in the middle of the map now means they won't.
They were so focused on dealing with Renegade. Renegade still throws away his life to go 1 for 1, taking down Standy. That has been a linchpin of success for Aratech, and he's back alive. 30 and 22, 2 for 1 in the kill feed, 225 to 200. And Telluride Bush got to wait for reinforcements. It's a pinch.
Standing all left from his lonesome. He does have a Hellstorm missile backup card if he needs it, but it's not going to happen. 3 down in the feed. Do not be surprised if Standing immediately brings that Hellstorm missile down right off the spawn here, because Aratech are only 18 points away from extending this to a game number 5. That Hellstorm missile immediately coming through here. Bush have no choice but to brace for it. They have to ensure that nobody comes through that side of the map. Does Standy get anything for it? Nothing at all. It pushes the players out of position, but it's not going to find any value.
A Prologue still finessing over by Lockers, finds 1. Standy dies off the Hellstorm. 220 to 232. There was one player, Tyrell, during the Hellstorm that was trying to flank around Dojo. He got dealt with. And now the rotation towards New might be secured. 1v1 for the old time. DC wins it. He's going to cut back through the middle of the map. Straight gun fights, but Telluride Bush are here first.
Last time all it took was 1 player. Last time it was Paul to break the spawns. Has he done it again? He's found the first kill. Another player now filtering through. Has that player being softened up now? Tyrell to follow up for another kill. Throws a Semtex at the wrong time. So Bush will hold for the spawns for the moment, but somebody needs to jump in towards the hard point, and now they're in.
230 to 239. One player nearby. It's going to be Paul X. He's waiting for his teammates. A pinch is starting to develop for Tyrell. The timing's got to be good. It's being watched, though. Prologue's waiting for it.
Tyrael, can you find anything? Tyrael does get taken down. It's a full blue feed. Everyone's spawning out on the other side of the map, and the Bush might have done it here. Nobody will touch in time. The Bush go marching on to the upper bracket finals.
Clear, clinical business. Nobody shouting across the stage. Good fist bumps coming through. Everybody at different moments of time in that Den hardpoint. In this best of 5 versus Aerotech Edge. Put in the work between Prolude, Renegade, Fear, and Awakening to do what was necessary at different moments of time to keep their team within the driver's seat. Even when that lead flip came through there in the Den hardpoint, it always felt like Bush had another ace up their sleeve just to try to get themselves ahead of the rotation, play for the trades, constantly be a step ahead. And that's also now back-to-back Hellstorm missiles that Sandy's called into this best of 5 that has not garnered any success whatsoever. That's going to have to get a firm VOD review out of that man drinking out of that can, Mr. Charles Mystic.
Yeah, 100%. That Hellstorm is the turning point towards the end of the game, right? You get a Hellstorm like that, especially on a hill like P3, you need to ensure you get value of it. And the fact that Desnani doesn't find anything whatsoever is, I think, both kind of a failure on his part to find any value out of that Hellstorm, the fact that his teammates weren't able to activate off that Hellstorm missile, and also a testament to the fact that Bush survived it. Like, the fact that they're able to put themselves in positions where they can still be of use towards the hard point, to controlling that hard point, and also just keeping themselves away from the hill, keeping their opposition away from the hill, is an insane sequence of events from them. That Hellstorm is 100% something I want to go back and look to, because, again, just a beautiful play from Bush to hold on towards that kill. They will move on towards our upper bracket final. Top 3 has been secured. The road to EWC will continue for the Bush.
Woo! And it'll continue on tomorrow morning in the winners finals. The chance to guarantee themselves a qualification spot for the main event that they came up ever so shortly on, Brody. But we got updates all across the pit right now. I'm pretty sure that Torn and BTD are still playing through their map 5. So, of course, the winner of that will then face Bush tomorrow to be able to start things off for us, be able to see who's going to be going into the grand finals. Fellow Bittersweet GG. It is a bittersweet end to their BO7 season. They lost 1-3 versus one of EMEA's finest in the pit EU, who will now go on to face the loser of this, of formerly Omit Brooklyn, now Aerotech Edge. And on the opposite side, Omit and Victa, I think that they're still 2-0 up over Rouse and Esport as well. So things are still developing in the way that we would almost assume to be. I mean, our upsets got upsetted upon with the Atlas Lions and Annex losing their map 5s.
Yeah, 100%. I will say as well, I mean, looking towards the upper bracket now, you talk about Torn versus BTT. That match is still ongoing. I think if you talk about which team is the strongest of those three, S&D aside, I think Bush has a real good chance of making it to the grand finals. I think that the most difficult opponent that they would have faced on the run was probably Aerotech all the way through. The Pit is another team that I'm surprised got 3-0'd by BTT. I think they would have given them a tough time. They're down in the lower bracket. Like, Bush should be feeling very confident now that they've gotten rid of Aerotech, because BTT are torn. If you ask me who I think is going to win between Bush and either of those squads proper, I'd probably say Bush.
I would probably go for the Bush as well. I mean, just off of like what those 4 players have been able to produce all throughout the season on different teams, and you put them together underneath one house for Telluride Bush Gaming, and you just expect them to do really well. I mean, there's a certain amount of weight that we know a lot of these players are carrying just to be able to get the Bush roster to EWC. For one, little Jersey Jerry, of course, back home here in the United States, to make sure that we can get the Bush over to EWC. They came up short, man. I mean, like, that's not what you expect for them to have happen. So they get over to Paris, they get to the grindstone, and they know what is going to be asked of them, and that's going to be a Herculean effort to make it to that main event next week.
All right, well, let's formalize it then. Let's show you guys what the upper bracket looks like here going into our next matchup. Yes, Telluride Bush Gaming, they are in the upper bracket finals. They have now made their way towards the final 3 locked in, and they are just 2 match victories away from being in the grand finals. And we got a live update. Torn Esports have managed to make their way through BTD Esports. That was also a game 5, and Torn will be the team that play Bush in the upper bracket finals. I gotta say, proper, I think the entire lower bracket is absolutely wild.
I mean, it was shark-infested waters after the round of 8, and that's what you're going to get after a 15-team double elimination bracket. BTD Esports now down to the lower bracket. You know, the pity you, I mean, that's something that they're going to be really keeping an eye on, because if they are able to beat Aerotech Edge in the next match of lower quarterfinals, well, in lower semifinals, should BTD beat Omnia Invicta, they would get their rematch, and you know that they want to give Henry the firm backhand for what happened earlier today.
Yeah, and it should be said, we're not going to show the lower bracket to you right now, but the lower bracket is horrendous, by the way. Just looking at it right now, the pit being in there has shaken everything up, because it means that they are a big threat to teams, whereas otherwise they wouldn't be tournament elimination on the line. And we are going to be looking at the pit next up in the lower bracket as they play, unsurprisingly, Aerotech Edge for survival, not just here for the Esports World Cup last chance qualifiers, but also for the entire Black Ops 7 season. We'll see you after the break for more action here from EWC LCQs.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than me at Hard-Sucking Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Puff, blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good? Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
To get into our final game of the day, and it is another elimination round, and we'll be seeing just how this one goes down because big teams have fallen into the lower bracket proper.
Yeah, they sure have. And as continuous teams are falling in the lower bracket, that just means that more teams are going to be sent home. And off of what we just had from the semifinals, we got our guaranteed winners finals that's starting off for tomorrow. Now we got to find out who are going to be the last few teams to be sent home today.
Yeah, we certainly are, and it is going to be bittersweet for some of these teams that are going as we do get deep into our bracket and we kind of ask ourselves who really deserves to go. Already the upper teams have made their way through, but it is still some of these that could make the run. That is the real question here for all of them is, do you have enough even though you've already lost this tournament?
Yeah, I think that that's what's going to be the biggest question, especially for a lot of these teams in the lower bracket specifically. The Pit EU have been on an absolute tear ever since they lost their opening matchup today just as starters. BTD Esports and Omnia Invicta. We got the bracket to back this up as well for you guys here as well. Omnia Invicta with the 3-0 over Rousing just a few moments ago. And I don't know if you meant for the pun to be bittersweet, but I laughed at it internally because bittersweet also got sent home 3-1.
They did. They had a pretty good run all the way through here, but it just wasn't enough to get it done at the end of the day. But this is going to be some big fights. BTD obviously upsetting the Pit EU earlier on, so they look like possibly the favorites against Omnia Invicta, who, I mean, they beat Rousing Esports 3-0, but did not have a good time against the Atlas Lions. Had to reverse sweep into that game. Of course, the main game I believe we'll be covering for this one will be Aerotech Edge versus the Pit EU. Obviously, it's basically the old Omit team, Aerotech Edge, and the Pit EU obviously is the previous P7 team, if you're wondering exactly who's managed to get through. These two teams obviously having to go under different roster names for EWC if they were to make it, as you can't have two from the same organization. But essentially, it becomes a bit of a showdown. These two teams, of course, were some of the favorites to go through into this tournament, but they've both suffered losses so far. And this may be one of the most competitive games of the tournament.
I would agree. I mean, when it comes down to the top 5 teams, we listed it all out yesterday as we take a look at the upper bracket here too, that Aerotech Edge, former Omit Brooklyn, the Pit EU, former P7. I mean, those are two of your top dogs. And on the opposite side, you do have Telluride Bush probably as the clear-cut favorite to probably run away with this entire thing. They're going to be having a date with Torn Esports, a North America showdown yet again tomorrow for Telluride Bush. They continue to get more and more stiffer competition as it continues to go through. But so far, we still have the majority of all of our big heavy hitters still in it, as well as BTD Esports, like we just saw a few moments ago, still have to face off against Omnia Invicta.
Well, we'll see. It was all coming tomorrow, though, as there are only 5 games left in this entire tournament before we crown our champion. This is one of them. The elimination game will send 2 more teams home from this tournament, and then it's only 1 game at a time, so we will catch everything from the lower bracket final, the winners final, and of course our grand final that will send 1 team. Well, I say send them, they're already there, they'll just get to stay. It's the way you get to stay in Paris and play in the main tournament.
Yeah, congratulations. Now you get to go to the PPAs and you sit there and start scrimming against the other pro teams on frequency, or even if you're willing to be able to give away any sort of secrets over towards the other teams, as well as they're starting to fly in towards Paris for EWC BO7 that's starting off next week. So there's still a lot to be playing for. Of course, there is a prize pool to be backed up behind this tournament as well. 15 teams playing throughout the entirety of this double elimination bracket, more or less. We'll be fighting for the lion's share of that prize pool, but again, the lion's share gets bumped up ever so more once you make it to that main event next week.
It really does. Well, we'll see how these two teams are ready to get on. Well, I say these two teams, the 4 teams we'll be covering all the scores for in that lower half of the bracket. And truth being told, I'm looking forward to it as well. I mean, BTD obviously making a good run going forward, but did fall in that last hurdle. But taking down the PDU already says that we should be looking at them with a very different lens. And who really gets to upswing back into that bracket is normally somebody who does drop at this stage, does manage to make it through into at least the losers final and has a good game going forward. But it really just depends on not how well they play today, but also how they're going to play for the next basically 24 hours of their competitive season left.
Yeah, and then continuing that if you do make it to the BO7 EWC event, right? Because, I mean, the consistency factor has always been a secret conversation when it comes down to Call of Duty. And realistically, just controller-based esports, it is very much so day to day. And although when it comes down to these 8 players, we've seen some stinkers, we've seen some great performances, it's all about the name of consistency, specifically for Aerotech Edge. It felt like that they kind of got smacked in the mouth in that frequency hardpoint to open things up versus Telluride Bush. Took them a little while longer to fully come into their own, and then we got to see what that looked like realistically throughout the raid search and destroy and then overload, looking at their triple SMG setup specifically for Paul X. But on the opposite side, this is where you really need Linz to step into his own to be that slaying and roaming SMG alongside Mythics. Linz, it goes without saying, has had a terrible season. I'm pretty sure his average land placing is about top 12, top 16 at the worst at one point in time. So this is the best point in time for him to continue to make a note for himself that he should be taken seriously as well.
That is the truth. Can get your stock up in the last tournament of the game, but first you're going to have to get there. That is a tall order in itself. You can see these players and teams are trying to make this one work here, and obviously coming off the back of the games they just played, there's been a few minutes to everybody to get some water in themselves, shake out any of the stiffness that they've had from sitting in position for 2 hours, and then basically try and lock back in to do it all over again. And I don't need to tell you, although some of you may know and some of you may not know, that actually playing competitive Call of Duty at this level, very tiring, mentally, especially on these players. So they do need a little bit of a break. It is certainly not the same as just chilling out and playing a couple of games at home. It does take it out of them. It is locked in, focused at the absolute best for hours on end. And anybody who thinks that's not worth a little bit of a 5 to 10 minute break is kidding themselves.
Why do you think 2Real has a pillow, man? You got to get comfortable while you're doing these things. Otherwise, like, it's all for naught. Obviously, there's different health circumstances behind it, but yeah, you got to take care of yourself. Hydration is this very serious thing. The teamwork, camaraderie, keep like your brain power working off of each other, so that way no one person is overexerting themselves. That's where the best teamwork can truly come through at the very end. Because yes, it is mentally taxing when you're thinking about all the different teams that you've been facing. How do you even prepare for all these different types of matchups? Because they're all so different when you're playing from an EMEA team to an NA team, and even all of those different players in between have a different style of approaching the game. This one is going to be the exact same, with Aerotech Edge loving their triple SMG setup versus the Pit EU could very much do the same thing.
Well, we'll find out as well. Mythics we try to keep an eye on, because he has been on a bit of a tear here, even though it hasn't been perfect for him recently. There's been some issues at LAN, and basically that's the Pit EU squad all wrapped up in a nice little bow. Look fantastic, but LAN has always been their weakness, and well, LAN's where you win the championships. They'll be looking to try to get through the LAN to this one, and well, Mythics and Linz, this duo starting off with a 7 streak combined.
It's exactly what I asked to be able to see, and nice for them to be able to hear me and deliver. Just kidding, they cannot hear a single word that I am saying. But regardless, that's the start that you want from the Pit EU, as they have been coming off of their previous matchup. To be able to stay nice and hot, like you were saying there, Bryce, just to be able to continue the momentum swing. Linz now up on 6 in a row. Almost had the burn there for the Hellstorm missile off his first life. Would have been massive, but the Pit EU still hold the narrow spawns for P2.
It's going to be a bit dangerous here. F-Dot been pretty magic in the last game, but does go down there before anything else. Bullock's going to push through. Mythics cannot fire in 2 different directions at once, and they've lost control of P2 now. Aerotech Edge going to have the opportunity to get some points onto the board.
Got those back spawns. Standy spawning all the way out, but at least Paul X is able to win the initial gunfight, so that means that everybody's going to be bulldozing their way through the ramp up close here from delivery, and 30 seconds going to be looked at here for the Pit EU. It's going to take about 15 seconds just across the map. They're going to try to contest it.
Not just checking the corners where to see where these players are going to be here, and they do get caught out. It's wonderful from Aerotech. They pushed out the lanes here, lost a little bit of time there by just taking the gunfights first, but they're not going to worry too much about it. They don't get pushed out. They don't have to worry, because now they have plenty of time to try to make this rotation work.
Yeah, already got players trying to push to the middle of the map. F-Dot's playing for a timing, and he's waiting for the red dot to try to come back through from the north lane side of the map. Gets the hop up, gets some good damage, but he cannot get that gunfight win. Standy will clean him up at the end. Numbers now on this side of the map, but can they get in towards the hill from the crossfire that's being held down by Lucifer?
Well, they're trying. going back and forth here, and it has been a good hold from the Pit EU. A lot of pressure onto their shoulders from that push from Aerotech. Somehow they hold. Diamond looking out towards the back here as well here. Still the pressure. The Pit have not got a chance to breathe quite yet.
Not quite yet. You got still players cycling back in. Big win coming through from Mythics and not allow Paul to even sniff a single second of contest. This is more or less what you want to see, especially for the Pit EU off of the break that Aerotech Edge had over by P2. Just about a full response at the end of it before we go over towards the Rock Hill. And wouldn't you know, F-Dot's already on the rotation.
All X moving and shaking, but they lose some of these gunfights here that you can't expect them to win. Realistically, this cannot be a double bounce here. The Pit EU are doing a great job of holding them back, but it's Diamond Khan, and that is unbelievable. What could have been a massive lead for the Pit EU has been stopped by Diamond Khan.
Ooh, Linz to the middle of the map, able to find another 2. Even before all this engagement started to unfold, Linz had a nice nade that actually caught Turiel the moment that he spawned up. That's got to be frustrating no matter which way you spin it. And although DC did his best to be able to open up an avenue for Aerotech Edge to make their way back through, it's always one player from the pit that is lurking in the middle of the map, the difference maker, if you will, that is giving them leg up in this map one.
Still holding, still having a good time here as, well, basically everybody just running that NPC onto this map here. I think you can see Lucifer and Diamond have switched back to the M15 for this rotation. But it is an NPC's world. A lot of the hills onto this one. So we've been prepared to see a lot of players switching in and out loadouts about as fast as they can. But right now, it's all good as F-Dot has the M15 and we're looking for the rotation.
Paul there with the NPC takes down Lucifer at range. It's a very good gun. I'll just put it that way. The rotation over towards New. I mean, you need this break very quickly if you are Aerotech Edge, already trailing by about 80 points. Not a good look, Bryce.
They've got numbers. They just need to make a couple more trades in around this point. You can see they have the opportunity. 2Real making a massive 2 to clean house. 47 seconds left to go onto the P5 as 2Real finds his third, looks for his fourth, grabs that one as well. Thank you very much. It's time to grab some points. Somebody get onto the point.
5 and 10 start out of 2Real, now up on a 4 spree, 10 and 13. Start accruing some score here, guys. Aerotech Edge, they got the setup for at least 30 seconds. DC trying to lurk through the middle of the map. Can't find the first. Oh, he does go 1 for 1. That is big because that means that his teammates can just focus on the front for the 20.
2Real, a couple more shots than you might have needed here, but still on a 5 spree, still doing good. Great hold by Aerotech. They are just running rings around the Pit EU, who haven't been able to get a kill in some time. All that's to do on 2Real, who's just roaming and slaying. Mythics has managed to get in the point here for a couple of bits of scrap time, but as we go towards the P1, it's been fair game both sides.
Oh yeah, 6 spree out of 2Real brings himself right back to even, probably very, very close to getting himself that Hellstorm missile, if not already has it accrued. But still, that 80-point lead diminished down. But through the middle of the map, this has been the Pit EU supremacy through that first set of hills. And they are absolutely slaying out to back that one up. 16 and 11 out of Linz through that first set. Looking to remain consistent as far as this map number 1 is concerned.
There's one from 2Real. Should be a second one, and it doesn't matter, his teammates could clean it up before he can do any more damage. This is very much a game that's going back and forth. I mean, the Pit EU definitely into the lead here, but they are not having it their own way. Aerotech Edge can start getting some of this slaying into points. Have a much more fun time.
It's realistically, I mean, between the full 60 that they got on P3 and then the contest that they got for the majority of time on P4 is the lead that they currently have, Bryce. This rotation over towards New needs to be a good one for Aerotech. They got players in towards the back, but inside the warehouse, they're just losing all of the NPC gunfights. Paul X up close, finds 2, but Mythics off the flank, not only able to take him down, but should flip the spawns as well.
You see F-Dot will be screaming these comms, by the way. He was just trailing a player from Arrowhead for quite some time. Just calling out exactly where they should be. F-Dot still going around the houses, looking for the player, gone for the contest, looking for more, but finds nothing here. Keep an eye on the spawns coming in, though. It's going to be the Pit EU spawning way out. But it is parallel spawns at the moment, as it has been blocked by Lucifer.
Yeah, north-south spawns all the way across the restaurant side, and that just means that Aerotech should be able to maintain the back 20 seconds. Oh, look at the arrows on the mini-map. Turn around at the moment's notice. Paul confirms that the spawn out occurs. The Pit EU should be spawning back P2, and there's only so much DC can do. He dies. The back 20 seconds should be secured for the Pit EU, but now Aerotech, they're in possession of the P3 hold. This was the difference maker for the Pit EU. The Aerotech Edge roster, they got to get a full 60 here, Bryce.
Well, they're holding. They're sitting. They're waiting. First one from Stanley. waiting for that first blow to come through, but an 8 comes in for a bit of a change, but it is going to be Aerotech Edge. The first hole with a 2 from Paul X. And the PDU will now have to try this again.
The problem is that Sandy's still getting lost. He runs right into a double chow, so the fly spree gets put to rest. But now you're just going to be looking at DC just peppering up these players on the cross, setting up Paul for success inside the time, but Mythics has the HP advantage and some assistance to boot, so the break comes through with 30 seconds still to fight for.
Aerotech now looking to stack themselves. Already lost 1 to Mythics. Lucifer takes a second. DC doesn't manage to get one back, and so does Paul X, giving us back to a 2 versus 2 onto the point here. The spawns are going to be interesting. It's going to be a little bit closer for the PDU, but they still have to get in as the trades do fly their way. Material finds 1, but not the second. 10 seconds of scrap time, and rotation is on.
Yeah, they got broken within the first 10 seconds last time around at Aerotech Edge, and it's looking pretty similar this time around. Lucifer is playing the rock head glitch. Might need to look over towards Antiques. That's where DC's trying to anchor out for some early damage for his players to try to work their way across the map. 1 and 3, Paul X spawning all the way in Narnia, nowhere near where this fight is going to be contested at. 2 Real needs assistance, and it is nowhere to be found.
Here we go. Gonna be 1 more. This is not going to be the easiest of stopping for them. They've just got to go. And this is almost at the end of the game, almost at the end of time. But Aerotech Edge managed to grab back some control with 30 seconds to go.
Now it's just about trying to find these kills and towards the backside of the map. DC able to find the flank all the way through the alleyway. Got 1 player of F-Dot. He spawns over by Ring, so he's going to try to contest this from the front. Lucifer's also here to the backside of P2 to work that pinch. For the back 12 seconds, and every single second that gets taken away from Aerotech's bank is just another dagger for the PDU to get closer to 250. Aerotech Edge going back over towards P5, and they find this very swift break and the hold, otherwise the map 1 is gone.
Here comes the push. They're looking for it from both sides, but Mythics finds 1, but not going to be enough, and this game is still very much on. Serial cleaning the back lines. This is going well so far for Aerotech. They just need to continue to hold.
This one's the one, middle of the map. This is where he loves to lurk. Picking up over by the flank is Paul, so that's secured. Eyes up towards the front for Aerotech.
Another hold. Mythics will find 1 here, but they've been struggling to get all the kills they need at the same time. Mythics diving out, not going to get it again here. It's been a wonderful hold from Aerotech on this hill repeatedly, and even then, the kill feed goes pinstripe, but nobody can get through. And Aerotech Edge hold this as we look towards P1.
Paul's got the stun in the middle of the map as well. He knows that 1 player stuck in the mud. Tries to turn around. How about with Mythics? But he finds all 3. Cleans house. 232 to 199. 2 Real gets himself a Hellstorm missile off the previous life. Calls it in to bring things down in the middle of the map. Finds Linz, but nobody from Aerotech is in a position to contest Bryce.
They're still trying to get back in. They're still trying to look for it as well. They've got no real time to check their corners and cross their T's. They are looking to get back into this over and over again. Mythics finds 1. Mythics even tries to challenge for the second. Not going to happen. Still going to be into the point, though. More players piling through the door onto P1. It is just a slugfest as everybody has to commit over and over again. But the tide is turning, and it's turning to the Pit EU. They've got the wipe. They've got the players on the outside, and with 3 seconds to go, that should be the game.
250 to 202. Big pop off right there. Fist bumps across the board. Certainly tested. I mean, the lead, about 80 points diminished to a 250 to 202 at the final moments, is definitely better than where I was looking for Aerotech Edge. I mean, everybody from the PDU, mostly Mythics and Linz, were just getting completely lost when it came down to the middle of the map, always dictating the pace by finding a lot of these stray gunfights, spawns happening all across the map, and a lot of these money hills was always the PDU, with the stronger setup, with the more definitive time being accrued for a lot of these money hills. That one reason why the Aerotech Edge were able to come back there at the end was some really late heroics coming through from 2 Real. Saw DC at a lot of moments of time, finding a lot of good points of interest to be able to find these 2 pieces, to give themselves an opportunity to work their way in. But the PDU just came out absolutely swinging, and the kill discrepancy within the first, I don't know, about 3 hard points was just a little bit too far gone. Such a steep leader's advantage to claw back from.
I'm sorry. What coach has just walked in there for the PEU?
Oh, you know who it is.
I do.
You guys took me out. You guys took me out. Now I got your backs. Let's go.
That man was playing just this morning. Now, here he is giving fist bumps over to the pit EU. Snuck his way back in.
Get rid of this guy in the tournament. Even though you knock him out, like he's still around. Everybody needs some S&D coaching when it comes down to the mastermind of Steve Vortex, I guess. But I mean, if that's the coach that they're working with the rest of the weekend, I mean, that raises their stocks just a wee bit, doesn't it?
I mean, I don't know. You know what it is? It's that meme where Mo throws Barney out of the bar and then Barney's already back behind him. That's exactly what it is.
Someone with superior editing prowess over myself, please create that with Stu. We need it for the community and for science, of course. But I mean, it could be the distinct reason. I mean, obviously, with this being an elimination match, the last series of the day, and when you win this, obviously you make it a Sunday. There's going to be a sufficient amount of VOD to be watched when all the lads get back towards their sleeping quarters for sure. And having that second set of eyes of Steve Vortex again on a very winning roster of Rock Esports all year long, and necessarily ask for a better set of eyes to potentially be looking at. But the opposite side could be said the same thing. Definitely, as far as coaching staff is concerned, this entire tournament long, I'm not going to lie, I have not seen a single coach be as active behind their players as Coach Mystic has for this Aerotech Edge roster.
Well, let's see if it makes a difference, because they now need to lock back in for this S&D. There we go. Fist bumps coming out from them. All ready to go. So here's something really random, by the way. Teams with a coach don't do that weird fist bump thing that all players do normally before the game just starts. They all do the coach basically carries the fist bump. It's a bit of a weird one. However, I'll tell you what is going to happen. They're probably going to do it again as soon as the actual map loads. It's like a thing players just learn before every map. It's just ingrained. There it is. There it is. It's going to happen. That means the map's loading.
Yeah, the lobby is set when the coach fist bump comes through. The map is loading when the players fist bump each other. It's the truest statement of Call of Duty's history.
And everybody learns that.
Yeah.
Nobody says you have to do it. Just everybody who plays on LAN does the exact same thing.
Yeah. It's like breathing. You know, I don't think about breathing. I don't think about fist bumping my teammates before I load into a gridlock search and destroy. Makes sense.
Maybe you should think about breathing. Maybe everybody should think about controlling your own breath, because you've all forgotten how to do it automatically and now you have to do it manually.
That's kind of crazy. we're all driving manual when it comes down to our oxygen tanks. That's crazy to think about, Bryce. Thanks.
Well, here comes the attack, by the way. It's the pit of you who will be attacking first and already going out towards A. Paul X, though, with the sniper. And they've dipped out of it. They've gone straight for mid-control instead.
All the nades getting thrown over towards the shower side. Standy getting overwhelmed, but still finds the first. Traded out immediately, 3v3.
Oh, and a little bit of bad timing as Standy cleans up, gets 3. Goes about as well as it could do for him, looking for the ace. Standy's going to reach out this if he can. He wants the ace, surely. His teammate's going to get it for him? No, his teammate's going to steal the ace.
How rude.
Very rude.
That's especially what you're going to be looking for, though, especially. Me and Brody were talking about this in the raid search and destroy in the last series versus Bush. If there's a middle of the map, which go figure it's Call of Duty, there always will be, the chances of Mr. Eli Standy being in that vicinity, pretty high percentage. I would say it's a pretty high percentage. He does have assistance there, of course, and this also then raises the question mark being on gridlock. Would have been the map 5 versus Telluride Bush. Is Paul X going to be pulling out the sniper rifle more often than not? The answer so far is yes. It's only one round deep, but the influence that you get with the sniper rifle on gridlock comparatively to raid is night and day. The PDU going to be prepared to deal with it.
Let's see. Adjustments will always happen. Bit passion from the pit so far. They're trying to work this one out as Aerotech not really pushing anything across this map yet. If anything, the pit of you are rotating back and forth, trying to work out where this pressure is about to hit.
Try to wrap this back over towards A. Two Reels cleared a lot of showers, but he hasn't seen a single soul. But it's a lot of space being provided for the rock to go down.
Here it goes. Stacked from the pit as well. They've got bodies ready to try and retake. Linz is going to be the first in here. He's going to be a bit careful. He's really going for it, but nobody gone through yet. He's already found a little bit of timing, though. He's got one, Linz. Now looking for the back. It's going to be the smoke that's the problem. He's called out 2 real, and, well, this is about as clean as a retake as you'll ever see. That is a whooping on a retake post plant, and the pit just run at them.
I'd say picture perfect, but it almost felt like, I don't know whose smoke grenade that was that shrouded 2 players for Aerotech Edge in the corner of the tree. And then in doing so, it put them in a really bad situation to try to chow out on the shower side. Lynn saw it, but didn't get any nameplates, I'm sure. But even regardless of that, that completely shrouded his cross all the way through the showers and then pinched around on the backside in the post plant. So things that you just cannot allow to have happen. Players just getting through your flank that quickly and that easily. So have to see some adjustments, but what a 4-player retake coming through in the hardest of ways for Lynn to be able to find that timing, get the information to keep his teammates alive in the backside. Thought we were going to be having an issue. Seems like we're all okay. In round number 3 we go.
Oh, the other side of it. BTD up against Omnia. I would expect them to go BTD's way, which could mean, depending on who wins this one, we get a bit of a rematch, but we will find out. Going down here. Will be a 4v4 with a post plant again here. Proper.
Yeah, but the problem is nobody's going to be taking any sort of routes. This is going to be a head bash straight through the front here, Bryson. 2Real does find that first, so numbers here for the defense.
Oh my goodness, managed to get the team shot onto it as well. They've cut them down and allowed Lynn's falls at the same time. Good retake again here, even with the advantage of already being set up around that bomb site. The trades were just not effective enough.
Yep. No, not even there, really. It had to have been some early damage, and when you go for the 4v4 retake, it happens very, very quickly as far as gridlock is concerned. Don't really get to see all like the team fire that comes through from a handful of these players, but the only thing that I got to see in a glimpse was the immediate damage when Linz was trying to get up close. He started backing all the way down and left a couple players in 2v1 scenarios with the HP advantage sufficiently in Aerotech's advantage, so could have been the difference, but at the end of the day, it's still early doors, still a lot of time for these strategies to start to develop. You see Linz and Lucifer having a little bit of a powwow and a conversation for how this defense might have to roll out. Let's try to stop that A bomb plan from coming through very quickly. That's what they think is going to be happening, but the bomb is rotating over towards B ever so slightly.
Again, Aerotech Edge pretty much playing the same game for information. Can't. Just has a little bit of look out towards the middle here. It's good map control from them, but Eftel's about to come under a little bit of pressure. 2Real's also going to use this opportunity to move through, but he's been seen and has to back off. What is the call here from Aerotech? And it's looking like an A. F-Dot finds Stanley, though. Advantage to the pit.
That's Sandy throwing his shoulder. He died on trying to retreat there. They know that 2Real's inside of A, and they're completely content on giving it up and just playing for the retake, knowing that they have the numbers. It worked last time in a 4v4. Surely it's easier in a 3v4.
Lynn's first in one more time. They're checking the corners. They're checking around here. They're going to try and hit this at the same time with the trades. But 2Real finds one. 3 versus 3. More players now swinging it. Porte gets it. F double 2 versus 2. Lucifer gets one. 1 versus 2. It's DiamondCon. He's trying to get out of here at the same time, but F-Top grabs him. And the numbers pay out for the trades.
Able to at least get the bomb plant. 2Real finding that first in the post, forcing out the 3v3, like you said, but just not enough space to be able to get the regen. Had the read that the player was going to be coming through the backside of the Zen Garden, but nowhere near enough HP to be able to take the gunfight. Very, very close with Paul being able to get the response, but numbers advantage means that you immediately have the HP advantage, and if you could just find any sort of sufficient trades, you feel like by math, it should just go the way of the defense every single time. But it got real close. Got to respect the call coming through from the pit EU, just giving up the bomb side entirely, knowing it's the same exact offensive rollout, albeit a little bit late off the rotation from F-Dot's Iron being held over by B to shut it all down. F-Dot did find 3, tied up into round number 5, the offense for pit EU. Got some nades over the top side of the center, just to try to get themselves into A quickly.
Looking for it. They are wallbanging everything. Trying not to lose any players on the intro there. Trophy going down as well. There goes the plant. Linda's already taken this. They're going to try and maybe push through. Look at the way they've planted.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting post plan to try to retake. That's the adjustment from the pit EU. It's planted for the opposite side this time.
So will they have to run into the teeth here? They're just trying to fight for it at the same time. Already going down though. 3 versus 3. The pit have lost one. Mythics is hoping to grab one here on the trade going across. He does not. 2Real jump straight across him here. F-Dot cannot get anything either. They're just not able to find the kills into the trade. Lucifer finally backs up his teammate. And now a 1 versus 1. Well, he's been seen here. Lucifer goes for the gunfight. The confidence to take that is outrageous.
It is egregious just to check the bomb at least first, but with the irons, he was taking the gunfight. You know that Sandy was going to be ready for it as well, knowing his play style. Threw some shots over towards Lucifer. Here's the final moments once again. I mean, Standy had him red screen. He was a cool breeze away from death, and then Standy from clutching that round. Brilliant retake attempt coming through there at the end, but I mean, Lynn's finding that first blood. The push came all the way through. It's just the two-piece that ends up settling it. I thought that F-Dot would have been dead to rights, but I cannot believe that Harry was right there for the assistance, as now it is Lucifer up to 3 in a row. They got themselves that 1-round lead now, Bryce, and while Aerotech going to try to go back over towards B. 3 players strong. This time it's a lot quicker.
Straight on, that's a big first blood. Mythix is cooking. Oh, he gets it as well, down to 3 versus 3. Oh, Mythic almost grabbed it. He's going to go for it as well. That player was weak, but he just went a little bit rogue. And now to 1 versus 3. Lucifer left alone to try and salvage this round. They're not going to give it to him. Absolutely going to be too many bodies against him. 3-3.
Say a little bit rogue. I would say that's about like a lukewarm rogue right there. I mean, you have a numbers disadvantage. You get a HP advantage and what you think is a 1v1, but you have no clearance over towards Ice Cream at all. So it's just to try to assume that you could potentially convert that gunfight and at least go 1-for-1 would still leave your team in a numbers disadvantage. So interesting call if it worked out. Would have been a godlike play, but that's not the universe that we're living in. It's going to be a response coming through, at least for Aerotech Edge. Have to see what adjustments are going to be coming through. The fast pace over towards B looked really good on them. The PDU, though, on their offenses, Bryce, we know what they like. Nades over the top, try to get that A-bomb plant.
Here goes. So much ground given up here by Pit. Mythix takes a couple of taps. Problem is, the Pit have now lost basically everything they can do onto here. They know if they try and retake, it's going to be a problem. And, well, the car bombers even more so. Or they're going to hit it. This is the call that's been made. We're going 8. Try and clear it. Try and get the trade. Stanley's already called this one out. Players will now be moving to help out. Porte's going to come under a little bit of fire as well. But the numbers should really go the way of Aerotech.
They leave? Turiel's watching it, so likely not. Gonna back down off the damage, and there comes Paul back through the A-bomb site. Leaves Lucifer in a 1v3. He's got enough ammo to potentially take the next gunfight, but the biggest question is the time. Can he find the kill plus the bomb plant?
He's checking all of his corners, and we've got one player going out towards the other one here. Standy is going to go against him and find him, though, and they get that done. It was always going to be difficult to retake when you give up all the map control, let alone when you lose a player.
Those are these defensive adjustments coming through this time around for Aerotech Edge, of course. They get a lot of these nades thrown over the top. That's now 3 offenses in a row for the PDU, and the only difference is just to make sure that you get the tree first. And as long as you're there in the tree first, you can find the early damage. And everything in gridlock for BO7 is made out of paper mache over there, basically. So you just get a couple wall bangs, get the damage advantage, and realistically, that should be the round. And like you were saying, very difficult to try to do that as an offensive team when you were down in numbers and the enemy team just doesn't want to give you the bomb plant. So lead flip comes through once again. Sniper in play this time around for Paul. Maybe looking for a pick. He gets at least 1 red dot thrown his way, and that's F-Dot, who's normally over by B.
Big plant, no contest early on, so Aerotech will have a lot of time to keep this locked. PDU might even come up against Future. Here goes the first smoke. Lynn's already thrown one down. Nade's coming back up against him. F-Dot now will open the flank up as well, but Stanley gets one back. The smoke fight is dangerous, but they get the advantage from it at the same time. And, well, it comes down to Lucifer again in this scenario. Finds nothing. Stanley, turn and burn.
Wow. Whoa. And that's, again, that's Standy. What he's named for himself. Give this man an SMG. We'll see him one more time from his perspective. It's just absolutely insane. Lucifer should have had him dead to rights. The jumping headshot there with the Jaeger to get the final bullet kill. Ooh, man. These adjustments coming through from Aerotech Edge. Paul with the sniper throwing his shoulder. Everybody from the Pity U thought it was going to go back over towards B, but this is just the deep fakes coming through from Aerotech Edge. They got a deep bag of tricks, albeit a almost glorified pickup team. They are playing some really good search right now.
Again, the control. Oh, I don't know if that's going to be good enough. I think Mythics might go down here just because of the check was not quite what they needed, but oh, just a little bit of timing. They get the first one going down. Thinks he gets one back. There's a second going at the same time. He's going to come down to just a game of inches, and 2 Real left in a 1 versus 2. There's too many for him, and that could have really gone wrong.
1 round out of time, flooding their way in towards the shower side this time around. It feels like it's really a game of pace. It's like whoever can get to the tree bomb site first, more often than not, is just going to win the round. At least that's what it's starting to feel like. Now, what is going to be the next adjustment? Because realistically, it needs to be the call for the Pity U. Stop from this defense from finding a lot of value. And the biggest question for me is, what is Paul going to do here on the offense? Is he going to pull out the sniper rifle, throw shoulder over here again? I mean, all of the Pity U think that it's going to be coming through mid, but they're hitting it very, very fast. The bomb just lurking over towards A. F-Dot takes out the sniper this time around, puts ball in the dirt.
This is a massive stack from the pit. They have put all their eggs into one basket. Does 2 Real get God timing here? That's a sniper. Run very, very far.
Oh!
That's not. That is one of the greatest snipes I've seen. Barely a pixel appears on the screen before it gets wiped away.
Just a complete team wipe. It is absolutely clean. Everybody from the PDU staying alive. Paul throwing the shoulder. I don't know if that's the first round that we've seen the glint coming out from F-Dot, because he's been dying quite a bit over on that side of the map, more or less probably swapping to the M15 before the clock to spy goes away. But like, it's one of those things that he takes that chow, gets the headshot onto Paul, and then has the immediate influence to go back towards top broken in the center of the map. What a jumping drag shot right into the chest of DC. He was probably also just taken away by that. The fact that F-Dot was able to find that shot as cleanly as he did, more or less, probably should have just backed down with the rest of his team. A combined 21 kills between F-Dot and Lucifer.
Aerotech is stacking. So are the pit. The pit are getting a little bit more aggressive than they've been here before. Here, this is dangerous. Already going down for it as well. 2 Real's found the first blood. Mythic's trying to get one back, but full to 2 Real. I thought he had that one locked in. 2 versus 4 now for this, and all of the good work the pit have done might be for nothing.
It's all going to have to be from the front. They got no numbers. They have no entrance. It's Lucifer in a 1v3, and there's only so much he can do.
They're waiting for him as well. He tries to take that first fight, but now he's a little bit weak. And just too many bodies, too little time, as it goes 1-1 in this series. It really was that push to the aggression coming in from Aerotech that had made the difference around the bomb sites.
Yeah, it really did. Again, when it comes down to it, like, probably their biggest success when it comes down to offensive rounds was the very fast hit over towards B. And then when you go back over towards our offensive takes over towards A, a lot of that was all done from Paul causing distractions over by B. And because they throw so many fast hits over towards B, it causes a lot of distress for the Pity U defensively to think that they need more numbers in the middle of the map. And even in the round 11, they still suggest to do so. And then at that point, Aerotech Edge already made the sound decision. Let's aggressively hit over towards showers, get there first. If we get the damage, we'll get the kills. And 2 Real delivers on 2 to open up round 11.
Well, we said this game was going to be tight between these two teams, and the S&D proved us correct. It is going to be one of these ones where I don't know who wins as we go towards the end. These two teams are up there for the top 4 that we kind of predicted at the beginning of the tournament, and now they're both in the lower bracket to go out top 6 essentially. So I don't know. I don't know where they're going to get to. It's going to be a bit of a difficult one for anyone else to work for. But while we work that one out, we're going to go to a quick break. Overload coming up after this. Don't go anywhere. See you in a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the LCQ. We are in our final set of games for the day, elimination games. And, well, both this game is 1-1, and so is the Omnia Invicta game versus BTD. That's also 1-1.
Yeah, everything just coming up absolutely clean as far as the lower bracket quarterfinals is concerned for all four teams still vying for that final lower bracket semifinals spot. And you got to be thinking, especially for the PDU, playing with that certain fuego behind them. They want that rematch versus BTD Esports, and BTD Esports don't want to deny them that either. I mean, they want to continue to make a run as well and send them packing. Come on.
We'll see. It could go either way. All the top teams remaining now as we thought they would be. But here is where we've got to. We have said goodbye to some of these teams, but as we get into it, realistically, we do have our top 6 teams remaining in this tournament. And, well, any of these could go on to win it or just fall at the Titans in our upper bracket.
Yeah, and again, you still have some really strong powerhouses up there, just potentially one going to be dropping down. Here is that winner's bracket, and where we started yesterday, and realistically how far we have made it through today. I mean, it has been a moving Saturday for sure. Map 5 for Torn versus BTD, who have been really shocking the world today on Saturday, in my humblest opinion. The 3-0 over the PDU, nobody saw that coming. And then going Map 5 versus Torn Esports, who have also been looking good. But to Telluride Bush, they had one mission getting here to Paris, and that is to make it to the EWC event, win this tournament, make it to the main event, and make it to the main stage as well. With their 3-1 win over Aerotech Edge, they will be facing off against Torn on Sunday. So guaranteed a map 4 here between Aerotech Edge and the PDU. Again, it's still anybody's game. We got a double dose of Den guaranteed.
Well, let's find out. You see them loading in here. You see them ready to go. It is definitely going to be tense. All that time, all that effort, all those dreams of getting further into this tournament. And it does come to the end for one of these two.
Then overload. Go back to Aerotech versus Bush. They lost this narrowly 4-3 in a few moments of making some crucial errors. We'll have to see if they've been able to rectify that in between that series and now. It didn't even happen about an hour ago, Bryce, but as far as opening starts are concerned, a very good one for the PDU. Very good.
Well, it's about as good a start as you could possibly want onto this map here, but this does not end that fast. It will be even more good. Mythics is trying to style on them. Then get maybe one more big kill here and get left on in a position they're going to be able to get it done. And you can even see here, the EMP is not going to be scooped because it's pointless. Unless you can find the magic here, you are not punching through the defense at this stage of the game.
Now Lynn's playing the 1-for-1 over by the water cooler side. Inside of lockers, slides out, almost had a good look there for the second, but the pinch is also starting to develop. F-Dot picks up that device. Mythics here for the pinch outside of couches, not expecting the player to be close inside of stairs. F-Dot's there for the team fire as well. And the second detonation within the first minute and 15 seconds of the game.
Very efficient, very effective. Onto the other side here. Now the teams look to try and keep it alive here, but more kills going towards the PDU. That's 3 going to be down here. Now they're going to swarm it. Diamond Con's going to try and stay alive. He just wants to find one. Just slow it down enough. There he goes. Gets his one. And that will cause the PDU to rethink.
Try to wrap this all the way back to the middle of the map. Mythics is the lead blocker. Lucifer is going to be that secondary all the way through couches. Mythics is just calling so many players to come over here and look at him, and by the time that the rotation comes back through after losing Lucifer inside of couches, you're gonna have to wait for more reinforcements.
More pushes, more effort. Mythics grabs one. Mythic's not able to grab the second here, and this is always the case on this map. If it goes down to a bit of a trade, you're really not going to be able to slam that EMP home anytime soon.
By scooped up, though, by Sandy. We're finding some good kills if you are Aerotech Edge to the middle of the map. Next 1v1 is going to be DC. He loses it versus Lucifer. He's got more than enough HP to try to recontest through the mid-cut. Last player alive was Standy, and Linz will take them both down in kind. Now the device looking to get rallied back over by P3, but it is a 2-for-1 trade, just about vying for map positioning continuously for the past 60 seconds.
Here comes the next big fight as we're trying to go for it, but it goes to the PDU for a second here. But of course, this is not where that EMP started. It was the other side of the map. Linz tries to do something. He's on a 4 streak. This is going to be another big push if they can make it. But Aerotech Edge do have the advantage here in terms of just being able to play TDM in and around this choke point.
Yeah, you could play TDM for the next 2 minutes if you really wanted to. When the device is over by the rooftops, it's so hard to be able to convert that. And it's like parking the bus without actually having to hop on the bus. Because you know that Aerotech Edge, Bryce, have to find a certain wave of gunfights before they can even maneuver their way forward. DC is going to be able to find himself a two-piece. The device is still being carried by FDOT. It barely even gets pushed past the 50-yard line. And what a call coming out from Aerotech. Don't even pick up the device. Got to get more kills first.
Looking for an out towards the back here, but two more go the other way. And only going to be standing with that EMP. And yeah, going to back off. Get that out of there very, very quickly. Don't get caught. And he's done the right move. And now if you're the pit EU, you've got to worry. Is he coming back across the roofs? Is it a fake out with a delay of that bomb timer coming through? Or is there something we have to do to move?
All for two. FDOT for two in return. Device still lurking in the middle of the map. Probably mere seconds away from resetting back over towards rooftops. We're 60 seconds left in this opening half. 11-8 out from Standy. Not to be much of a dent as far as the scoreline is concerned when you score two detonations, within the first 60 seconds of the round. FDOT on another two-piece finds himself a third. Pre-fire with the pistol, can't take down 2Real, but that still allows the device to move up closer towards the rooftops. It just means that Aerotech cannot move forward off the kills.
Defense, defense, defense. FDOT super weak here. He's got to wait for that regen to come through before he gets hit, and there it is. Still going to go down. Doesn't get his regen fully into it, but Aerotech will now play for this perfect time. Trying to get through as well. That player onto the outside. Might just get it in. Let him go. Stanley, though, chooses to fight, and, well, that EMP has been dropped. It will now be the Pit EU who have an opportunity for a free play.
Yeah, we're going to wrap this all the way over towards Dojo's side. Here comes the foot race. DC is going to be the last one to be removed in towards this play. Lead blocker is going to be Linz into couches. Finds the first. Not prepared for the second, but the device is still being held on to. Overtime will ensue.
They're waiting. They're waiting for that flank to come in. It's basically on Linz. No, Linz is going to back them up here. It's a headbutt. They're going to go and try and just force it through. All four stack. All four in. Trying to get it. Porte finds the first hit. Porte finds the second. That is the push basically over. I don't think FDOT is going to be able to win this with pistols, but I say that it almost does.
Never count out FDOT. that guy is an absolute lunatic ever since bouncing into the challenger scene a few years ago. He's just never really want to count out how wily he can be with whatever weapon he has in his hands. But I don't hate the 4-player rush, especially because any sort of damage that was going to try to give themselves the opening was denied by all the trophy systems. So none able to find that opening damage meant that the 3-player bash could not get backed up by a flank. So I believe that I heard DC saying that one of his teammates cannot hear him. We'll have to see how that all pans out before going in towards this second half. But a very good look nonetheless here, Bryce, for the Pit EU. Just the two captures that they got meant that they could just play that TDM like you were talking about.
Well, this has been a bit of a slower game since the beginning, and now we'll be looking to see whether or not there is something left for Aerotech Edge. Already been moved, though. EMP in the hands here, and there is something potentially wrong. Yes. Yes, I would say there is.
Yes, there is. Yeah, you see the referee sitting there working with 2Real's PC. I believe that I overheard DiamondCon saying that it was a communication issue, that 2Real can no longer hear him through TeamSpeak. So they're going to figure that one out, and we'll try to situate what ends up being the follow-up as far as this Den overload is concerned. But it's still a 2-0 lead for the Pit EU. Nobody's taking that away from them with how fast they came out of the gates in the first 90 seconds of that opening round.
Yeah, it will be. Hopefully this should be an easy fix. You see the referee is already in there looking to work out what is wrong and whether or not they can get them reconnected as fast as possible. Sometimes these things just happen. Obviously, that's when as soon as you saw the team just kind of not react, that was it.
Got to be really tough too. I mean, I wonder when he lost communication. Could you imagine playing like a very high intense match right now? Like you can't communicate to your AR?
Yeah, that is, I mean, it does check you out a little bit. I'm not going to lie to you. It's going to be a bit of an issue. But we'll see. I mean, this could be a case of simple fix, and we keep on rolling and it doesn't affect any flow here. Hopefully it's nothing more serious than maybe a loose connection or just having to reset something.
Well, there's one thing we know for sure about these Pit Boys. Look, they are locked. There hasn't been a single word even spoken on this side. I think Mythix is in there shooting bots right now. Like, it's just trying to put on his best Paul X impersonation. He's still messing with monitor settings. It's never perfect.
But I mean, you got to stay locked. Got to. This is a absolute do or die moment. Either your competitive year ends right now, or you at least get a chance to keep on moving forward. Since it's the last game of the day, there's basically a book early flight for the morning if you can. That's how dire it will be.
It's a long flight back for Paul over by the West Coast. It's a long flight home, man. I mean, hey, at the end of the day, that's the one thing you're going to be fighting for. That's got to be a solid why as well. Just like, you got to make this trip to Paris absolutely worth it too. For the LCQ, I'd be grinding any way that I possibly can. Hitting up Team Vitality, go to their camp, getting some scrims when I can, any way possible. Watching some VOD, staying up, possibly not too late, so that way I'm well rested. It's just a lot riding just on this tournament alone, because as the legitimate last tournament of the Call of Duty season, even going into EWC, this is going to be one of the real solid look at before the offseason, Bryce, about what potential roster moves might be made, not only down here in Challengers, but also for some CDL teams ahead of next year.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. It's quite unlikely that some of these players, even if they do manage to make it to EWC, would get picked up. There's a lot of potential going through. But hey, I mean, that's the first step, right? If you get to EWC to begin with, you at least get onto the radar of some teams you haven't thought about before. And hey, if you have a good run at EWC, every single game can up your stock here. I mean, it's not out of the realms of possibility for one of these players to get picked up if they are the man at EWC. But it is going to be difficult for them to do so.
I think I mostly think about just last year in particular for when it was like the Omit team, right? When they not only won Challengers finals, but then they knocked out FaZe from EWC in pool play. For Mamba and Craze, that was some of the best stonks you could possibly have ever gotten.
Yeah.
I mean, it landed them in a roster situation. Obviously, they did not play at champs, either one of them, and not the season that they wanted to for a rookie season, but that's just one of those moments that you have to live up to and kind of really step up to the challenge. So we're trying to get this lobby back underway. Should be back into it in a moment's time. It's a 2 elite still for the Pit EU, but this is going to feel very, very strange once we go back in towards the reset as far as Den Overload is concerned. No trophy systems coming back into it, so those nades are going to hurt in the opening go.
I really need to know what monitor settings are still being changed at this stage. It's been 2 days, played a bunch of games. To not know exactly what you need it locked on until at this point is... I remember the first day, that's all they were doing for about 20 minutes was changing monitor settings.
Keep in mind, he was literally just sitting on the setup, playing the bush, in the last series as well. So it's
it can't even be that big of a change. It could be contrast up 1 or something.
Yeah.
Just
the gamma up by 2.
Amount.
I don't know. I mean, we're getting it from a camera feed. I'm going to be honest. It really doesn't look that different to me. I'm honest with you, but hey, Paul's got to do whatever Paul's got to do to be comfortable, man. That man bun back there, the flow looking luscious. I got to say, man, Paul's one of those characters. He's been around the scene for a long, long time, in and out of the CDL, much like the teammates that he's playing alongside of right now. It's like he's always got a chip on his shoulder to make sure he's got to prove himself to get back into the league.
Let's see if this game is ready to rumble between these two. Referee still involved, still talking.
We got lobby codes. This is a good sign. This is a great sign.
Not only that, but I've just had a big shout going on, and I assume that is the other game we have been talking about. BTD going up against Omnia Invicta. That was 1-1 when we last left it.
Yeah, they should be in a Den Overload right now. Then what, the guaranteed Hacienda hardpoint for map number 4. BTD were able to take the Den hardpoint 250 to 146 against Omnia, and then the gridlock search and destroy was a response from Omnia Invicta 6-4. And then the Den Overload is where all the shouting and the screaming and Lynn's turning over his shoulder is coming from. Yes, for sure.
Well, at the moment, all we can tell there, looking at the lobby is setting up there. You can see it, third monitor in from, or third furthest away, I should say, would probably be the easiest way to get it. So it looks like they're in. Settings still being changed by like just leave them alone. Get out of the settings.
He's gonna come into this reset and just drop like 40.
Oh, hold on a second.
Oh.
This is the ruling. So what is happening now is they are giving what the ruling is, because obviously it was a stop.
Right.
It is being explained to them what the call is. I think just the official way of them telling them what has happened, what will happen, and how we proceed from this point. And I don't think there's anything too controversial going on, although it is a explanation. We see heads nodding. Seems fine on both sides. At least nobody's getting up and arguing, so that's always a good thing. Although I say that, there's an argument there. Oh, God. Don't be a delay. Well, okay. Shake of a head. He's sort of giving it up here. Clearly not particularly happy. I think the call is going to be that it's just a 2-0 from the half.
It has to be, right? I mean, Mythix is throwing his hand up. I mean, maybe it can't be a full replay, surely, but regardless of it, Mythix looked a little bit upset about something.
Oh, no, I think it was a full replay. There would have been much more argument about that.
For sure.
Considerably more.
Yeah, for sure. This has been some... Go ahead.
I do quite like that. There should always be a kind of an official come in and just read the ruling to both teams and then carry on, so everybody's understood and on the same page. It benefits it when the teams are close, of course. When they're on the opposite side of large stages, then you can't really do it to both teams at the same time. And then the argument, that's when the argument delays come on, by the way. Some people probably haven't done this. I was going to say if you've ever run a tournament, but people at home probably haven't. It's very difficult. That's when the delays get through, when you've got arguments going through and then both sides having to relay to the refs and the admins at the same time. And if you've got an objection and it goes back and forth, it takes some time. This is way easier. This is all good. By the look of it, we're about to see everybody locked back in.
It's seeming that way. Honestly, Bryce, as far as the weekend is concerned, this has been the best commentary out of you and me. I'm not even going to lie. Just being able to get the play-by-play, the analysis coming through from what's going on there at the station. Where would the community be without us at this point? Come on, man. I agree, though. I think it's extremely helpful when you have some veteran players that are sitting here on the same exact stage and be like, this is the ruling. This is what it is. This is what's happening going forward. Everybody fist bump. Let's get back into this map and see who is going to be taking the swing map mode combination, because we're still tied up here at the end of the day in a very close best-of-5 series. I mean, albeit the scoreline very, very different as far as the sake went within the first set of hills and how it ended. But the 6-5 Search and Destroy would suggest that these two teams have a lot left in the tank.
They certainly will. So I've been told the ruling here essentially is that the first 5 minutes will be replayed, so we can restart the game where we left it. So I imagine they're actually loading in and playing out 5 minutes with 2 scores and then kind of going back into it here. It is probably the more complicated way to do it, admittedly, because you could just have the team switch sides and go at it and then end it at the half. But I suppose the issue that they are trying to counteract here is the overtime. So I expect that's what is happening. It's the overtime that is the issue. So what they're doing here is they are replaying. We're going to wait 5 minutes now, essentially, to get into that second half, because there is no manual way to do that otherwise. So, okay. I mean, that's the only way it kind of makes sense, is to get that overtime. You know, the regulation draw that we have goes into a very specific overtime mode. So that is what they are trying to get to. And that is what was being explained. So we should get to that in a couple of minutes then.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things too. I think you got to be at least excited for that. If you are looking at it from Aerotech Edge, you're still 0-2 down going into the second half. But regardless, at least you get your trophy systems back. That's going to be helpful.
Yes, it helps a lot, actually. I mean, the only thing they probably won't get done will be streaks, I imagine. I don't think anybody really had a streak going in the second half. It's probably not that big of a deal. I know sometimes it is. We'll have to double check whether that goes through. But yeah, I think this would only ever happen on this game mode, simply because of the fact of the regulation draw at the end. That's because otherwise you'd have to do it manually, which would be insane, I suppose. To actually try and track, you'd have to have someone there with a stopwatch, and nobody wants to do that, or to count the exact frames it goes through. So we will just have to kind of wait this one out. While we do so, of course, I will just try and check what the score is in the other game. BTD are up 2-1, so they are currently winning against Omnia Invicta.
Yep, so that puts them in a lead. You're still hearing more shouts from the venue going throughout the Hacienda hardpoint. See if Omnia Invicta, is this going to be the end of their season? Got some tailored names as far as that roster is concerned, but BTD, very much so in the same boat. So I think that there's going to be a lot left to be said, especially for these teams that are going to be making into the Sunday and what they're going to be able to produce going into a championship Sunday as well.
Well, we'll see here. I'm just checking through to see if there's anything else going on that we can find here score-wise. Nothing quite at the moment here, and everybody's just waiting for this basically technical reset that goes through. I think there's about 3 minutes left onto the clock. So as soon as this one is done, we will load back into the game here. But essentially what we would be watching is just a bunch of players sit around here as they do go through. So it looks like the overload for BTD against Omnia was 4-2. So not the highest scoring of games, but a healthy cushion for BTD.
Yeah, absolutely. And that at least would suggest that the respawn game modes are still in a firm grasp for them. So they're probably going to be looking to close things out on the Hacienda hardpoint after winning the map 1 Den 250 to 146. Probably don't want to go to that raid search and destroy. Omnia might have a little bit more tricks up their sleeve given the teammates that they do have. But again, it's picking apples and oranges comparatively to the BTD roster that has also been playing some really good Call of Duty on this moving Saturday. So as we patiently wait for this series to kick back underway, it still really feels like that it's anybody's series. I mean, all 8 players were iced respectfully. Everybody was shooting the same amount of bots in between while we were waiting for the fix as well. And I like to imagine even while they're sitting there waiting for the 5 minutes, maybe they're also getting their gunnies warm too.
It'd be an interesting way to do it, surely. I mean, would they just be both happy sort of scrimming each other? Would that work?
No, I would get the 2 scores, and then it's knives out. In the middle of the map, we're just knife dueling, just seeing what happens. But you can't, nobody gets streaks. Nobody gets streaks.
That's what I'm saying. We might load back in here to some wild scorecards. Unless they've gone to the back to team kill. I don't know what they would be doing right now. I suppose when we log back in, we will see the stats. Production has confirmed it, and essentially, yeah, it went to 0-2, and then they basically just waited with their knives out. So yeah, that is exactly what has happened here. Probably sliding about, actually, probably just slide cancelling around spawn to keep the hands warm.
Oh yeah, try to get that stick drift a little bit early in that left stick, you know, like just try to work them sticks as much as you possibly can before the championship Sunday. But yeah, should be getting back in here sometime soon. I went back and I was just scrolling through the VOD. Didn't see anybody that had any streaks, so probably didn't have to worry about any for that matter. But still, as far as leading performers are concerned from that opening half, I think that it kind of goes without saying, like, Lins and Mythics are currently having an absolute field day when it comes down to this PDU roster. Something that we really hinted at when it came down to the adjustment. When they dropped Henry for Lins, that's exactly what they wanted. Just wanted a little bit more firepower. Not that Henry wasn't delivering on it, but it just wasn't gelling with the rest of the roster. And here we go. We're back. And the only players with deaths are Paul and Lins. All right.
Well, we'll see how it goes. Then, of course, this is where we get back into it into the second half. Although for anybody jumping in is going to think that this is the first half, because normally you go by the amount of kills. Anything into the 20s normally means second half. But we'll see how this one goes. Already a big attack here from Aerotech as they try to get this one down, but they've lost the players and the blockers.
Now you just got to wait. If you are Aerotech, hopping inside the window. Oh, Paul wins a big one and a second onto Lucifer. That's going to be the green light. Start flying all the way past the staircase. They just got to deal with Lins.
Mythics here. The back up, and Mythics finds 2. Goes back out for a chow that, I'll be honest with you, Mythics didn't need to take. Bit overheating considering he had the reinforcements.
Not a terrible overheat, but definitely an overheat nonetheless. But device pancaked right here on P3. Seems that the pity you are just playing for the reset. No, Mythics will pick it up before it does so. They found 3 in the feed. River Systems in towards the back, not going to be there. Paul does slide forward, finds the first, and that should stop the push momentarily.
Now, this is always a difficult reset. Essentially, Mythics will be firing at half speed because of the pistol, but already Standy grabs one. This push has stalled, but Mythics finds the first here. Can they find anything else? No. Down it goes, and while Lucifer will grab the EMP, can he make a 1v1 with a pistol? Oh, he tries to juke him and cannot get it in! Oh, it's a game of inches, and that one has failed.
A detonation just falling ever so short right before the goal line. Very, very close for the pit to get their third. But now Aerotech trying to push across the tin side. Lins is the only player here because everybody's trying to deal with 2 real over by lights. Lucifer is going to get up here first. The pre-fire will get the cross. The sun should keep them trapped in the mud, and F-Dot's there for the cleanup.
Defense, defense, defense. We've seen it time and time again on this map as the year has gone on. Every team knows how to play it. The choke points are diabolical from both sides, and F-Dot is now trying to fight for his life. Has gone down, already gone 2 here. Lucifer's going to be worried. simply because he has to try and run this corner with a pistol, even with Mythics backing him up here, but he's good enough to do it against Standy. Oh, and Mythics pulls out the knife at the very wrong second, and now they're in trouble.
Yeah, DC for 2 through the middle of the map. Device picked up by Paul X. Trying to maneuver their way a little bit further forward. Linzo playing through arches. Oh, at least finds the first. Tries to go for the ego chow for the second. Mythics gets TK'd, but still no numbers here for the boys in blue to try to surge forward.
Paul X hoping to find something here, but already the stuns and nades coming in too real, though, backing him up. Keep an eye on Standy. He's the player that will make a difference if he can get it going, but he cannot. 3 going to go down. A surge now for the Pit EU as they try to get back forward. All 4 gone. They can grab this EMP. 2 minutes to go, and they will run it fast. Are they? I was going to say there might have been a call there to actually go for park the bus, but it's not going to happen.
How did Paul just nade Standy right in front of... That would have been a detonate. I don't even know how that just happens. But the Pit EU, they find all the space provided. You had Lucifer working a pinch through desk, and everybody else just rushes through dojo. 90 seconds left to play in the swing map mode combination, and the Pit EU with a firm grasp to take the lead.
Nate's still playing a major factor here into this one. 3 going to go down. Last player alive. It's DiamondCon. DiamondCon trying to keep this game into the hands, but Mythics shuts him down. 1 minute 22 left to go, and Mythics will now just play TDM if he can, but falls to Standy. Arrowtech Edge are going to start feeling the heat.
Desperation is going to start ensuing. Got to try to make this push really stick, and then you got to try to rally behind it. 3 for 1 in the feed. All too real. Try to go for the challenge versus Mythics. He'll die, and yet another player is able to get the slide across. Paul with the device just comes flying forward, and it is just way too easy for the Pit EU to clean things up again.
They're still pushing. They're still making a bit of a problem here. They have control of the EMP one more time. 45 seconds to go. Unfortunate team nade. Lucifer is very happy to duel with this pistol, with this EMP into hand. To collapse at this point, the Pit EU would have to be a nightmare, and they're looking for it.
Left on. Next up, gonna be able to clean up one more alongside Harry. 25 seconds remain, and it is just incrementally just too far gone. Here comes the last little victory lap coming through for the Pit EU, potentially looking for their 4th, will be denied at the end, but it is a map number 3 win regardless. Through the reset and all, may not even matter. The Pit EU will stand above the rest, and Mythics coming back through in the reset, 20 and 11. Did not skip a beat, Bryce.
More than good enough. Now, as we go forward, they know it could be something here. There looks like there's been an issue, though. There are calls going through. There's also shouting in the background, and I'm guessing that means that that game over there might have ended. As they go forward, coaches coming back in to talk to the players. I don't think Steve Vortex is actually doing much coaching here. I think it's just fist bumps or something, but there is a player standing up here. Normally, between maps 3 and 4, we don't go away. But it looks like the players are taking an opportunity to stretch their legs, probably from that technical pause that we had earlier on. But while we're talking about that, BTD 3-1 against Omnia. And that does mean they will continue through. Omnia and Victor are out. That last hard point, 250 to 153.
Yep, on the Hacienda BTD call game. It's a battle of hardpoint losses for Omnia. Unfortunately, that is where their tournament comes to an abrupt end. And honestly speaking, when it comes down to those players, at least on that roster, Bryce, I would like to say this is definitely not going to be the last time that we see of them, especially for Paul Brezzi. That guy always comes back. There's a lot of always French representation when it comes down to EMEA COD, as you know emphatically, Bryce. Sure, we're going to see these boys back, but that's where their tournament comes to an end.
Well, we will see them in the future, but for now, no more for them during the year. And we could be having a big rematch of a game we didn't get to see earlier. BTD versus the Pit is the most likely potential match to see now, but Arrowtech will have something to say about that. This could go to map 5 very easily. And Arrowtech Edge is sitting there. The Pit have left. Now, for those of you who are unaware or don't know what's supposed to happen, it's basically been ingrained into the player's mind that normally the breaks are between 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. This resonates through everything. The broadcast, the casters know it. It all kind of gets planned into the broadcast, so we kind of keep going between them. So it's about 45 minutes of going for it, as well as, you know, players drink a lot of water. They're obviously trying to just take a few seconds break. Normally, players don't leave at map 3, but this time I'm guessing it's because of the technical reset that they went for it. Whether or not it means we go for a break between 4 and 5, I have no idea.
Gotta get there first. I very much so going to be concluding on the Den hardpoint, especially with how things did go for Aerotech Edge. Came out really flat as far as that Sake hardpoint was concerned. Not just from, like, the slaying wasn't even the problem. It was just the rotations and trying to be ahead of the curve where the pity you were constantly being from. You got a lot of flanking members to be worried about. And if there's one thing we know for certain, the one player that did not get up for the pity you, it is Mythix. That guy is locked in, shooting bots, trying to make sure that he is keeping his gunny hot. Could be the real big cornerstone for success when it comes down to the pity you to be able to get that rematch versus BTD tomorrow.
Well, everybody kitting back up. IEM's back in. Headset back on. Quick word from Steve Vortex, who is definitely taking an active role here, considering they were playing this morning.
Got this guy on the payroll? Like, what is this?
This man played against them. It wasn't even that long ago, really, like 4, maybe 5 hours ago.
Yeah.
And he had a pretty good time. I mean, he lost, obviously, quite devastatingly, but I think the overload, he was definitely trying his hardest against them, but now it seems to be giving them the thing. Maybe even tell them, look, what I did that worked really well against you, by the way, is this. Try not to let that happen. We'll see. Should be
That's
everyone
exactly
back
how
in.
Steve would word that, too. That's exactly what he would end up saying. But I mean, hey, any sort of coach's ear would be able to be nice to hear. I mean, there's one thing in particular, going back through Challengers Finals, I don't know if Rock actually ended up playing against what was Omit Brooklyn at the time. Maybe they did, but you like to think, especially for the deep thoughts that man has of Steve Vortex, he could always give some sort of insight to give an edge when it comes down to closing out the series. Backs against the wall for Aerotech Edge here in this map number 4. Den Hardpoint could be where their season comes to an end. But if they win it, push it to a fringe search and destroy, they might give themselves a chance to make it a championship Sunday.
Well, let's see. The coaches have been ushered off to the side. The map is loading in. Everybody is ready to go. A couple of pauses in between these so far, but that won't have taken any of the pressure away. For Aerotech Edge, former Omit Brooklyn, this is a do or die map. They are now under the gun. They lose, they are out.
All comes down to this. Favorite side here for the pity you. Rooftop push off the rip for Standy, trying to hit the OE. Nobody's surprised, but the opening gunfights are good for Aerotech in the mid.
Big fight from them straight away. I mean, they stayed looked at their setup. They did not move, so... And that has seemed to have worked out for them. Maybe a little bit of a tip here. Just keep shooting bots. Never stop shooting. Because right now, the pity you have struggled to get a kill.
Ooh, yeah, I'd say. Mythix, though, able to at least take down Paul from top window. Aerotech, through the opening 35 seconds, are able to flip the map out and have themselves on a 4 spree for Diamond Con. It's one person in particular that does not want to miss out on Championship Sunday after getting dropped by P7 Notorious, who are in the main event. Look no further than Connor. But here comes the re-break, all the way through couches, spawn outs occurring for the Aerotech.
Oh, legs. Just trying to hold this one down. He knows the pressure's coming through. He tries to turn and burn, but that's been ripped away pretty efficiently here from the pit.
That sure has. Pit holding this from the front. Oh, Mythix off of the Ego Chow. Gets ripped by Paul X. Coming back up through the staircase, but Linz is back in towards couches, trying to contest this back from the front. It is as mixy as ever, but Arrow still holding the spawns.
Lucifer finds his second here as more players coming through. It's Mythix again to reach out towards the back here. He just won't stop moving, won't stop grooving as he finds 3. Finally, a break in the tempo at the behest of Mythix.
DC around the back, still trying to anchor things out. The pity you effectively holding from the front, and Mythix is down low up on this 3 spree. 15 seconds left to play. 4-2 Real's going to get some good damage, but F-Dot still cleans him out. Now you just got to try to fly forward if you are Aerotech Edge. Finally, the spawn outs do occur. DC is able to break out from the back P2 area, but a very good break from the pity you gives himself a slight advantage to New.
Diamond Con will be the first one to the fight here. Already sees one. Should be reinforcements backing up at the same time. Player coming through the middle as well as F.Nate opens up proceedings. It's going to be a pinstripe kill feed as everybody piles in. Stanley tries to hold them off here, but this is a big break from the pit as Paul X tries to hold on.
trying their best to do so. Lucifer, and that nade will unearth Paul X. All this hit is coming from the archway. Sandy will be able to confirm that. Nobody's from it.
Oh, Lucifer's just throwing everything at it, even switches guns, but still can't manage to find a kill here. Arrowtech Edge doing a great job at holding. Linz finds one, but it's just one. It's a consolation kill. He does manage to find a second here. It's being a pain. Linz flying about to try and give his team a chance here, but Arrowtech doing a good job on the hold.
And they're still maintaining the spawns past Dojo as well. 15 seconds. Going to be quite content to give that one up if you could just hold all these different angles, standing up top of the briefcases. In the credit spot, we'll take down F. In even finding a second as well. That should at least guarantee the opening 15 seconds, especially with Paul X off the flank from spawning out.
I'm gone on a hold here, but Mythic's managed to grab the first one. Player coming across roofs as well as the rest of the Pit EU try to get through. Will this be a bit of timing into it at the other side here? But no, this is a good hold from Arrowtech. They've managed to get the bounce from P3 to P4 very efficiently.
Oh, now Standy. He's going to clear all of mid. That should give the clear-cut choice for the Pit EU. This is all irons up. Look up front. No trophy systems. Nice nade from DC. And if they could just clean house on these last few players, we might be looking at closer to a full 60. Mythic's last alive, dealt with in kind. Arrowtech Edge still holding on.
Here comes the break one more time here, but again, Arrowtech in charge. Looking for it. Lucifer trying to do something here with the NPC. Not going to work out either. Trade's not working as effectively as they would like. And when they find one, Arrowtech find three. And it's good now from Arrowtech into the second set of rotations.
About a 50-point lead for Arrowtech. 14-9 from Paul X. He started off so hot. Sandy's right there with him. 13-9. F. Though off the two-piece. Looking to try to rally his team back behind him. Mythic's at 11-13 and 8-13 out of Linz. Those are your usual suspects, as Brody likes to call them, that need to step it up for the Pit EU.
30-point difference. It's nothing at this stage of the game. This will all be screaming out that there are two already pushing through. This will take care of one, but Tyrell gets the second here, and that does mean the Pit EU will now have to worry about that spawn for P2. It's not that long left to go, 20 seconds. And this has been a massive play by Tyrell, just absolutely sublime.
F. will finally take him down inside of Broken. He's going to try to hold. All of his teammates are spawning over by Tree. So he's going to try to maintain this presence over by the backside of P2. Player will spawn out for 2 real, but this is a lot of good time coming through from P1 out of Arrowtech Edge. Here comes Paul over towards the backside. Finds his 15th kill. DC's here alongside him as well. The 5th member of the trophy system takes down Paul in return, but the Pit EU hold on.
Not for very long, though. More players piling through. This is a fight for spawn out towards the back here, and it is going to all be Arrowtech. That is all them all the time. They find the front, they find the back, they find the spawns, and now they're finding the time. They've also got to play it onto the flank here. Diamondcon's being a pain, and somehow a brute force over roofs has worked for the Pit.
Yeah, it's just somehow you got to make it work. Square peg through the round hole, and well, Lynn's up on that 3 spree, asking you shall be delivered. Gonna start heating things up ever so slightly, but the rebreak comes through. Still 18 seconds left to fight over here as far as P2 is concerned. And if Arrowtech not only are able to find the break, which they do, then they can start surging back through the middle of the map, start to clean house, because that's exactly where all the Pit EU are located at.
Oh, too real. Double snap. Very happy for it at the same time. They've got to try and dig him out, but he does go down. He pulled his fire, I think. And last time round, this is where Arrowtech really hammered the Pit EU.
They got the pinch from the spawns coming through from P4. Standy thought that everybody was going to be coming over by the locker side. He wasn't there for the immediate break attempt to come all the way through, so he's late. Now he's got to focus back over towards mid. What a snap out of Eli. Didn't see the footsies there over by the arches, but that is a sole reason of Arrowtech able to recontest as quickly as they are.
Everybody just flying around NPCs to the fore here. It's just become an NPC's world. Arrowtech have got more time out of this one. I think they may have just lost control for this final 20 seconds, but the spawn is more than good enough for them to keep piling the pressure on.
Still got that same 30-point lead that we were talking about over by P1 being maintained by Arrowtech. They still have the P4 spawns, and over by the first set of hard points, you talked about the P3, but even more emphatically, the rotation from 3 to 4 still being maintained. Too real, taking the chow through mid-cut, finds himself an opportunity, but F. Albeit trying to find that 2-piece, it's just an opportunity for the Pit EU to get some space forward.
And the Pit EU will be hoping this goes better than last time. They just couldn't get favorable trades. They have struggled over and over again. Effort, though, finds one. Linz will find a second. This is going a little bit better this time around. There's the third, and they break it. They have broken it. It took them 20 seconds, but this time the Pit EU are in. They could start to think about clawing back some of that time they've lost.
Get this 30, leads down to 20. DC finds the entry. Players stretching across the rooftops. Overextension coming from Lucifer. Two Real's gotten all the way back behind the bench, so he's able to at least work that pinch. Helps his teammates work their way forward, but FDOT is just lighting things up and that second set of hills. 25 and 23 now from Felix on that four spree. Had a good look there for the fifth. Mythics will take it away, but a turn of events will get us right back to that 30-point deficit.
Mythics looking to stay alive. He knows he's going to be a little bit outgunned here. Diamond should be able to pick up one, should be able to pick up two, doesn't even need to. Teammates are already taking care of it, but there's the second. And this is just better from Arrowtech. Pretty much everywhere you could go. Positioning, teamwork, flanks. They've got it all. They have a 40-point lead.
3P1, able to at least put themselves in a situation where this lead will continue to grow. It's just stray gunfights after stray gunfights. Mid-cut control there for at least the Pit EU. Next player would be DC. He does at least find the trade, but only gives the Pit EU an opportunity still to hold this side of the map. There's still so much left to do. Get this 20 seconds, find the kills, and break through couches. Can they do it?
Well, there's three down. They're going to use this opportunity to stream forward. Looking at the couches, do not check the right corner. Linz is already going to go down. Diamondcon finds two. Masterful bit of play. They'll take a couple of seconds of scrap time away as well, but Mythics is out towards the back here. They're hoping on him to grab Spawn. It's not going to work out. It's a roof headbutt.
Forest worked out the last time, didn't it, for the Pit EU? You got one player for Lucifer. He's trying to find a timing through the middle of the map. That just means that he's not a part of this play, but Linz, Mythics, they do it the old-fashioned way, back through the head bash. It works out.
Linz doesn't get the timing he want off of that. They're looking for the players to come through, find out towards the back of P2 as well. At least they're trying to get here. They get it, they get back into the point. Potential, if they can hold this, they might just have an opportunity to take the lead away here, but more people piling through. Again, over the roofs they must go. This time Arrowtech will have to run the gauntlet. That gauntlet has been unsuccessful. They will try it one more time before rotating.
Yep. Try their best. Break back through the front. Try to hold them at an arm's length going over towards P3, where Arrowtech Edge have really gotten themselves a leg up in this hard point. Oh, no, not exactly what you want to see. Two Real's going to fall off the map, spawn all the way out with the rest of his teammates, and that's the lead flip coming through for the Pit EU. Double century reach first for the Europeans. Arrowtech Edge, though, trying to do exactly what they did for the past two hard points, and that's win the rotation anew.
It has never gone well for them on this rotation, even one time. Will this be third time's a charm? Linz is trying desperately to rip Paul X out here, and three are going to go down. This is the best time Pit EU have ever had on P3 so far into this map. They take the lead again as both teams are above 200, and now Arrowtech Edge will have to break back in.
Gonna have to do it through the mid-cut. Oh, DC is going to be able to find some really good timing. Lucifer thinks that someone's really hot on his tails, but DC can't even peek in time. All of his teammates are dead. 217 to 203. The break comes through. The Pit EU, they've done what they have struggled with the past two sets, Bryce. They break P3, and they're trying to rotate to new.
One player has broken it. It's Standy, who's going out towards the back now. Keep an eye on these spawns. It is absolutely instrumental. Both teams can win on this next. They cannot win on P3. F already cut down. Linz will get his trade. More players going across this now as this will pop into the next hill. Linz is going to know. Hi, Linz. Down he goes. Lucifer to back him up. And this time the Pit EU have done it. P3 to P4. They have the numbers for this one so far. They might be able to end this game right now. Losing for so long all the way through. But it's a break for Arrowtech.
Not
and
fully.
Arrowtech have broken. And that is a big celebration. The Pit EU were down for so long, but they finally broke their curse on P3. They get into P4, and they were furiously trying to defend it. I suppose winning one rotation out of three works good enough.
Wow. Rectifying the one thing that has gone wrong. The entire map number 4 P3 rotation finally broken. Linz was trying his best to stay alive with a pistol over in the corner. Finally got into 10, and then the surge on forward over into Dojo. And you called it out there, Bryce. I mean, Standy was the only player. He spawned over by P2. rushed over by the rooftops, tried to get himself in a situation to threaten the spawns. But at that point, flow state had been reached. Mythics, Lins, everybody was firing off on all cylinders. F-Dot had himself a really good hard point there as well. And I mean, when you get these boys that are firing off on all cylinders, Bryce, you've been watching them all season, man. It's so hard to shut down.
Oh, it really is. I mean, Lin seems to add a bit more speed to this team, and that's what they were relying on. I was worried. I'm not going to lie to you. I was very much worried when that P3 come up again here, but they managed to get it done just in time. And hey, the P3 to P4, they didn't get it in the last two. They managed to get it in the last one. I thought when Sandy hit that early rotate that it was going to be over, but we didn't get to see a last-minute hurrah into map number 5. And while we talk about that, let's take you down memory lane. The first thing we will look at is the lower bracket, as that is the game we have just seen. As we jump into it, this is how it has gone so far. It will be the Pit EU versus BTD Esports in a rematch that has been going on for quite some time. Those two teams want to find this one, but the difference with this is you don't send the team down, you send the team home for the rest of the year. So that's going to be spicy.
Oh, it absolutely is. I mean, this time around for Henry's a lot more riding on it, right? Not only do you get to knock them down an extra peg, the team that dropped you a few weeks ago, you send them home, and any chance of playing on the EWC stage just completely gone. So that matchup is going to have a lot of eyes on it. You can only imagine how many European Call of Duty members are going to be trying their best to keep all eyes on that series, because there is a lot of namesake on that one, and bragging rights to boot.
Oh, this is a big game, but it's not the only game. In fact, even bigger games maybe in the upper bracket if you want to see it going. Let's take a look at how that has gone today. An awful lot of games played and a lot of teams dropping down, but what does remain is Telluride Bush Gaming. They're going against Torn Esports. Torn Esports been on a bit of a run here. Voltic EU, Bittersweet, BTD, and now they have to fight the Bush. The Bush also, it got a little bit dicey at some points. They have dropped maps on their run, but Ultra have gone, Omni and Victor have gone, and Aerotech Edge have been eliminated. So nobody going to go for this one again here, but that will also be coming up tomorrow.
Yeah, that reverse sweep for Torn Esports, the 6-0 Den Search and Destroy to send Bittersweet down to the lower bracket. They got eliminated as well. And honestly speaking, just not exactly what you want to see for a handful of these members when you think about it from a namesake. Not exactly where they wanted their season to be ending. But hey, you get the ticket to Cancun a little bit earlier. Get yourself your mind right for MW4 in a few months' time. Regardless of the matter, we still have to find out who is going to be the champion of the LCQ bracket and who is going to be joining the EWC BO7 event next week.
We certainly will. Well, 4 teams remain. 1 day and 1 champion to send them, or to stay in Paris, I should say. But all that and more coming up tomorrow in 4 more games. We hope to see you then, but that is all from us tonight. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.